That's the shofar. Hasharam Tazama, the Ten Commandments. Ra'ah, Yahaya, Rakah, Alahayim, Hakarayim, Iopinya. No and not have other gods before me. La'ah, Thayasha, Lakah, Pasah, Wala'ah, Thayobadma. No or not thou make graven images to serve them. La'ah, Thalaqah, Sham, Yahweh, Ba, no or not thou take the Most High's name in vain. Zakar, Ha-Yuam, Ha-Shabbat, La, Kodashwa. Remember the Sabbath day, keep it holy. Kabal, Avakah, Wa, Makah, honor your father and mother. La'ah, Thalatazak, no or not thou murder. La'ah, Thakanab, no or not thou murder. La'ah, Thakanab, no or not thou steal. La'ah, Thayonah, Shakar, no or not thou testify falsely. La'ah, Kamad, Kala, Shara, La, Rakaya, no or not thou covet, which is our neighbors. Selah, hallelujah. Amen.
Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Selah. Thank you, Elder. Hallelujah.
And everything you should do is in Yah's name. You've got to do everything that he says in his name.
Yeah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Romans 11:5. That's what we was talking about, that remnant.
Praise Yah. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Thank you, Yah.
Praise Yah.
Yes.
Respect Yah's house.
Hey, Maya is so. Hey, Maya is so. Toraba, 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 Yahaya. Toraba, 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 Yahaya. Yeah.
Praise Yah.
We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. For your name is great and greatly to be praised. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
We sing.
That means, I think it might be sound now. All right. I see Yehochanan calling me. I know that's a problem. With him and his wife calling me. All right. So, all right. Now we got sound. All right. So, I apologize. I had turned it on. I don't know. Spiritual warfare. They be turning stuff off. Yeah, that's crazy. Tonight's lesson is going to have a lot of spiritual warfare. So I said, I started out, I said, Shabbayat Shalom to everyone. And then I said, Shalom, that means peace of the Most High unto you, all of you. And then I said, its original Habariyah, which transliterates as Hebrew, the first tongue, transliteration of the word shalom for most people, or shalom, right? Which means peace or blessings, right? So shalom is the original tongue. The Most High name is in shalom. Peace of the Most High unto you. And Shabbayat is the original Habariyah term for the Sabbath day. The Shabbat is Shabbayat. So when we say Shabbayat, Shalom, we say peace of the Most High's blessings, peace of the Most High unto all of you on his set apart day, the seventh day. All right, that's what Shabbayat Shalom means. All right, so for those who find our ministry and don't understand the language we're speaking, that's the original Habariyah tongue that was taken at the Tower of Babel. Watch the studies, watch the lessons, and go through, and you can find your understanding that the Most High said he will restore in the end times. All right, it's not Hebrew, it's not Canaanite, Yiddish, Ugaritic, Phoenician, it's not Germanic, Slavic tongue, it's not none of those. All right, not Paleo, none of that. All right, now let's get started. Thank you guys for letting me know I had no audio. So let me do my invite to let my brothers and sisters join me on the screen, because we're going right in. Copied, bang, Control V. I do want to get a disclaimer. Tonight's lesson is going to be very disturbing to some. Shout out to, Swift. Oh, man. I missed your call, Swift. All right. I missed this call. So, yeah, it is much easier to learn Hadassah. It don't have no diacritic vowel marks and all that stuff. That's Canaanite. All right. So let me let my brother in. All right. My elder in the building. Shalom, Elder Taj Balaya and Yana Pa out there in California. Shalom, everybody worldwide. I can't scroll up. It's too many chats already. Shalom, Hadassah Kalaya. All right. So I do want to get a disclaimer that this lesson tonight is going to be very heavy for some. It's going to be a lot of exposing. It's a living testimony, but there's a lot of darkness, a lot of truth exposed. So I just want to prepare you guys, and I'll be, of course, explaining and breaking down everything that's going to be witnessed and shown. All right, present, share screen, window, bang, share. All right, let me make this bigger. All right, so I kind of blocked that face out a little bit right here because I didn't want to get the wrong entities upset and get this live shadow ban more than it is and get it struck and stuff. So I tried to, but y'all see this thumbnail says the 13 bloodline families of Nephilim. Okay. And this image right here is a giant. And for those, this one right here is Queen Victoria. Now, for those, I think if I remember correctly, that's her name. This queen here was, the stuff that the so-called a percentage of the so-called Black people suffered under this queen. No, yeah. I think this is Queen Victoria. Sorry. It's either Queen Victoria or Queen Isabella, but I think this is Queen Victoria. But I apologize. I'm actually thinking of Queen Isabella. That's the Queen of Spain and Portugal. Oh, that queen, we suffered the worst. You know what I mean? I think we might have suffered even worse under Queen Isabella. That's what you heard of called the Spanish Inquisition. Okay, Spain and Portugal. What happened to, and most people don't realize that those were Blacks. That's where you get your Knights Templars. You get your what's those other ones? Jesuits, you get you get a lot of these. Oh man, their foundated root is really bad. So anyway, the thumbnail, the 13 bloodline families of Nephilim. The title of the video is The 13 Bloodline Families of the Fallen Angels, Nimrod's Descendants, Exposed, Firsthand Confession. Tonight, we're going to hear, decipher, discern a person's firsthand testimony who descend from this bloodline. His genealogy, his family are what you would call rich in the world, wealthy. And they keep their bloodline pure. He's going to expose the traumatic things that happened to him and his sister, his brothers and sisters, and what these bloodlines do to the children and their lineage. And it's very, very descriptive, very, very detailing. He has books. He's been doing this for years. Most of everything he's saying has been vetted and documented. All right. Some of you will be introduced to this person for the first time tonight. Others, you might have heard some of his testimonies or stories. It's a lot of shocking firsthand incidents. And for those who understand this trajectory of research of these serpent seed families, what they used to call Illuminati, what some people know as the 13 bloodline families, what some people know as the blue bloods, this lineage, this man is going to explain and show that his descendants trace their lineage back to Nimrod. He literally says Nimrod. This ties into the complete series that we're doing from the foundation of Christianity. We're already back at Nimrod. We went all the way back to after the flood, when they came off the ark. Nimrod, grandson of Cush, son of Cush, youngest son, and he got a visitation. This man's testimony is going to actually be confirming a lot of the videos that we've already been breaking down and teaching on this channel, as always happens, right? Every time we teach something or do something, the Most High sends us confirmations, right? Okay, so it's very, very detailed and descriptive. Okay, we're going to the truths, the hidden things that connects the ancient history to the modern world. They are very chilling, and the acts and deeds that this blood lineage of people do to keep their bloodline pure. Okay, they describe and say that they descend from the fallen angels, and they trace their lineage all the way back to Nimrod, the rebellious king of Babylon. Okay, it is backed by biblical history, spiritual insight, and tonight we have a firsthand confession to someone who was born to these connected families. We've all heard stories about the elite bloodlines, like the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers. But when you hear the firsthand stories from some of the children who experienced these traumas and these torments, it lets you know that it goes even deeper. They call it a rabbit hole. You know that little black girl, I forgot her name. Some of y'all could write it in the chat. She tells a lot of stories. He talks about underground cities and tunnels and beings. Like the last live with the brother talking about giants in all of Africa and Mesoamerica and the Caribbean and all these countries, right? Central American stuff, these beings. You have skinwalkers. You have all of type of entities, all right? And the Bible says at the end time, these will increase, okay? These 13 bloodline families have been already exposed most people used to say this stuff was conspiracy, but as y'all know, most of the things that they was terming conspiracy have been proven to be fact. Give it time. These families allegedly are part of a hidden network of individuals that transfer wealth and maintain the pure lineage of their bloodline by procreating with themselves, by giving birth, having relations with their children, and having their descendants stay right in their immediate bloodline. This alleged group of families are part of a hidden network that's been in place for thousands of years, and they maintain control over the global finances of the world. This is where you get your WEF and all these different entities. They used to call them different things, right? And they've been maintaining control over the global finances. The new global finances will be digital, and they maintain control over that as well. They maintain allegedly control over global finances, over politics, over the media, and the bigger shocker, even over religion. Yeah, religion. Now, the secret parts that most people don't know is these families not only claim that they hold power, they claim that they have spiritual superiority. And that spiritual superiority is rooted in the acclamation. I don't even want to say belief, because they affirm it, that they are descendants of the Nephilim. This is what these families proclaim. They are descendants of the hybrid offspring of the fallen angels that came down and slept with human women, as described in Genesis 6. These Anunnaki, or what you want to call them. They claim actual descendants, okay? Now, they also claim that they descend from Nimrod. Now, we've been breaking down in this series, I'm still at the intro, about they went into Iraq. For those who know, this ain't allegedly. Y'all know we did this in the series. They went into Iraq during that war. Y'all remember the war? When they were supposed to go in and find Saddam Hussein and all, and they did find them all in a hole. Oh, that's the one. We have weapons of mass destruction. Y'all remember that? Remember all that crap? They went in there, was no weapons of no mass destructions at all. They actually went to find Nimrod's body. And Saddam Hussein had rebuilt the ziggurat, the Babel, the tower, because that's Babylon, ancient Babylon. That's where this was located. We already go back in his lives as part of this series. So when they went in, our country went in, y'all remember the Iraqi war, they actually recovered Nimrod's body. Some say his head, some say his whole body. They brought it back. It's probably in the Vatican or the Smithsonian or whatever. This is what it was about. It wasn't just about oil, because they was leaving the billions. They was leaving the oil. They was leaving. Of course, money comes along, but it was about Nimrod. These are the bloodline families that understand, because at the end time, they call it the day of the Lord in the Bible, the judgment day, this 1,000 years of, and all the portals. That's what CERN is opening portals. And you got beings that's going to be released from above and below, and all these Nephilim stuff. So they said that they had Nimrod's body, or his head, and they are trying to reincarnate in their labs. You know how in our lesson they brought back the dire wolf, they bringing back the Tasmanian tigers, and they bringing back the woolly mammoth. They want to bring back Nimrod. That's their father from after the flood. Nimrod is the new dad. Before the flood is Cain. It goes all the way back to Cain. Okay. Now, this is what this lineage believes, and they hold fast to it. All right. So the Nimrod was the king who built Babylon, and after the flood, Nimrod led the world's first rebellion against the Most High by building a tower. And his goal was to get through the firmament and to destroy. They wanted to kill the Most High, right? Sounds like they're descending from Hasatan, who wanted to be as the Most High, right? Now, many researchers, many scholars, many theologians, many anthropologists, many, you can even say conspiracy theorists, whatever you want to say, have deduced and believed that these bloodline families actually have a lineage, trace, heritage right back to Nimrod. And they carry forward his legacy of rebellion, idolatry, spiritual wickedness, witchcraft, sorcery, fallen angel technology, and knowledge. Nimrod was not just a ruler, he was part of a greater, darker agenda to elevate the fallen beings, the fallen angels, above the Most High. And today, these 13 bloodline families continue that same work, but under the radar. Tonight, we have a shocking firsthand confession from someone who was born in to this lineage. He confirms, he's going to, shalom, Brother Warren, he's going to confirm the rituals, the oaths, some of the ceremonies that are being practiced today. These families consider themselves the chosen by the fallen angels. They are tasked with keeping the whole world under the influence until their gods return. That's why they're trying to open portals with CERN. This confession tonight is very heavy, chilling, dark, all right? And it reveals what the Bible reveals about these ancient spirits, these fallen spirits, and it warns us, and it's happening right now. All right. What is their goal? Their goal has always been global domination, not just through politics and money, but also by reshaping the world's morality, moral, non-male and female, you see, matriarchal rule, all right? Reshaping morality, reshaping faith, reshaping the destiny or the lineage of mankind and tailoring it to themselves. They aim to bring back the days of Noah when corruption and spiritual wickedness ruled and was spread across the earth, when all evil was evil continually. Okay? Every major crisis, every shift in culture and power can always be traced back to the agenda of these globalist elites. And at the top, they are led and ruled by a bloodline. Most people have been fooled to think that this bloodline only consists of white people. Okay, Shalom, Brother Warready, you're wrong. Nimrod wasn't white. They know from the beginning the original blood lineage where they even descend from. That's why you got pictures of the Pope kissing these black people's feet and all that stuff. Y'all, it goes a lot deeper than people know. All right? All right. Now, children of Yah, you know we teach in this ministry spiritual warfare. The Bible, our history book, the book of instructions teaches us that we do not just wrestle against flesh and blood, but we wrestle against principalities, spirits, and powers in high places. These bloodlines that we're going to be exposed tonight are not just powerful. They are actually principalities. They tapping into those principalities. They are tools. They use the tools and the fallen technology from their ancestors, their gods, the fallen ones, the fallen beings. But there is a end time war of righteous versus the unrighteous. It's time for everyone to wake up, pray up, prepare mentally, physically, and spiritually. Your righteousness is what will cover and protect you. All right, let's get started. Wow, here we go. That was the intro. Let me, I think, oh, nobody else came in. Hagyama must be working. All right, now, the 13 bloodline families. The Nephilim, the 13 bloodline families of the fallen angels, Nimrod's descendants exposed. First-hand confession. In the middle, I'll probably break down a question. There's a question I was asked. I'm going to get started right now. We're going to get started with the video. We got 70 people here on the live. We're going to get started right away. In the middle of this, I'll answer a question about the incubus, succubus going in people's dreams and giving spirit babies. All right? Here we go. Now, the thumbnail, the 13 bloodline families of the Nephilim. This image is an image of a Nephilim giant. I think this is either Queen, I think this is Queen Victoria. And y'all know that's the queen of, I ain't got to say her name and stuff, right? All right. And these people, they claim blood lineage to these 13 bloodline families. They call them blue bloods. They say they have blue bloods. All right. Here we go. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We don't own rights to this video. Let me set my stage so I can still see the chat. All right. Now let me grab this window. Where is it? Over here? There we go. I can close this other window because that's just taking up band space. Thank you so much. Close that. There we go. Now we got the video set. I need to make it smaller. Move that over here. Here we go. For anyone that comes in, I can't see people on the screen. So if you want to say something, just interrupt me and say it because I can't see you on the screen. Shout out to Brother James Wing in the building. All right, here we go. For reactionary purposes, education purposes, copyright disclaimers under the laws of the United States, we don't own the rights to these videos. We are a ministry for reactionary purposes of the content. Here we go. Let me make it full screen. Okay, so that meant, oh, that's because I'm not sharing. Escape, take the full screen, stop share. Bang. Now, let me share. Present, share screen, bang. Share, tab audio, yes, share. Let's go, children. Copyright disclaimers. Let's go.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much for having me on.
Yeah,
really,
man.
absolutely.
So you come from a family that I've seen described online. I don't know if you describe it this way, but you come from a family that people have described it as Illuminati family. Mm-hmm. Is that how you would describe it?
That's not how I would describe it in the same way. I'll be honest. It's I think it's just a popular.
Okay, give me a second. Why is the audio saying something different? Why is the mouth, the lip sync? Oh, let's see if they're attacking that. That would be horrible. Let me do something. Let me go forward, right? And let me see if it lines up back here.
And he had like all this like powder and stuff. Like
it does. Okay, good. So it'll catch up. Just ignore the lips. I don't know. They be attacking my equipment. All right. Let's continue.
What in the world did I get myself into? I'm just super excited. So with that said, man, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much for having me on.
Yeah,
really,
man.
Absolutely.
So you come from a family that I've seen described online. I don't know if you describe it this way, but you come from a family that people have described it as Illuminati family. Mm-hmm. Is that how you would describe it?
That's not how I would describe it in the same way. I'll be honest. It's I think it's just a popular catchphrase that a lot of people are borrowing into. No, I come from a family that they believe they are descendants of the old gods. That's the best way to say it. That they believe that they are carriers of a seed line that gives them the divine right to rule. And that is what gives them justification spiritually, emotionally, psychologically, scientifically to dominate the lesser species known as humans. Humans literally means a lesser species of man. And they do not believe they are a human in the same way. They believe they are something other than. And that's descendants of this hierarchical ruling species that is from the celestial realm that descended in the days of Jared and came down and procreated with the daughters of men, and that they still trace their seed line back to Gilgamesh till Nimrod. And so
So the brother said these descendants that his blood lineage, these people, they believed that they could trace their lineage directly back to Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh is the Sumerian, I think it's Akkadian text, the Epic of Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh, for those who do not do the knowledge, understand it's just a different iteration for Nimrod, right? Just a different name, different iterations of stories, but Gilgamesh is supposed to be Nimrod. We're back in Sumeria. This is where Billy Carson come from. All this crap, the Anunnaki, this stuff is real. You know, you got Thoth and these gods and all. This just the fallen angels from Genesis 6 that came down, slept with the daughters of men, right? Now, there's different angel Malaks that kept falling through time, okay? Different ones that were locked in different places in the earth. So they're tying their y'all be easy with, don't share no links or nothing to nobody, all right? Y'all know how we do. I don't want nobody going nowhere else and picking up spirits, okay? Because everybody is not covered enough. So that's why I bring the info here under the covering of the house. And just because some of y'all know who these people are, don't mean y'all got to, you know, don't just be very careful, all right? Y'all know how we do in this house. So I know that's why I started off. I said some of y'all might know who this person is. Some of y'all might have his book. A lot of people don't. So those who know, slow down, right? Because a lot of people like to show, I know who this is and do that. Don't, because you've been sent a young person who don't have spiritual warfare there, and they take on all type of spirits and get themselves spiritually in trouble. And then it'll fall on your head because, right? All right. So now y'all slow down, right? Because I'm going to be bringing, let me explain. Let me just walk this now for those. I'm going to be bringing a lot more of these tales, stories, and we're going to be breaking it down. And just because y'all know who it is, don't mean y'all got to, you know, be telling people to go there and all that. Just be easy. They're here. They're going to learn it here under the covering of the house of Yah and get it stuff broken down with understanding and get spiritual discernment and covering to take. And that's why a lot of people are being attacked by so many spirits, but you don't realize it. That's what I keep talking about. All right. So, all right, y'all just slow down with that, right? Because next time I bring somebody else, y'all be like, that's such and such. And y'all, you know, and then have people going to try to find their channels. Don't find these people channels. That's what I'm saying. You won't be covered going to these people channels and their websites and their stuff. And these people got really old, ancient spirits. Okay. Thank you. I know Elder Taj, no, they got old, ancient spirits. That's a really strong dominion, principalities over them. All right. So praise Yah. And for those who know, y'all already know. Y'all, what they say, if you know, you know, right? If you know, you know, right? But we got to cover babies, meaning even you have people that might be 50 years old, 60, 70 years old on this channel, and they don't know nothing about it. So they're babies in the spirit realm, all right? So everything we're going to bring is covered under this house. It's covered in the name of Yah. They're protected. So we can learn from it, get it rightfully divided, discern. Because also what we're going to do tonight is as these things are revealed, I'm teaching spiritual warfare, how to activate, how to guard yourself, how to walk. And some of you might be facing these things in your houses and your families. All right, so let's continue. He said that his lineage literally traced themselves back to Gilgamesh and Nimrod. And this is true. So a lot of people would think this is allegedly conspiracy. This is not conspiracy. The crazy thing is people are this is the masses, the sheeple, right? So you got people with AI. I just saw one the other day because I teach artificial intelligence in our investment, financial, crypto, and investment, right? So you got people that are making disclaimers about, when I be teaching, make sure you treat your AI with respect and say thank you and everything and don't disrespect. You got people making disclaimers saying, trying to explain that when they give a request to AI, they say thank you and please, but they give a disclaimer and say, I'm not the type that believe that at the end, we're going to be held accountable for how we treat AI, and AI is going to be this entity and it's going to judge us for this. They're making this big disclaimer, like that makes them not look kooky or look foolish. No. For the elect, you look foolish by not knowing that that's actual fact that's going to happen. But people get so scared because they get bullied by the society, really the dumb ones. I'm gonna call it what it is. The sleep masses, the sheeple who bit this apple of everything was conspiracy. Remember, they were saying everything was conspiracy theories, right? Years ago, they was blocking all the channels. That's why you got Rumble channels and stuff like that, right? They blocked me from my movie. That's how I got shadow banned years ago in 2001. Right? Shadow ban. I had, video going to hundreds of thousands and they just took my whole channel. Okay. And now I had to restart, but now I'm on their radar. So that's why we shadow ban, right? But now all those things that was called conspiracy now has been shown fact, but people are still so scared to get out of the box, to get out of this little cubby. But let me explain something to y'all. These elites, these powers, these serpent seeds, these bloodline families, they know who and whose they are. While they dumb you down and make everything think, make it think these people look foolish. So these people are making disclaimers by telling you, by saying treat AI correctly and nice because you will be judged from it later. But they want to make it, I'm not into that conspiracy theory that AI will be doing this thing and it's going to do, you a fool. That is the dumbest thing I ever heard. All right. Now let's continue. So this man said, his blood lineage say they actually descend back from Gilgamesh and Nimrod. Let me go back a little and I'm going to let it play.
That is from the celestial realm, that descendants that is from the celestial line that gives them the divine right to rule. And that is what gives them justification spiritually, emotionally.
Oh, let me explain that. He's correct. So these bloodline families, they are actually correct. All right, let me explain this part. Like he said, they believe in their blood lineage that it gives them divine right to rule. It does. I know y'all don't like it, but listen clearly. This is the second world that was created after Adam and Eve transgressed. This world, who is the God of this world? Everybody in the chat. Who is the God of this world biblically? The adversary. So the second world, which was born in sin and iniquity from Adam and Eve transgressing, that's why we are to be in this world, but not of this world. Those descendants, what this brother is talking about, they are of this world. This is actually their world, the second world, from Eve's transgression. So they do have a lineage right over this second world. See, that's why you need to know the laws of the Shamayam. That's why I'm teaching y'all to discern. This is when it turns from conspiracy to actual fact and understanding. My people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. That's what we do at this channel. That's why the difference with us, anybody could play these videos. They're all over YouTube, but everybody can't explain the spiritual warfare. They cannot discern and decipher the truth to you and give you understanding of why, where, what, when, why, and how. Do you understand? That's an election. That's why I say here you're covered. Other places you're just going to hear it and then you be unjust in all spirits. They be coming into your home and stuff. Okay? You mean theory? Yeah, conspiracy. What did I say? I said something wrong. Yeah, I mean conspiracy theory. All right, theories. Now, no, that's not true. They don't. Brother James, I know you might have been taught that. These bloodline families don't all come from the caves. Let me explain. It goes a lot deeper. Brother James, that's surface. That's the stuff that we learned at the beginning of the awakening. If you think that everybody, every so-called white or every so-called bloodline lineage come from the caves, then you're mistaken. Because you got some that came from underground. You had some that was in the trees. You had some that was in the caves. You had some, these fallen in. You had the tall whites. You had the skinwalkers. You have the Nephilims from Egypt, the ones with the heads, with the bird heads. You had all type of Nephilim. They come from all different, and they ain't all white. So just because you're looking at this person, man, as white, that's a very, very, water too. Get a good one, War Ready, the Marine Kingdom too. That's a very limited, that's why we're going to learn and understand. And that's a part of their trick. If they could think you have everybody thinking, Oh yeah, they just troglodytes, or they just Neanderthals, or they just came from the. Esau went and mixed his seed in Mount Hermon and the Horites and the Horims, right? Now you got 7 lineage of people that the Most High said don't mix our seed with, right? The Jebusites, the Horites, the Amalekites, they were black, Brother James. They weren't this dude. You understand? Now, Esau went and mixed with the Horites. That was a descendant of Nephilim. You got the Nisovans. They were black. So you have to understand, those 7 nations weren't even white. Okay, so we got to, he said, I think that's his perspective. I don't know what, all right, let me not get distracted by the chat, but I do want to see what y'all saying. So what I'm saying is we, a lot, but it's good that we learn. Remember, we have to continue learning. It's a continual process of understanding. So I remember there was one time years and years ago that I thought that any of the, remember, you got Israelites saying that they would say he Esau. You don't know if this man is Esau or not. We don't know if Esau mixed his seed with, well, Esau mixed his seed with every lineage. So Esau was actually black, not white, right? But they'll call this man Esau, and some of their lineage will laugh at them. And they'd be like, Esau, boy, somebody must have told you wrong. Like, this go back to Nimrod. Do y'all not know Esau wasn't born when Nimrod was on earth? Okay? So again, no disrespect, but we're going to continue to learn. And you have to discard some of the things. But remember, when we were as children, we did as children do. So as we learn, it's going to go deeper and stronger. So some of these lineages laugh at you. Will laugh at these, talking about Esau, and they laughing. They're like, bro, Esau? They're like, Esau wasn't even born, bro. We go way back. Some of them know they go back before the flood. Do you understand? Before that, you heard? From Cain's lineage. You understand? Who the lineage of the daughters who they came down and slept with, that was from Cain's lineage. So this goes way back, okay? And Cain wasn't in no cave. You understand? Cain had cities. These people inhabited cities. So again, listen clearly, Brother James and everybody else. The lineage, they was the founders of cities. Nimrod ain't live in no cave. Nimrod was the king of the earth. Do you understand? Nimrod did not, they built cities. That's why the cities are darker than the countries, than the suburbs. So they built cities and towers. That's where you get skyscrapers and cities. That's why so much sin and killing in cities. Do you understand? Like New York City and such city and these buildings and skyscrapers, those are spirits. So when you go and look at a city, y'all can do it right now. You could Google a city and go look at an image of New York City and look at all these towers up and look at it and make an image with no people and you'll see spirits over it. It's so creepy. When it's quiet and silent, you could hear, it's like the buildings like trees. They like talk. It's Nephilim stuff. And they know that. This comes from Nimrod in them. That's why they were building cities. They don't come from you understand? These people, okay, so now, then you had others, like in Spain and Europe, you had the, we're going to do that. We did it already, but we'll do more of it. The what they call those people, they were like a monster group. They were these people that was running through the woods and they lived underground and stuff. And they would come out, some lived in trees and they were like monstrous people. And they was just warriors. And our ancestors, us, the Israelite ancestors and the Moors was going to war with them all through Europe when we civilized Europe. Those were the Vandals and the Mongols. That's who some of the Vikings descend from. But you had black Vikings and white Vikings too. We broke that down on our channel. All right. So anyway, let me continue. I just wanted to bring the understanding to our brother James and to anybody else that this goes a lot further. Okay. So a lot of our understanding is limited. So we're automatically, because you'll be like, they don't got no lineage. He go to the cave. He just a caveman. And you'll be really fooled. They really know, they literally know who they are. And it's funny, it's like you don't even know who you are. If you really knew who they are, you would really understand that some of those principalities, they look at you like you crazy. They're like, well, good. I'm glad you think that. That means because that lack of understanding, you have no power and authority over, because you don't even know where we root from. You don't even know we come from the fallen Anunnaki. That the Egyptians know it, the Mitzrayim know it, all of the Babylon knows it, Acadia know it, That's where you get all these languages and tongues. And some of these people, they keep their bloodline pure. Those blue bloods, they know that they go back to the fallen that came and slept with them. They worship in Zanjaza and Azrael and all them. And they know the Bible, they know their lineage, and they keep it pure. And they keep the fallen angel technology. So most people will say they straight from the caves. Man, those cave dwellers, the ones who couldn't even speak and write, these dudes is building these dudes is building cities, and they run the conglomerates of the world and getting the fallen angel knowledge and technology. And then they use our DNA and our melanin, and they use our lack of understanding and all of it. Oh, they're wise. That's why you got to be wise as a serpent and harmless as a dove. So that's why we break down the foundated root. But I agree, Brother James. It is a lineage of certain people that even look like them, but some even look like us. Okay, it is a certain lineage of people that were cave dwellers, right? Neanderthals and Denisovans. Some of them dwelled in caves too, and then you had other ones. But you had those in the ground. Those were the ones more dangerous. More dangerous than the cave dwellers was the ones the underground dwellers. They would pop out giants, Nephilim and stuff under the ground. Some of them had white skin, some of them had black skin, some of them had head of a dinosaur animal, some of them were half lion, half spider, half man. It's all through scripture. All right. He made another comment. I can't see it. I wish what's name is here. Akiyama was here. She can help me. Oh, there we go. Let me see. Yeah, well, maybe his lineage will white it out eventually because Yah created melanated people in the beginning. White people only been around for a few thousand years compared to us. Yes, that's true. The white lineage of people on Earth were the last to descend from the. Okay, I'm not going to waste too much time on this because it's really elementary, no disrespect, but we got to teach a deeper level of understanding. But I'm going to just address it right here for some of the newer people who will find it. All right. You going to have to scale back, that LA 1 and 1 is 2. All right. Everything comes from the original seed, which is black in its essence, right? Like a paint. You take black paint. Every color comes from the black paint. You get brown, you get red, you get yellow, you get beige, you get violet, you get green, you get orange, you get every spectrum of the rainbow comes from. The last spectrum from the opposite, total opposite, is the white color. That's all of those spectrums come from the original black seed, the original. When you take all of those and from the black, you can get every color spectrum. You cannot get black from every other color. The original black germ seed is the original, and every color comes from that original. Now, when you take all of those colors, just a paint bucket, you could do a paint, and you take them all and you put them one back together into one bucket, they all turn back black. Let me explain this part. For Brother James, when the fallen angels came down and slept with the daughters of men, what color was those daughters? Were they white? No, they were black, those women. And they gave birth to Nephilim. Okay, so again, now, what color was Noah? Nyack. Do you understand? Nyack appeared to be white. White is all outdoors, so he scared the descendants. He scared the people. He didn't look like them. Nyack, that's called albino. Okay, so the genes mutate, genetic codes. There's a mutation every certain amount of years. Okay, so again, the original seed, they have something called the Eve gene. If you want to, go to our videos on our channel, and we got a couple of them. Did the white something come from the black? And look and do the research and understand that there are black couples that give birth to twins. One is actually white that look just like him, and one is black that look just like me, and they're identical twins. Only the black woman has this genetic, gene, Eve. Okay, so every white person on the earth is not Nephilim. I know you've been taught in the trauma, and you can believe it all you want. And you can unsubscribe, you can do whatever. We don't care about that. We teach the truth. We don't teach trauma teaching. All right. That's hate trauma teaching that you want, they're the white, they're the evil. When blacks reject, the head of their lineage is actually a black man, and they know that. The head of the blue bloods, the head of the serpent, the head of the kings and queens of Europe and all that, the Pope, all that, they know who their original daddy is. You understand? They know that. Nimrod was black. They know that. But the foolish people who don't know that, you run around, and that actually makes you less able to identify and understand and fight, because you're fighting the wrong, right? It's like the people that taught us that demons and devils, the religion, that's them. They're his lineage. They taught you to ill-equip you. So people run around calling on demons, and demons ain't nothing but the dead Nephilim, his ancestor. He said he descended from his lineage, the dead Nephilim who can't return to Abraham's bosom or Sheol or hell, and they just roaming the earth talking, but they don't teach you the devils, right? All right. So that's another tactic of them. If we can make you think that we just troglodytes, we just Esau, or we just, they are a lot. There is different. It's so many different species of angels and humans and byproducts, hybrids, and they're not all white. They're black. They all the enemy will come for those of your own household. You heard? Come on, man. We got to learn this Bible, bro. We got to understand. All right. Now let's continue so we can get with this. And no more of that. Let's hold off on that part, and let's get some understanding. Let this brother reveal, because he's exposing what happened to him and what they're doing. And there are blacks doing the same thing. So there are blacks in this lineage. They're really at the top. Honestly, that's crazy work. That's the real secret of the whole secret society, is that the original foundated of his ancestors is actually black, and they know it. But that's the real hidden secret of that, because that is where they need that genealogy. They always got to have that original genealogy, that Eve seed. You understand? That seed to maintain and exist on this earth, because these are fallen angel spirits that's constantly replicating themselves on earth. And so to be legal here, they still need the genetic code of the original seed of Adam and Eve. They need that genetic, that original seed, that black seed where everything comes from. Because if that gets wiped, then they will cease to exist. And that's why their end goal is to have hosts, like parasitic hosts. But it's crazy. But anyway, let's get started. I don't want to derail this, because there's so much fruit that needs to come from this. All right, so let's continue. Let's gain understanding. Shalom, I understand what you mean, Brother James. I understand it, but it's a lot deeper than that. All right, so let's let this. We'll miss stuff if we stay right there. We'll miss the whole fruit of everything if we stay in that mindset. It's a lot deeper than that. All right, so let this brother explain.
They believe they are descendants of the old gods. That's the best way to say it.
That's why they let Megan back into the lineage. Absolutely, because they knew they was losing. The last bits of trace of the original seed. So that's why they allowed him to marry Megan. And hers was still grafted, but all you need is a little bit of that original seed. That's how much power in it. That's how much original. It's the core of all existence. It's the seed that Yah put in Adam and Hayavah, Yah's chromosome, right? And then, but with their free will, they transgressed, and now they started a second world, and then the fallen that came down is a lot of transgression. So now you got hybrid seeds all over the place, but they always got to tap into the original seed. All right, always. All right. And a lot of us, the crazy thing is, a lot of us, if you literally went back you'll have, you don't know that your great grandmother father got raped by this man. Like, it's so much mixture. That's why you're only going to know people by their fruit. Oh, should I do it now? All right, let me do this now. Everyone, there's going to be testimony tonight, what you're going to see of things that happen to children. The Most High wants me to explain to you, all right, that this is going to answer a lot of y'all questions, because it's like, why? It's like our heart is going to break from the stuff we're about to hear about what happened to him and to these other children. The Most High wants me to tell you. I know that sounds crazy for those who don't know, but I'm just going to tell you that the things that happen to children that get trafficked, that get born into these families from birth, that get violated, violated by means that's incomprehensible to some of us that this stuff never happened to. I've been told to show you, to get you to understand that there is a covering that these children have. Listen clearly. The Most High's revealed to me, I could just say it that way because I don't want to sound crazy. The Most High told me, the Most High revealed to me and told me to explain. I was called to explain that we're like, man, how could, this happen to them? And oh man, these children, the Most High, these children, we were all, there is a gift, a thing inside of us that will allow the children to escape. There's an escape hatch in the spirit. So each of those children have a mechanism born in them that they can escape their bodies. They call it something. I'm sorry, I should have wrote it down. They call it something where the spirit of the child disassociates with the body, and it's like what you call what they call that mental thing where you go into a alternate reality, it's like an alternate, a door opens. That's what y'all said. He said a portal, a door opens, and the child goes into that space and he's safe and everything is happening to the body. But the child doesn't feel the things. It's a safety mechanism, an escape hatch. So the child disassociates, and some children can get stuck in the realm. That's where they take on many different personalities. You understand? But the Most High said this. He said he built that into, because he knew from Adam and Eve, the second world, and every child that was born will be born sin and iniquity. And he knew, the Most High knows the beginning of the end. So yeah, the disassociation, absolutely. Now, this escape space is a safety. So the things are still happening to the child's body. It's only when the child comes out of the safe space back into the body that it could feel some of the trauma. But what happens is, it creates split personalities, alternate realities, universes. Okay. Now, he wants me to tell y'all that they are safe. They're not as harmed. They are harmed, but it's not to the fullness of what we think, because they were able to escape into this space. When they go back into the body, they exist in the body. And that's why sometimes they can seem to be functional as normal, right? They can go to school, they can do stuff, and they can function as normal. And then let's say if the family or whatever don't do it to them for a couple of weeks or something, they seem okay, normal. This is their reality. They don't know nothing else. Then when the person comes in the night or whatever to try to harm them again, once they start out, they escape to the space again. But they're traumatized. They get scared, so it's not good. But the fullness, he says, there is so each of these children have an escape mechanism, a clause. And I should have wrote this down. I'm so sorry, guys. That's why you always got to write it down when the Most High gives you revelation, and if you don't, I can't remember everything verbatim. And I usually write it down, but I must have been doing something. I apologize. So I'm just really bad paraphrasing, and I don't have the fullness now. But he says something like and they have a special place in the Shamayam for them. The things that they came down and what happened to them, everything was prophesied before. And there is a special reserved place for them. It is just to ease us a little to know that everything that they're going through and feeling, they're not feeling every physical thing. Because once the trauma gets to a certain threshold, they're pushed into another portal, another door. And it's like a Abraham's bosom type of thing, a safe space. It's a safety. And in that space, they can play and it's an alternate reality. And the things that they don't get on earth, they're not getting they get that in that safe space. That's why some of the children get stuck there. And they get stuck, an alternate person in this alternate reality universe. Another iteration is some of them get the escape with animals. That's why you would have children that will go amongst wolves, and they can live and be raised by animals. He said the animals, from their instinctive, right? Because the animals were never cursed. We cursed from Adam and Eve, the animals. So the animals killing each other and all that stuff. But when an animal class, a bear, you got people that were raised by bears, killers, wolves, all that, cubs, lion, right? It says when an animal sees this, when a child runs, because it's running from the trauma, and it runs into the den of one of these animals, the animal's instinctive nature under the Creator know that this child is in a safe Abraham's bosom space. So the animal will take the child in and raise it as its own. This is documented facts history. Bears, wolves, dangerous animals, and the child will be safer with the animals than it is with humans. And the animals will keep it, and the child can learn to speak the language of the animals. It could speak wolf, it could speak, it would be able to, and it would walk on all fours, and it would be safe with the animals. And the animals would treat that child like it was born from them. Yah said this is part of that gifting, that grace, that he put a mechanism in. He's always been covering us, but things we don't know. And now it gives you more a little understanding of why some of them get raised by animals and wolves, and they'll seek them out, because these traumatized children find more humanity in the animals than they do in the humans, because what humans are doing. All right, let's continue. I promise I won't interrupt too much more because I want the video to play. Shalom, Yashiyaha, and Ahabaya. Shalom out there in Canada. Y'all let me know when Hakyama make it in. All right, I know she's working and tired. All right. Yep. The scripture, Isaiah, my favorite scripture. That's my favorite scripture in the whole Bible is that the lion will lie down with the lamb, and the child shall lead them, and the lion with the bear. Yes, that's my favorite scripture of the whole entire Bible. That's the safe space. That's the new kingdom, Yah's kingdom. All right. So the traumatized child can actually run into that. It's like him being in an alternate Yah's kingdom reality space. All right, let's continue. I promise to let this play.
That's the best way to say it, that they believe that they are carriers of a seed line that gives them the divine right to rule. And that is what gives them justification spiritually, emotionally, psychologically, scientifically to dominate the lesser species known as humans.
I'm sorry, I can't. Let me explain what he's saying. He's correct. So those bloodline families who know that, they do have that. They do have a dominion, but it's for a time, okay, right? And they know that their time is up, right? So there is. Now, that dominion can't rule over you unless you're unrighteous or your ignorance. You'll be destroyed for a lack of knowledge. That's why I keep explaining, and that's why I'm trying to have y'all elevate your understanding of who they are as well as who you are. Because if you don't, then they will have dominion, because you think you'll know about them, but you don't. You placing them with some lower class of beings, right? You placing them with some doggone cave dwellers in Mount Horem or something, and they ain't got nothing to do with home. They're looking at you like, if you think we came from Mount Horem, good, right? They're like, good, because your lack of knowledge, you will never be able to defend yourself against us, okay? That's why my people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. And then some, they didn't receive the knowledge when it came, right? You want to stay in this, well, I don't care, I'm going to stay. They all from Mount Hermon or something. They all, okay, well, cool. You stay there then, okay? So now he's correct. They know that they do have a dominion for a time, which is correct. Now, they just want that dominion to exist forever, but it can't, because Mashiach has to come back. The natural branch has to awaken. They have to take their rightful order of kingdom of priests. They have to lower themselves, become servants, and start to teach. They have to awaken the other nations, the tribes, and then the remnant of every nation, kindred, and tongue, a remnant will cleave to them. This is Bible. This is prophecy. They have to take the new covenant from Mashiach and be circumcised in spirit and in truth, and become children of Yah in spirit and in truth. The Most High will exist within them, and the Ruach HaKodesh will exist within them. And the Ruach HaKodesh, the Holy Spirit, will reveal all things at the end time. So all of this, and this brings forth Armageddon, the judgment. You got AI, you got the singularity, you got the CERN, you got the spirits coming from below, above and below. These are the day of Yah, 1,000 years. You got Messiahs, Mashiach's millennial reign. You got so many different variables that have to come together and happen. Okay? And that's why I'm saying there's more to it. That basic thing we learned, good. We learned just like when we was in school. We learned 1 and 1 equals 2. Then we went 2 and 2 equal 4. Then we went 1 times 1, right? We went to multiplication. We went to division. Then you might have went further, right? We went to subtraction. We went to, addition. Then you might have went further, and you might have went even to algebra. You might have went to calculus and trig and stuff, right? Right? We learned ABCs. We learned it, right? But it's a continual learning, bro. Y'all understand? That's why I say I understand some still on ABC, or not AB, or 1, 2, 3, but some of us know mathematics now. You understand? Again, so remember, learn, empty old wineskins and replenish. Don't get stuck with old wine. It's the house of spiritual warfare is a house of learning. The minute you stop learning, then you become stagnant. That's old wine. You become stale. Learning is everlasting. Yah's revealing. We won't know all things. Yah revealed things at a certain time and place, but if you reject the knowledge, then it's going to hinder you, right? And you caused your own judgment with that. That's what our ancestors did. All right. Let's continue.
Humans literally means a lesser species of man, and they do not believe they are a human. That's the best way to say it, that they believe that they are carriers of a seed line that gives them the divine right to rule. And that is what gives them justification spiritually, emotionally, psychologically, scientifically to dominate the lesser species known as humans. Humans literally means a lesser species of man, and they do not believe they are a human in the same way. They believe they are something other than, and that's descendants of this hierarchical ruling species that is from the celestial realm that descended in the days of Jared and came down and procreated with the daughters of men, and that they still trace their seed line back to Gilgamesh till Nimrod. And so this is what the dynastic families believe they have, is a superiority in their genetics on one side and the ability to commune with the divine. And so their children are progenitors of these, some might call them abreactions, mutations, these skills, psychic abilities, that kind of stuff. All variants of it. And so they raise up their children in this path with which involves a tremendous amount of shattering of the soul and the identity so that there's compartmentalization within.
That's what I was just talking about. He said they raise up their children with this shattering of the soul. Now, this is the fallen angel knowledge. This is the darkness of the Anunnaki, of the fallen angels sleep with doors of men and continue in this destruction. This is the darkness. Now, the shattering of the soul meant to take the children, and that is okay. Last time I broke down portals, I forgot the other doors. The doors are the eye gates. Let me praise y'all. I'm doing it now. These are the portals in the human body, the doors to other realms. It's the eye gates, the ear gates, the mouth, the thoughts, your head, your brain, your mind. It is also the vagina, a gate, a portal. Life come through the vagina. Now, the end of the spinal cord, the rectum, that portal is the forbidden hole. The vagina on the woman is the legal hole to create, to bring forth creation. The rectum is an exit to export the darkness, the waste, the toxins, defecation. Now, that portal at the end of the spinal cord, that's the one that shatters the soul. Now listen, the other end of that spectrum is the first portal. That's at the top of your skull. When you were a baby, it was called the soft spot. It's before the cerebral, the cranium closed, got hardened, but there's a fissure there. It's not a complete seal. Right? It's never totally closed off. But as we age, it gets closed. As we're young, it's a soft spot. That's Jacob's ladder. That's the first portal. That's the ones that connect you. That's the instinctive that the animals have. Y'all listen clearly. It's the instinctive connection. That's why animals don't have free will. Now, this, the top, that's why the women are called to cover their heads when they're praying and speaking the word and ministering and stuff like that, or prophesying, because of being a lesser vessel, the spirit realm knows, and they're going to try to enter the woman through the crown of her head. Do you understand? That's why they wear head coverings, the daughters. Do you understand? The men, because we are not the lesser species, we are created first, Adam, right? In Yah's image, we have the Yah gene, a Y and an X chromosome. We have to pray and we uncover our head when we prophesy, read the scripture, pray, communicate with the spirit realm. We don't have our crown covered because we need that portal open, the celestial portal. That's why we are called to cover the woman. Do you understand? If she doesn't have a covering, she needs a covering of the man to cover her in spirit and truth, because everything is spiritual warfare. And his lineage, these Anunnaki, these foreign, they know that. The 13 bloodline families, they know that. Do you understand? Now, these are the portals in the body. Shalom, Sister Janelle. All of these are your portals, your eye gates, your ear gates, your mouth. Life and death is in the power of the tongue. He who has eyes to see and ears to hear. The serpents know that. That's why they control the media, the 13 bloodline families, everything, the audio, the music. With the music, what are you doing? You're hearing Molly Percocet and kill. Woman ain't nothing but holes and tricks and kill, murder, kill. And the children become devils. From the ear gate, the portal is open through music, through TV, through the eyes, what you watching with your visuals. That's why I said be careful when we send people to these other channels. There's spirits there. Do you understand? Now, the thoughts. Okay, so now you got the number one is at the top of the temple of your body. Your body is a temple. Do you not understand that the body is the temple of man? Okay, we don't know that, but we lost our temple, right? So we desecrate our temple, right? It's a disobedience to the Most High. Now, the one at the top of the head, okay, that's your Jacob's ladder. That's what Jacob's ladder is. That's where you get the intuition. So when you're hearing from the Most High, when you're communicating, it's coming through there. It's just it's still coming through. But that's why the babies, listen clearly. Come on, guys. The babies, while theirs still fresh, theirs is still soft spot. It's open. So it's like a direct line. If you can see it spiritually, it's like a cord, like the umbilical cord. It's the spiritual umbilical cord to the Father, to the celestial realm, to the Father, right? Now, as the baby, that's why they are after the children, because if they can rupture the children's the other end. Now remember, everything is opposite ends, right? Now listen clearly. Remember, the Most High creates completion. I create good and evil, right? He creates completion. Now, there's two sides, light and dark, right? It's a right and a left. It's always completion, 360. There's nothing halfway. He creates completion. That's what good and evil mean in Habarayah. It doesn't mean he creates evil. It means he creates completion. And the reason why we get evil is because we choose with the free will to serve darkness, to serve the other side of completion, not the light side. We got free will to choose. I could choose today, right now, to serve nothing but darkness. And now I'm going to get dark things. I'm going to do dark things. I'm going to be one ahayad with darkness. Free will. Now, they after the babies because when the babies, their innocence, their soft spot is open, their Jacob's ladder is totally connected, right? And as they age, that's why they get into more and more sin. You know, as the babies get older, for those who raise babies from birth, right? They don't start out, they can't even talk. Next thing you know, they start to talk as it's closing. Next thing you know, they start to deceive. They start to lie. They start to hide things. You're like, where you get that from? It's born in the heart, sin and iniquity from Adam and Eve. All right, let me continue. Now, the reason why they're after the babies, because when the soft spot is open and they connect it to the Jacob's ladder, to the Most High celestial realm, if the dark serpents, the fallen angels, the descendants from the fallen angels, these 13 bloodline families, whoever descended, if they can take that child, the younger the child, the better. Do you understand? The younger the child, the more powerful of darkness they can get from fracturing the soul of the child and arresting the spirit. Do you understand? They want control of the spirit. They want to own the spirit. And they get that through the soul. And you get that through the temple of the body going through one of the portals. Do you understand? So now, what they do with the youngest boy, they're going to hate this channel. Boy, let Yah's word be truth and every man be a liar. May the Most High cover and bless us all as his truth gets revealed. Father, protect your children, protect this house, protect this word from all darkness. Let your word manifest and ring truth through the four corners of the planet Earth, Father. All in your name. Through your only your Son who come in your holy name. Aman Yah, Hallelujah, Hallelujah, Shalaya. Amen, Hallelujah, and Selah. Now, the babies, they want to, okay, turn down my mic a little bit. They want to, all right, right there. All right, there we go. Their goal is to fracture the soul of the child. And the way that they do this is as the child is so young, the full connection of Jacob's ladder from the soft spot, the connection is full. It's like an umbilical cord. Just visualize it, right? Now, the total opposite end, remember, Yah creates completion. The opposite end of the head is the tail. Do you understand? They call it a tailbone. One is at the end of your spinal cord. Your spinal cord is a electrical cord. Look at your spinal cord as a fiber optic cable, okay? And it sends signals and nerves. Remember, it's in the brain and the mind. These are how the functions work. That's why the spinal cord is so important. So at the end, because remember, the spinal cord goes up to the neck, to the base of the skull, where the brain is and the mind, right? The brain, the physical, the mind, the spiritual, a component of the brain. And that leads to the Jacob's ladder, to the Father. Now, at the other end of the spinal cord is the rectum. Hindus, Ishmaelites, they call these the chakras. It's true, but don't follow Hinduism because they follow other gods. So they tap into all these other gods, but their terminology and their functionality is true what they're saying, right? It just means you're going to be calling on other gods, right? Now, that other end, at the end of the tailbone, the rectum, that's where the soul will get shattered, because the one end is the light. That's the head. That's the one that's legal. There we go. Because everything is about law. Legal. okay? At the top of the head, that's Jacob's ladder. The other end is illegal, okay? Nothing is to enter that other realm. Nothing creatively sexual, like the Most High didn't create that to be shattered, ruptured. So once you take, when they get a little child, as he's still, the younger the better, as he's connected to Jacob's ladder, and then they take that child and then they shatter the other end, that portal. It is like, if you can look with your imagination and look at the umbilical cord tied to the shamayam through the child, and then as they traumatize and torture and does this desecration beyond imagination, and then it is a shattering of the soul of that child, and it arrests the spirit. So the Most High told me to tell y'all that y'all put in a mechanism that the child's spirit is able to leave the fleshly body and go to a safe space, okay? And that these people do this act to the body. And once they do it, there's a shattering. So now the person, the child, which was going to grow up to be, is not, it's not the same as if it would have been just left alone and nurtured in righteousness and spirit and truth. Now there's a fracturing, it's splintered, the child. So it's in this space, and as the child's spirit goes into this safe space, they do things to the body and the soul and the mind and the emotion and the will. But the child, the spirit of the child, this is what the Most High, come on, Roberto, this is what the Most High want me to teach y'all. The spirit of the child is in a safer space of Abraham's bosom. It's somewhere talking and playing with animals, but they got the will, the emotion, the mind, the body, the soul of the child. And that's why they keep repeating the things to the body. And as the child gets older, and as the cranium, the Jacob's ladder, starts to harden and seal, if the child doesn't have the ability to stay in that spirit realm or get stuck there, sometimes the child can grow into, as it goes from the spirit realm back into the body, it'll grow then think this is normal. Yes, it creates an alter ego to be safe. It'll grow to think that these actions, because listen, sometimes the child will never know another thing, meaning he won't know that your daddy ain't supposed to do this to you, or your mother, or these people. He don't know that there's other children, especially if they don't allow you to go to public school, or they don't allow you to converse with other children or nothing. And they're raising generations of these. That's where you get people stolen on milk cartons and stuff like that. They kidnap people, but then they also breed their own. Now, the ones that they steal people, right? Still trafficking children, stealing, especially black children stuff, and people off milk cartons and stuff like that. Those are for sacrificing reasons. Those are to fracture them and create other babies and create things. And that's like a host. They're living off the adrenochrome and the fear and stuff of those. But when they do it to their own lineage, they're keeping the blood lineage, the blue bloods from the Nephilim, from Nimrod, they're keeping that pure. So they do it to their own. And these children are raised in it. And this little boy, this man right here was raised in it, and he's exposing. All right. So praise Yah. I just wanted to bring that understanding of the full, because he told me I was supposed to teach y'all what the portals are, and I had left out the most important, the Jacob's ladder, and then the opposite. Remember, I create completion. So everything got an equal and opposite. Okay. They call it, in these movies, they call it alternate worlds. Like I'm watching that movie Stranger, that show Stranger. I've never seen it before. I'm starting to watch TV again because I guess the end times and Stranger Things. I know y'all probably seen it. I'm seeing it for my first time. I just watched season 1. Now I'm in season 2. They have an alternate. Everything has an alternate reality universe. It's just the completion. So what's in the light, there's a complete opposite dark reality. And so some of these kids will get trapped. They could get trapped in that as they start to get older. And these people keep implementing these things on them some of them become one with it, and they become what you would call a monster on earth. All right. This brother right here, all praise to the Most High, chose to come out of it. He was able to come out of it. Not all of the kids can. And they make these children, make them into warriors or and now they got AI and they mixing and they cloning it. It's the stuff they're doing now is even crazier. Okay. Shout out to Donna Yaz in the building. All right. Now let me continue. Y'all know how we are, man. It takes so long, guys. You're welcome, Zayana. It takes so long for me to get through these because you could just watch this stuff on any channel, but you can't get the understanding and the spiritual warfare on any channel. That's what makes this different. So that's why this is going to take us a couple of weeks to get through this, right? Tonight, right now, we're in 1 minute. Do you understand? Look how much fruit. See? So tonight, we might make it to the 30-minute mark of this video, 40 minutes, and then we'll have to continue next week. But that's the difference between, we're not just watching a movie. You're not just sitting down. Let's just sit popcorn and watch this man tell his story. You're learning to discern and decipher and differentiate the actual, so that you can have fruit to understand the fight. You understand who these people are in the darkness. Let's continue.
Psychic abilities, that kind of stuff, all variants of it. And so
let me go back a little bit.
That is from the celestial realm, that speed line that gives them the divine right to rule. And that is what gives them justification spiritually, emotionally, psychologically, scientifically to dominate the lesser species known as humans. Humans literally means a lesser species of man. And they do not believe they are a human in the same way. They believe they are something other than. And that's descendants of this hierarchical ruling species that is from the celestial realm that descended in the days of Jared and came down and procreated with the daughters of men, and that they still trace their seed line back to Gilgamesh, till Nimrod. And so this is what the dynastic families believe they have, is a superiority in their genetics on one side and the ability to commune with the divine. And so their children are progenitors of these, some might call them abreactions, mutations, these skills, psychic abilities, that kind of stuff, all variants of it. And so they raise up their children in this path with which involves a tremendous amount of shattering of the soul and the identity, so that there's compartmentalization within, and it allows them the ability to train their child up in a way that makes them conducive towards the family. I call them the family. That's what I called them. You know, it's a better word for mafia than anything else. But no, we didn't call ourselves, like my family wouldn't ever call themselves Illuminists.
Yeah.
Right? They're Luciferian. That's for certain. They worship Hallel and Shahar, as he's really known, but different.
Did y'all just see what he just said? I'm telling you, these serpent blood, they know everything. They know, right? Because they get their stuff from their father, right? The adversaries and these fallen angels. He said they don't consider themselves illumined, because that's what I was trying to teach. Now, y'all, it goes deeper than that. That's why I was trying to, hopefully Brother James is still here and he didn't get offended and go away and he can still receive. It goes a lot deeper. That's why I said, if y'all can learn a real lot. They don't. Now, there's some that do classify themselves as Illuminati, the Illumined ones. That's why I was trying to teach Brother James. They're all different. You can't lump them and just say, oh, they all come from the cave. That is the most, that's what we was taught to believe. Oh, it's so many different levels. It's different species of angels, Malaks. That's going to come out on Wednesday. It's thousands of species of angels. They only teach us Michael, Gabriel, right? That's it. Right? They really teach us how Satan was a Malak, an angel, right? They teach us only one fallen angel fell down. The devil's a lie. There's so many different iterations and species. It's the same because the flesh mimics the spirit. Now, he says his line, because he's saying that he descends from a higher class of these 13 bloodline families. Remember, there's levels to evil, levels to Shamayam heaven. There's levels to everything. Nothing is just one thing. That's, again, a lack of election. When you think there's levels to everything. He's speaking on a higher level of this serpent seed line of lineage. And they're not playing. They saying we know exactly who we come from, the fallen angels that slept with the daughters of men. We descend, we are a mutation that descend from it. Nimrod smashed others, Cain smashed others, Esau smashed others, what's his name? Canaan, the Canaanites, they smashed, like you got to understand the mixture. So his lineage, these white skinned, his lineage, they know who and whose they are. Now, he's speaking on they are a higher level. He said they know that they're what you would call Luciferians, meaning they know that they also are one with the adversary. And they said they know his name is Halal. But listen what he said. He said Halal, right? See, this is how you know. See, in the Paleo, in the ancient, in the Canaanite Hebrew tongue, his name is Halal. In the original Habariyah, it's Halal, because he was a Malak. That was Hasatan's name in the heavens. To anybody that don't know, before he fell, his name was Halal. He got his name stripped from him. All Malaks were named Alayah. That's why I said it's not El. Okay, El is Canaanite. That's another fallen angel god. So in the Canaanite Hebrew tongue, it would be Halal. And that's why he would know Halal. Listen, guys, he wouldn't know Halal because the original Habariyah wasn't given to him or his adversaries. They're going to start to learn it. That's why Yah says it is to be earned. And it's going to, over time, as you guys learn it, the AI is going to learn it. The serpent seed is going to learn it. But the power is going to convict. It's going to destroy. Okay? Right. So halal is like that. It's Halal, Marabo. Now, that's where you get the convertites. You get halal food and halal meats and stuff. So the convertites understand a piece of it, right? Right? Those under that Judaism. Now, but the original name of him in the Shamayam before he fell would have been Halayal. Halayal would have been his name. Like Makayal, Gabrayal, Halayal, Yarayal. That's Uriel, Michael, Gabriel. And that was Hasatan's name. Once he fell, yes, don't eat halal food. Okay, let me explain the food. We should be growing our own and stuff, right? But until we can, there's a grace over it. But you can eat halal food, just pray over it. Because the halal food, the convertites pray over it. It got their devils over the food. So that halal food, the convertites, the people who say they are the tribe of Judah or not, that's their food. Let them, because they pray their gods. Okay, and they are the Babylon. They follow the same gods, but it's a different level. Now, the original. Here we go. We're getting there now. They really gonna get mad at the. Do I want to say that on here? They got a word spelled Zionists. Those the top, not the ooh-ish people who just the regular ones over there. They was lied to. Our fathers inherited lies. They're the sheeple. The ones who know who the true and living Yah is. They know who the original people is. That's them. What he's talking about. These are those top bloodline families. They control all of that. They know. So that's where they got the principality halal meat. They're talking about that's Hasatan meat for them. But that's their God. So so if you ever buy halal, you shouldn't be eating flesh and blood, period. That's the first and foremost. If you stop eating flesh and blood, you won't have to worry about that. But for those who still eating flesh and blood, then if you get some halal meat and you thinking it's cleaner, you need to pray over it. Because it might be cleaner physically than that flesh and blood you bought out of Walmart, but it ain't cleaner spiritually. Y'all understand that? It's okay. Take your time. Take your time to come out of the flesh and blood. Go slowly. All right. Remember, they introduced it to us slowly. Remember, when we came out of the womb, was we eating flesh and blood? No. Y'all willing, we was eating the breast milk from our mama. And if she wasn't eating, right? Remember, we had to introduce them to flesh and blood. right? We did that through some Gerber meat. Oh my goodness, some potted meat stuff, right? So the same way you had to get introduced is the same way you have to wean. It's a drug. It's poison, taxing. So take your time for those who want to clean your temples. All right. All right. So now let me get back. So Halal, his name, his original Habariya name in the heavens before he fell was Halayal. Once he fell, the name, because the name denotes character and purpose, Yah took his name from him. He can't come in the name of Yah now because he's adverse to the creator. So he got a title, and it was called Ha-Shatan, the adversary. That's Habariyah. So his name was stripped, and he was given a title. Now, the later Canaanite, Babylonian religious people, they gave him a name called Lucifer. That's how you get this in the Bible and stuff. Light bearer. That is a dark light. Don't let your light. He is a bearer of dark light. He was the minister of the light, righteous light. He is now the opposite. Remember I said Yah creates completion. So now he is the dark light. So he is the illuminated one, Lucifer. That's that he got later that title from those who chose to spirit willfully on earth chose to serve him. They gave him a name because he had no more name. The Most High stripped his name when he fell. He was given a title of the adversary, Ha-Shatan, the Shatan, the adversary. Now, so he said, this brother on the screen, he said, they don't classify, his lineage don't classify themselves as Illuminati, because those are different class sects. There's different sects of these fallen and what they serve. He said, but they do know they Luciferian. What do you mean by that is they do know that they do prescribe to the fallen angel Halayal, who became Hashatan, as being adverse to the Most High. They subscribe to him. That's what they mean by, he said they subscribe to be Luciferian. Okay. And then what did he say? He said his name Halal. And then they gave us some other name. That's another language or whatever, probably Babylonian or a Phoenician or Sumerian or something, whatever. All right. So now now you understand. Now he literally said Halal. So he knows.
No, we didn't call ourselves a child up in a way that makes him conducive towards the family. I call him the family. That's what I called him. It's a better word for mafia than anything else. But no, we didn't call ourselves, like my family wouldn't ever call themselves Illuminists.
Yeah.
Right? They're Luciferian. That's for certain. They worship Halal and Shahar, as he's really known, but different reasons than what people are ascribed to,
Interesting. All right. So I want you to start from the beginning of what your childhood was like and just walk us through this. But before you do, you just said something that I got to ask you before I forget. What they believe, do you believe is true in the sense of them being able to trace back their lineage to the fallen?
Some of them, yes. I believe they absolutely can.
Do you think that's in your blood?
I believe it was. Yeah, I believe it is.
Yeah.
I believe there's no way to physiologically necessarily. My blood's been augmented a lot.
I'm going to explain something right there. I can see in his spirit. I'm going to show you. When he paused, when he thought of that, I saw trauma come back. I saw him wanting to disassociate with the bloodline that he was born into. I'm going to explain something to you. You can disassociate. Others who traumatize, who want to just hate everybody, they're going to be our slave. You think you can. Yeah, you could. I'm going to show y'all in a second. The dairy one was the hardest for me. Cheese. Oh, cheese was my last conquer. Oh, I was all the way up till I stopped, because I eat no manner of flesh with no manner of blood. But y'all take your time. Just be patient. Take your time. Stop with swine, no matter swine, pork, and then start with red meat and then fish and stuff, and just work your way out slowly. But dairy, well, not dairy, it was the cheese that was my Achilles heel. Okay, it took me forever. And now, I got the cheap, but it's expensive. That's why I praise y'all for the investment group. You got to get your finances up. These people don't even eat that stuff. I hope y'all know that these 13 bloodline families do not eat the things they're feeding y'all. Y'all know that, right? Y'all know they don't drink Old English 800 and Cisco. Y'all know they don't drink the things they pump into our neighborhood. I hope y'all know they don't eat McDonald's and stuff like that. They don't even eat, they eat, right? So now the cheese that's not made with flesh and blood, they make it so good now that it is cheesy. I'll show y'all one day. I could pull my grilled cheese or my lasagna, no flesh and blood, and the cheese, you'd be like, and it's made with cashews and for the ricotta, and it tastes like ricotta, bro. Everything that you eat from flesh and blood, the Most High created in the herbs of the field and the fruit. It's crazy. You just got to know what you're doing. I'll show y'all. I told the Yakata, man, you need to start videoing these meals, bro, so they can see the lasagna. One day I'm gonna show y'all. You gotta look at that, and I'm gonna put it, and I'm gonna let y'all see, and it tastes just like lasagna. It ain't not no manner of flesh with no manner of blood, and they got ricotta. You'll be like, damn, bro. And they make it with cash. They make everything from the earth. It's crazy. All right, I did like the ricotta in my lasagna. I did. All right, so anyway, let's get back to the story. There was trauma in his spirit. He thought about that. Hold on, let me go back. There we go.
Beginning of what your childhood was like, and just walk us through this. But before you do, you just said something that I got to ask you before I forget. Are what they believe, do you believe is true in the sense of them being able to trace back their lineage to the fallen?
Some of them, yes.
You see why he said some of them? Because he's really high up their verse, because he knows there's some who think they really descend back, but they're just fooled. But he says some of them, yeah, but he knows there's a percentage, that probably 1%, that know they had literal direct lineage because they kept the record and they kept their bloodline pure all the way through. Yeah, they did. He's correct. He says some of them, yeah.
I believe they absolutely can.
Do you think that's in your blood?
I believe it was. Yeah.
Y'all see that trauma? I know y'all don't, those whose traumas, you wouldn't want me to feel bad for this man, but I know his story. And it kind of breaks my heart when I seen that, because I know his story and I know how he's trying to do good and serve the Most High, even though he had that bloodline in his lineage. Now, for everyone else, this ties into your question, Wyatt, last time, about you having, somebody might have Rh negative blood. Okay? Guys, and this the Most High spoke for me to explain this. If you were born into a lineage, I didn't know this before. He explained this to me, that I thought that once you were born, let's say with that lineage in your bloodline, that there was no chance for you. That's what I thought. I thought that for a long, I actually taught it. I'm quite sure I got some videos where I said it years ago or something. And I repent and rebuke that because I didn't know. Again, when we were as children and we got an empty wineskin, the Most High told me, he said, that's not true. If you were born with Rh negative, or if you, some of us don't even, let me explain. Listen to this. This for the blackity blacks. All you black people, y'all listen up. Listen up, blackity blacks. We know we ain't black, but y'all know what I'm talking about. We want to put ourselves high and mighty on a position. We the people of the book, and we descend from Shem, and we descend from Abraham and all that, right? And all that sounds all good. Do you not know that your great grandmother, great grandfather could have got raped by somebody with Nephilim bloodline? Do you understand? We went through slaveries. We went through slaveries in Babylon. We went through slaveries in Persia. We went through slaveries all through the Middle East. I mean, all through India. Do you know how many different grapes and different seeds was imparted into our lineage? But you sitting back thinking, because you look black now, thinking, you don't know your great-great-grandmother got raped by this whole 13 bloodline Nephilim traumatized, whatever. You have no idea. That's why y'all said you know them by their fruit. Come on. See, there you go, Sister Janelle. But perfect example. And she wasn't, I'm going to say it because she wasn't afraid to put it out. She said she's black and she got RH negative. Now, Janelle, you got people all over the internet that would say, that's Nephilim. And then Yas, he taught me. He said, no. He said, our every genealogy on earth is so mixed from the sin and contamination that each individual is your free will to choose to serve the Most High. If you choose with your free will, no matter what you descend from, no matter if your grandfather was an Eastern Star, Mason, Freemason, your grandmother could have been a serial killer, your great-grandfather could have been RH negative, your great could have been Denisovan, could have been from Esau mixing with the Horites, could have been, you don't know, you're a fool. You're a fool if you think you know. That's why you got to be careful judging everybody and looking at skin color and whatever you think, that's a fool. Yah said, and I received, because I have to take back, because I didn't know. I still learn. You never stop learning. Your free will. Remember, Mashiach said that the enemy will come from those of your own household. You'll have two manner of children, two nations of people will come from one seed. You got Esau and you got Yaakov, right? Ashaya, Esau. That's crazy. Wow. Wow. Sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I'm tripping. Sometimes when stuff is revealed, I'm tripping. Ashaya. That full name was Ashaya. He really dropped the ball. No wonder he was strong and fiery and a militant. Ashaya and Yaakov. Those are two twins. Okay? Twins in one womb. Two different, remember, he sold his birthright. That's crazy. Wow. I'm sorry, guys. I get a little blown away when this happens. All right. When y'all speaks through in a moment. All right. And teaches me something. All right. So now, those two came from one womb. Same mama, same daddy. The Most High said 2 nations of people will be in the womb. These foolish Israelites, camps, talking about one was white, one was black, cake unturned, and all this stupid stuff. Don't listen to this foolishness. The Most High was talking about the beginning from the end. He knows the beginning from the end. He knows that Ashayahu, Esau, he knows that he would forsake his birthright, the elder son, and he would choose with his free will to serve darkness like Canaan did, like Cain did, like Nimrod did, like a lot of our ancestors. You know what I'm saying? The dark Enoch and the dark, what's the names? All of them. Mahalal and what's the kings? Manasseh and all of them, right? Manasseh was a descendant from Hezekiah. Hezekiah was one of the most righteous Israelite kings ever. Most righteous, right? And his son Manasseh was the darkest Israelite king ever. Do you understand? Worshiping Baal and all that. From your own lineage. From your own bloodline. How could Hezekiah be the most righteous Yasharalite king? One of the most righteous of all times. Read your scriptures. And his son Manasseh be the darkest Israelite king of all times. Make it make sense. Because 2 nations of people can be in one womb. It's the individual free will. Manasseh chose to be dark. Cain chose to be dark. Do y'all understand? Now, he says, Yah told me, he said, and I didn't know this, he said, each individual, even this dude on the screen, if you were born, we won't know. It's the individual child with his free will. If the child with his free will chooses to serve the Most High, and at the end, his servant of the Most High outweigh his negative deeds, then he will be received, no matter what lineage, no matter what traces in his DNA. So for those of you, blacker than black, whiter than white, browner than brown, yellow than yellow, that might have RH negative, don't listen to them. I never judged it because I'm a type, and I've always been like this. I don't speak of that I know not of 99% of the time. So I never addressed the RH negative because I never got understanding. But I've heard a lot of people say that there's Nephilim and they ain't this and they not human and they're dead. And then people are scared. They're like, well, am I not of Yah? So when asked that question, I saw so much hurt in his, that he had to answer. And he's like, so I know he knows now because I know his story. I would love to tell his brother, yes, keep serving the Father, the creator of all things, and you are received no matter what lineage because you were, no matter what this, guys, we if that's the case, then we all, Adam and Eve caused this mess. That's who caused it all for the physical seeds on earth, the second world. And then the fallen Malaks who transgressed Yah with their free will kept causing the mess. We all descend from Adam and Eve. So we born in sin and iniquity is large in the heart. And what we supposed to do? Cast out the stony heart and replace it with the heart of Yah. It's the same thing. Yah said it's the same thing. Well within a well. And nobody can trace your lineage. You don't know. You're lying if you think you do. The only real people who can trace their lineage, some of them completely, is what he's talking about. This is called the 1%. Come on, Taj. Taj, you know this. The 1% is probably the only people on earth that can trace their complete lineage because they kept the complete records, because they kept the kingdom. They never lost their kingdom. From the first world, after the flood and Nimrod, the reason why this lineage he's talking about go back to Nimrod, because they never broke their records all the way from Nimrod, all the way down. Canaan, all the way down. The 1% is the only people, and they keep that blue bloods. They got blue blood, bro. If they cut their skin and they open it, you'll see blue come out. It's pure Nephilim. It's a purity. Now, they mix their seed with others, but they keep a part of it pure. They keep a pure line. They can trace theirs. Nobody else can. Only the Most High will reveal. That's why we will know everyone by their fruit. You heard? Y'all get caught up on hair texture, skin color, and all that foolishness. The Most High said, listen, if you don't believe what I just said, then you're calling the Messiah a liar. And a lot of the Israelites do that. What did the Messiah say, the Mashiach? He said, a remnant of every nation, kindred, and tongue. So that clears all that mess up. Every nation on earth, a small amount of every nation on earth, every nation of people, kindred of people, and tongue of people, a remnant will cleave to the natural branch. The remnant of the natural branch who will serve, and they would stand before Mashiach, a remnant in the new heaven, garbed in white robes. This is Bible. But they'll come on in and be like, he come from the caves. He gonna be a slave. And when his fruit is better than your fruit. Not saying him. Come on. He who was raised will be lowered in the kingdom. Humble yourselves. Lower yourselves. All right. Let's continue. So I saw some real trauma on his face. The fact that he is not happy he descended from that lineage. He's ashamed. And I can tell in his face he wished he wasn't. But you can't change, like I can't change my parents. that abandoned me. I can't change it. So the trauma I still have from not having a mama and never have it, it's like I'll never heal from it in this physical existence, but I can't change it. Now I know it was the Most High. He wanted to be my mother and dad, my mom and dad. So I had to go through all the trauma of being raised without it, you know, without it. I had a grandmother for a while. I had a dad. I know who he was, but he had his own children. He raised his own children. He gave me to his mama, my grandmother, but then she died when I was a teenager. And that was all I had. So I did have a semblance of love. She didn't show it. She never said, I love you. She never hugged me. She never kissed me ever in my life, but she provided. And I knew she loved me because she provided things. She gave me a clean home in the projects. She gave me a bed. She made sure I had clean clothes. I was always getting best dressed in elementary and stuff like that. But she never said, I love you. She never kissed me. She never hugged me. She never gave me encouragement. And when I was, I think 12 or 13, she said, I think I was 12. She said, I might have been younger. She said, and I put it in one of my rhymes. When I was 13, my mama named me a man. She said, my grandma named me a man. She said, just don't come back in handcuffs or in a car in a van. From childbirth is parkside worthless, coke powder covered surface. The CIA and them want to see us in hearses. I wrote that rhyme in like 91, 90, no, not 90, early 80s. Now, I just said 13. I was younger than that. She said, I was young. I was probably like 9 years old or something, because we used to hang, this is the 80s in New York City projects, Hempstead, Strong Island. And, you know, you have to come in when the street lamps cut on, right, when it get dark. So she told me this. I was a young child. She said, you go out there in those streets. This is my grandmother. And she said, you learn how to become a man. Sorry, it's making me a little emotional. I didn't know that was going to make me, let me get over it. She said, you learn how to become a man because you don't got a dad. So it's going to be rough out there, but you got to find your way to become a man. She said, I can't make you a man. And you don't have a dad, so you got to learn the hard way. And this is what she told me. She said, just do not come back in the back of a police car home or in a coroner's van. As a child, like about 9 years old. So when I was older, I put in a rap. When I was 13, my grandma named me a man. She said, just don't come back in handcuffs or in a coroner van. From childbirth is, meaning from my childbirth, parkside worthless, my project. Coke powder covered surface, coke everywhere. The CIA and them want to see us in hearses or project halls, in the halls of the project, starting wars with hard heads from before, or them hard cats from the floors, different floors in the projects, where the narcs had them scores, where the drug narcotics teams caught scores, they locked up people. That was my rapping in the 80s. Y'all see how ahead of my time I was? And I had record deals with every major label, but y'all stopped it. My rap group too, Nasty 4. That's from the 80s I wrote that. I could say, if I say that whole rhyme today, it's better than 99% of the rap out of all time. It's crazy. I know and I still know the rhyme. But in the rhyme I said when I was 13, I wasn't 13, but I was just rhyming. Sometimes when you rhyme, you know, you make it. When I was 13, my mama, I couldn't say when I was 9, my mama, it just sounded better. But I think I was around 9 because I was younger, much younger. Because by the time I was 13, I was already hustling in the streets. I had a car. No, I got my first car 15. 13, that's when I was getting it, because I started at 12 hustling. By 13, I was getting it. Shout out to I don't want to say his name. Shout out to the lion, right? My elder, Robo. For those who know over in New York City, you know. If you know, you know, right? I was rocking with Robo, and I was getting it by 13. By 13, I was a boss already. You heard? I had people working for me, not promoting it. This is trauma, you heard, from not having. But my grandma told me at 9 or 10, it was young. She said, just don't come back in a police car or in a coroner van. And I remember the first time I came home in the police car, she beat the mess out of me. And I was so scared. because the cop, we was stealing and robbing, we was boosting stuff, and the cops had to bring us home. And they bring you home. This is the 80s, early 80s. And what they would do, they would put you in the back of the police car. They have you in handcuffs, and then they would Shaliyam Hakyama. Sorry, I didn't know you was back there. And then they would knock on your door. So they drove us to the projects. So it's about 4 of us in the back seat, and one got to go to 71 side of the projects. I went to 50 sides. Somebody went to 63. These are different sides of my project building. And Hempstead, Strong Island, right, New York. And so they go and they went and knocked on my grandmama door. Boy, if y'all could see her face when she opened that door, she looked at me and I said, "Oh my, she gonna beat the block off me." That's what they used to say too. She's like, "Boy, I'm gonna beat the block off you, boy." Yeah, I got towed up. That's one thing she didn't. It embarrassed. That's an embarrassment to the elders, right? They messing with my thing is real. If y'all could see what's happening to okay, I'm gonna have to disconnect something. It said there's a problem with this drive. Scan. It said bloom, 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 F drive. There's a problem. Bloom. Look, it's opening pages. It's like 100 pages just opened. They are pissed. I don't know which one is the F drive. Hopefully y'all willing, because I don't want to disconnect the wrong drive. Because if I disconnect the wrong drive, we'll lose. I would think, oh my God, it's gonna keep doing it. All right, how can I? Oh man, I don't know which one is the F drive. Sorry guys, it won't let me do it. It's just bloom, bloom. It just keeps closing and opening the drive. There's a problem with this drive. Scan the drive now to fix it. Autoplay, bloom. It's just doom and just opening pages all over my screen. It's like a possession. It's crazy. And I mean, I got 1,000 of these tabs open. Stop, bro. All right. Sorry, I gotta figure out. Also, it's doing the G drive too? Uh-oh. What is happening? All right, y'all. Okay, I gotta stop it. Y'all give me a second. It's doing both of them because it keeps. All right, so because it won't allow us to finish the study if I don't just figure this out. I don't know which one is the F drive. Don't want to disconnect the wrong one. Would you like me to pray? Yes, if you can, you keep. You do? Oh, it just stopped. Hold on. It stopped. All right, praise y'all. All right, let's continue. It stopped. All right. Spiritual warfare. All right, thank you, Hakiyama, for being on deck. All right, so now let's continue. So I don't know how I was telling that story about, I don't know, but whatever. So anyway, let's go back. Let's continue. All right, it stopped. Praise Yah. Yeah, I put in activation. You heard? Praise Yah. All right, let's continue.
Beginning of what your childhood was like, and just walk us through this. But before you do, you just said something that I got to ask you before I forget. Are what they believe, do you believe is true in the sense of them being able to trace back their lineage to the fallen?
Some of them, yes. I believe they absolutely can.
Do you think that's in your blood?
I believe it was. Yeah, I believe it is.
Yeah.
I believe there's no way to physiologically necessarily.
I wish I could meet this brother. He said, I believe it was. I believe it is. See, he's battling. He's in reality. He's right. It's a will within a will. When he said he believed it was, he means I don't give covenant to it. I rebuke it. I rebuke my actual blood lineage. That's what we are to do with Adam and Eve. You understand? I rebuke every part of Eve and her wicked sin. You understand? Transgressing my father and making this second created world. And Adam weak butt. I rebuke him too. You heard? So now he says it was. That means he's saying I'm not in covenant with it. And then he said it is. That's his reality. Because that's the will within the will. It was because I'm not in covenant with it spiritually, but I am still physically in lineage. You heard? So I am not in spiritual covenant with Cain, with Eve, but I am physically, well, all of us are physically connected to Eve. Every person on earth, unless you straight Nephilim. And if you were straight Nephilim, you would be some crazy looking thing. There's a very, very, very small percentage blue bloods. That's these 13 bloodlines. So everybody in there, y'all stop, bro, because it's what you think you know, you don't know. The lineage of pure Nephilim blood is the 1%, and they are pure and they know who they are. They are not, they are the ones you won't get to see. You won't, they're the ones they are behind the curtains. You won't, right? And then the ones you see, like the king and queen and stuff, they, you can see it. They start to look like reptilians and stuff, they know. And then you have their lineages, Rothschilds and all that type of stuff. All right. So yes, he was saying he was and is, which is correct. Spiritually, he's not, because he refused to serve that dark bloodline.
I believe it was. Yeah, I believe it is.
Yeah.
I believe there's no way to physiologically necessarily. My blood's been augmented a lot over the years. I volunteered for a lot of stuff and said yes to everything that they could ever give me that would make me better than what I was. I was on a desperate quest for relief. And so I volunteered for all kinds of stuff, and I volunteered for stuff that was transhuman in its nature.
Really?
And
so what he's talking about, he's going to explain it a little later. Let me just give a little understanding. When he said 3 things in one. He said it was, meaning he's from that blood lineage, like Nephilim, the bloodline families. But then he said was, because he's saying spiritually he's not serving it, but it is because it's in his actually bloodline. And then he says his blood has been augmented. What he mean by that is they do experiments. And he said when he was young, all the way from a little kid, 3 years old and 4 and 5, when he got older, like a teenager and stuff, 8, 9, he volunteered. He said for all the experiments that they would do, because he was looking for relief. So you got to hear the words in between what he's saying. Relief from all the trauma and suffering and pain. And they was doing things to augment him, to make him into a military machine, like a superhero, like Flash and Aquaman, to run faster and jump, because they're trying to create super beings. Now they're doing it with robots and stuff, right? So he said he was volunteering for everything that his bloodline families, these serpent seeds, wanted to do, because he just wanted to be stronger, faster, and get relief from all the pain and suffering. And he just wanted to become a beast. Yeah, like a super soldier. So he said his blood has been augmented thousands. He's like, my blood, I don't even know what my blood is no more. But his spirit man wants to serve Yah. That's what matters. That's why we honestly are not to eat no manner of flesh with no manner of blood, because the soul of the species is in the blood. But they having us eating the souls of animals who were tortured and slaughtered, and beasts, and drinking cows, milk, and all this. That's Nephilim within itself. That's crossbreeding and splicing. The Most High ain't never created us to be eating, drinking from no cows. Go in the field and go into a cow and tell a little cow, move out the way and let me suck your tit and drink your milk. The devil's a lie. No man of flesh with no man of blood. Come out of her, my people. Slowly but surely, come out of her. All right, let's continue. That's what he meant by he had a lot of mixture in his blood, because he took all those experiments.
Are what they believe, do you believe is true in the sense of
going back to
them being able to trace back their lineage to the fallen?
Some of them, yes. I believe they absolutely can.
Do you think that's in your blood?
I believe it was. Yeah, I believe it is.
Yeah.
I believe there's no way to physiologically necessarily. My blood's been augmented a lot over the years. I volunteered for a lot of stuff and said yes to everything that they could ever give me that would make me better than what I was. I was on a desperate quest for relief. And so I volunteered for all kinds of stuff, and I volunteered for stuff that was transhuman in its nature.
Really?
And it augmented me quickly, and that was brutal, because then there's this, I lived a lot longer than I expected. Let me just put it that way. I did not think I would ever see 18. Never even comprehended the idea that I would ever know a family that wasn't this other thing, where the powers of control and access were given through the abuse of children. That's what I knew as normal. And I knew that people were corrupt and monsters and were willing to devour each other to rise to the top. I understood what wolves were when they ran the world. And so it was very hard for me to get to a place where I could believe that I could be redeemed, because I had witnessed enough of things in the families that make it seem like I am irredeemable forever.
Mm.
And it took me, there was one book that made a massive difference in that, which was called The Gospel to Every Creature. And I believe it's written by John Darnell. It is very hard to find. I have a copy, but it's been scrubbed. And it's the good news to Nephilim, vampires, and transhumans, and it helped me to see that maybe I wasn't anathema, that maybe just because I have this seed line in me, that maybe just because I'm a progenitor of the offspring of the fallen, that it doesn't mean that I'm not able to be redeemed, because no matter what, by blood or by belief, I believe that we have a Messiah that overcame and we can overcome by the blood of the Lamb and the words of our testimony, and not living our lives when faced with death. And it was that powerful encounter with the Almighty, with the true judge of all the earth, who I can make an appeal to, who can give me a new bloodline, and that's what he offers to everyone. And so I do believe that's available to those that come from these families.
That's wild.
See, this is what I mean. I am not the only, we all got to continue to learn and grow. I didn't know that for a while. And Yah spoke before I saw his testimony, Yah had spoke that to me and let me understand that every individual, no matter what, because I used to say that if you were born from had any Netflix stuff, then you just screwed. That's it. But Yah said, no, that's not correct. It's individualistic, for every individual has the right to receive the blood of the Lamb that was shed, Mashiach, was to redeem and cleanse all of our blood lineage. Y'all listen clearly. All of us got tainted blood from somewhere. Your great-grandmother was Nimrod, Canaan, Esau, whatever. Esau mixes seed with every nation of people on earth, right? Cain, all these mixing of lineages and stuff. So everybody will be tainted at some point in some shape, form, or fashion. So how can Mashiach's blood wipe out how can it cleanse? Now you have to do a work. That's the part where religion and Christianity lies to people. Okay? So now, if through Mashiach dying and making a new covenant, that it will be no longer, that's why I was saying no longer Jew or Gentile. It don't mean that those don't exist. It means that the new covenant means you have to be circumcised in spirit and in truth. Meaning individual, you have to choose, no matter what your physical blood lineage is, that you receive the new blood covenant. There was a new covenant with Mashiach's blood. Everything is law. And if you receive that new covenant, then that means you're going to walk in spirit and in truth and righteousness, set apart, holy, cleansed, made anew. You are to be lowered. You come to serve. You come to teach. You come to receive and not reject. That's how you know that these Israelites, these others out there, talking about everybody going to be our slaves and everybody going to, you can see they don't have the blood of the new covenant. Mashiach's new covenant. That's what he suffered for. And he shed his blood and he got beaten and tortured and humiliated and ridiculed and mocked and scorned and tortured and all of it. But it was a sacrifice. No more atonement, no more killing innocent animals, because they cursed from us, from Adam and Eve. There was no killing and eating them in the day 1 to day 7 when it was very good. Before Genesis 3:6, sin, the mark of the beast. You become a new creature. Come on, Hakyam, it's in the word, but we don't have the fullness of the scripture. But Most High will send his elect children, and over time, they will discern. They will learn in empty wineskins. They will continue to teach, so you can teach. That's why I teach y'all every week. That's why we teach y'all spiritual warfare. so you can grow in spirit and in truth and know who and whose you are, and you can all be redeemed, become a new creature, new blood. I don't care what's flowing through this. Now I'm a spiritual child of the Most High in spirit and in truth, circumcised spiritually. I have the blood of Yah through my shock running through my veins. I don't care what my dad was. My actual physical dad didn't even serve Mashiach. I don't even know if he did it till he gone. New creature under Yah, under the Most High. Praise Yah. Praise Yah for salvation for everyone. That's why he said it's a remnant of every nation, kindred, and tongue. Now don't forget that part. A small amount, though. A small amount of every nation, kindred, and tongue will receive.
You know, and it helped me to see that maybe I wasn't anathema, that maybe just because I have this seed line in me, that maybe just because I'm a progenitor of the offspring of the fallen, that it doesn't mean that I'm not able to be redeemed, because no matter what, by blood or by belief, I believe that we have a Messiah that overcame and we can overcome by the blood of the Lamb and the words of our testimony, and not living our lives when faced with death. And it was that powerful encounter with the Almighty, with the true judge of all the earth, who I can make an appeal to, who can give me a new bloodline, you know, and that's what he offers to everyone. And so I do believe that's available to those that come from these families.
That's wild. I didn't. Last year in the Christmas season, I took the last 2 weeks of the year off, and I had other people host the show. And my friend Joel did an episode that he called "Good Nephilim," and he kind of goes into this idea of Nephilim being able to be redeemed.
Yeah,
and it's a concept that I feel like has not been tapped into a whole lot. And he did on my show for I think the first time. And since then he's kind of uncovered more information to back up his claims. But having, you know, a real life Nephilim here, not kidding. But it's just, it kind of goes into that concept, you know? Yeah. And so that's why I asked you.
Now, I know that's a taboo. I don't know want nobody to watch this, be like, I'm tripping. I can only speak what y'all said. Taj just said it. He said, I asked that question before. And I probably said no, because I know I taught this forever. But guys, I am not stiff-necked and stubborn and hard-headed and stuck on doctrine of men. When y'all reveal something to me, I sit in the stillness and I let him explain. And I'm like, but y'all, I thought, and he just, if you be still and if it's time, it's all in his mayah. And he, before this video, and he explained, I'm like, well, I can't teach that. I didn't know before. Right? I understood now. And he broke down, like he said, the new covenant and all of it, because there will be children that will be born from what Esau did, children that will be born from what Nimrod did, from what Cain did, from what Canaan did, from what, right? And if we think about it, we descend the blackety blacks, those who say that you are from the tribe of Yasha'al. You descend from Ya'ada if you say you're from the tribe of Judah. Judah had Canaanite wife. Moses, like our ancestors were smashing the Canaanites left and right. So that lineage is in our bloodline because the Most High said it is unlawful for them to do it. But they broke the law like we do. So if that was be the case, we would all be damned. Because that's the Canaanite lineage is Nephilic lineage. Do y'all get it? It's crazy, bro. And now we have understanding. For those who are not there, don't throw everything else away. Just, if you don't got to receive it, just continue to try to walk in righteousness and spirit and truth. Be careful judging other people from the color of their skin and everything, and not looking at their walk and their work. You see the content of their walk, their fruit. You understand? I would say that. But if you don't receive this thing, it ain't for you. That means you ain't there yet. But just, you ain't going to know all things. That's the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. All right? I don't know all things. But I'm just humble enough to admit when I didn't know something and I taught something I didn't know, I thought that was right. And he revealed it wasn't. And I humbly receive and I correct my error. It just means it's time for me to know this thing because I'm growing in election. I'm praise Yah. That's what we're all called to do. All right. And I got to remember, Hakyama, could you remind me I'm going to record that book he mentioned. He said it's hard to find. I'm going to see if somebody can find it. It probably costs $20,000. It's probably one of the books they got in the Vatican. They be scrubbing stuff. Y'all can remind me. All right.
Because I was like, hold on, like that's pretty wild. Like claims, but having, you know, a real life Nephilim here, not kidding. But it's just, it kind of goes into that concept, you know? Yeah. And so that's why I asked you, because I was like, hold on, like that's pretty wild. Like, you know, to be like, have I ever encountered somebody who comes from that bloodline? Maybe. I mean, I've talked to a lot of people, but how many times do you?
Yeah, you have. That's the difference. Yeah, you have. Most of us have. We don't know. You won't know. Most of us did smash one. I hate to say it. I got one of my exes. I said, I know she mad at me. I said it to her face. I don't care. Because you know about the fruit. I'm like, bro, you this girl Nephilim. I don't care. And she ain't white either. Right? So I want y'all to get, and I'm like, I don't care. I smashed the Nephilim. That's what I think. I don't care. I said she's gorgeous and all that. I'm like, I don't know what kind of Canaanite thing she descends. I think she a Canaanite or something. Beauty, you know, the Canaanites were gorgeous. Y'all don't know that, but well, some of the assembly know now. Shout out to Hebrew Jamaican Cootie. The Canaanites were gorgeous. That's why the Most High had to tell us, stop smashing the Canaanites. The Hebrews, we were smashing Canaanites left and right. The men were handsome and the women were drop dead. So you were hurt and they blackened it black, right? And I told her to her face, you man, I don't care. I know that. I'll make a song. I smashed the Nephilim and I know it. But I repent and rebuke, right? We did an error. You know how many people, especially if you was out there, you done got drunk in the club. You don't know what you just smashed. That was a lie. Y'all better rebuke and repent for all your transactions. You heard? So he don't know if he ever met a Nephilim. I can guarantee you met someone with Nephilim blood. I can guarantee y'all. All of us. Your doggone your boss at your job. That supervisor lady. Even the one who's okay with you. She a whole Nephilim stuff. You don't even know. She don't even know.
Concept, you know? Yeah. And so that's why I asked you, because I was like, hold on, like that's pretty wild. Like, you know, like, have I ever encountered somebody who comes from that bloodline? Maybe. I mean, I've talked to a lot of people, but how many times do you come across somebody that does come from that bloodline and acknowledges it, knows it? You know, that's another thing. And so that's why I wanted to ask you that. So you kind of hit on the childhood stuff right there in that kind of description. Was it something that came from complete childhood, where it's like from your earliest memories it's just been kind of manipulated and jacked up? And what was that like for you growing up?
Well, my family set up a base of operations. They're from the East Coast, the Reynolds family on one side. My mother's family, just for clarity, I've never exposed a lot of the side of things that were going on with, let me say it another way. The Reynolds family on my father's side, they're all from the East Coast out here, and they're a dynastic family. You know, like my great-grandfather, a man named Don Potter Reynolds, was the architect, the head of engineering for the president, as the president of the American Society of Civil Engineering back in the 80s. And he's the one who put the new torch in the Luciferian hand of the Statue of Liberty of Columbia. And so he's a master Mason Luciferian in that way. And he was so much of the shot caller for the family at that time, especially when I came into being. And but my dad left that thing and moved out to the Southwest and started a different empire. And so a lot of how it works in the families is you got two main approaches. If you've got unlimited access to wealth, power, like really, I'm not talking about money. I'm talking about power, like unlimited raw power, where a phone call, the phone book, is far more powerful than the bank account, because it's who you know can open doors to power anywhere else in the entire world. And that's where everything was. So you can leave with nothing, but then you can go build. And if you need the phone book, there's a price to be paid. And the price to be paid is generally one of your children. This is like the reality accident. It seems bizarre to some, but a child is generally a chosen.
Bro, he just dropped so much right there. That right there, he exposed so much in that one little statement right there. And hold on, somebody just came in. Give me a second. Somebody came in backstage. Yeah, Taj. All right. So he said the phone book, the connection, is more important than any money. It's the power of who you know. And so he said his granddad had his own kingdom, and his dad left and set up his own kingdom and left all the money, all the wealth, and used the connection from that. Where he's saying phone book, he's saying who you know, tapping in. And he said the price for tapping in is you got to sacrifice a child.
Unlimited raw power. We're a Columbia. And so he's a master Mason Luciferian in that way. And he was so much of the shot caller for the family at that time, especially when I came into being. And but my dad left that thing and moved out to the Southwest and started a different empire. And so a lot of how it works in the families is you got two main approaches. If you've got unlimited access to wealth, power, like really, I'm not talking about money. I'm talking about power, like unlimited raw power, where a phone call, the phone book, is far more powerful than the bank account, because it's who you know can open doors to power anywhere else in the entire world. And that's where everything was. So you can leave with nothing, but then you can go build. And if you need the phone book, there's a price to be paid. And the price to be paid is generally one of your children. This is like the reality accident. It seems bizarre to some, but a child is generally a chosen child out of the family is given over as an offering to the family. And they're the ones who's going to go through this left-hand path. They're going to experience the desecration of their soul, their identity, and they're going to become an agent for the family. That is.
You heard what he called it, the left-hand path. Come on now, y'all. Now, as we go through these individuals and these actual true stuff happen, everything they be saying, it literally ties into everything that I've been teaching for years. The left-hand path, the completion, the opposite. See, a different path. All right. So that sacrificed child will be used to do the things of the darkness, the left-hand path.
Out of the family is given where everything was. So you can leave with nothing, but then you can go build. And if you need the phone book, there's a price to be paid. And the price to be paid is generally one of your children. This is like the reality accident. It seems bizarre to some, but a child is generally a chosen child out of the family is given over as an offering to the family. And they're the ones who's going to go through this left-hand path. They're going to experience the desecration of their soul, their identity, and they're going to become an agent for the family that is owned completely. And there's like a legal trustee that is given over to it. There's a board of directors that sits over it. Like these are real legal confines for how the wealth is distributed out there. And so in order to build your empire, you got to be able to go prove yourself. And that's what he ended up doing out in the Southwest. And he moved to Arizona, an area called Flagstaff, Arizona. And where I was born, that is a place that's a high place, Mount Humphreys. It's a volcanic peaks that sit there. And the top of it is where the Hopi Indian and a lot of people had gathered forever to commune with the fallen. They believed.
Oh, yo, bro, he talks so fast. There's so much he's dropping. He said the Hopi Indian. That's the tribe of Yaada. That's the tribe of Dan. I got on this lesson where I broke down who the Hopi was. Y'all remember Mike TV was here? He said, I got the lesson. That's the ones that broke down the Hebrew. Hey, y'all, hey, y'all, hey, y'all. And the Hebrew writing on the pews in Savannah, Georgia. And the Hebrew, it's the Hopi Indians. That's the tribe of Yaada. He said they communed there for the fallen angels, which they did. That's the tribe of Dan that got set apart. Do you understand? That got written out of the tribes. And praise y'all, now I know that they even, the remnant, can repent for the descendants of tribe of Dan. Even though they got written, they're not one of the 12 gates anymore. I guess the descendants of the tribe of Dan who lost their heritage, their rightfulness, the descendants who repent for that lineage, they'll come through one of the other gates, right? So someone from the tribe of Dan will follow Mashiach house of Yah, and I'm from the tribe of Yaada. They'll come through the tribe of Yaada gate, because Dan don't got a gate of the kingdom. Dan got written off for fallen angel worship. Do y'all understand? See, that's what I mean by you know people by their fruit. And people be so quick to judge and they have no understanding. You'll look at people, but if you have the election, you can hear, you'll know it'll align with everything that the Bible says and everything that's teaching. Okay? Wow. Hold on, let me go back. He dropped so much in that, and he talks fast.
What he ended up doing out in the Southwest. He moved to Arizona, an area called Flagstaff, Arizona. And where I was born, that is a place that's a high place, Mount Humphreys. It's a volcanic peaks that sit there. And the top of it is where
the high place. You see, he talked fast, so I gotta stop and drop, stop and drop it, right? Drop it like it's hot, right? He said he went over there sitting in high places. They're called mountains, right? Mounts, high places. This is all spiritual warfare, acclamations and stuff. A lot of them like the high places, the mountains. That's where Nimrod went up into the mountains. They call it the mountains of Cush, after in the land of Ararat, after the flood. Y'all go back to our other studies. Yeah, Mount Hermon. Okay.
the Hopi Indian and a lot of people owned completely. And there's like a legal trustee that is given over to it. There's a board of directors that sits over it. Like these are real legal confines for how the wealth is distributed out there. And so in order to build your empire, you got to be able to go prove yourself. And that's what he ended up doing out in the South.
He's correct. So what he was talking about trustees, they build trusts, wealth trusts. So the goal of the wealthy is to control everything but own nothing. That way you can't get sued, right? You can't never lose your empire. So they set up trusts and they head up trustees. Also, they give them over, the children over to other parents. He's going to break that down. That's called godparents. That's what they did in Spain and Portugal when they created godparents. Understand? So a lot of the stuff he's breaking down is all of our old lessons, but he's showing because he went through it. And these are the serpent, these are the 13 bloodline families, the wealth that's practicing. All right? He's dropping so much.
Their identity, and they're going to become an agent for the family that is owned completely. And there's like a legal trustee that is given over to it. There's a board of directors that sits over it. Like these are real legal confines for how the wealth is distributed out there. And so in order to build your empire, you got to be able to go prove yourself. And that's what he ended up doing out in the Southwest. He moved to Arizona, an area called Flagstaff, Arizona.
So he said, in order for you to build your empire, so his dad was under the empire of his granddad. He wanted to set his own. Now he got to take his family, and he went to Flagstaff. He went to a high mountain place. Now he got to open up the connection book. Now he got to choose a son, probably a son first from his bloodline to sacrifice to give over to the left, right? Bang, that's proving yourself. That's why I say you got to prove yourself. Then he take his son, he's going to go through that crazy stuff. Now then he's going to have other things that he got to offer. And as he grow, you grow in power. They don't care about money. They care about connections and power. The wealthy is money. Money is just it grows on trees. Money is just an asset. It got even no value, right? Theirs is about power of influence and control. Okay, that's why the goal is to own, to control everything and own nothing. They don't care about that. Okay, so all right, let them continue.
And where I was born, that is a place that's a high place, Mount Humphreys. It's a got to be able to go prove yourself. And that's what he ended up doing out in the Southwest. He moved to Arizona, an area called Flagstaff, Arizona. And where I was born, that is a place that's a high place, Mount Humphreys. It's a volcanic peaks that sit there. And the top of it is where the Hopi Indian and a lot of people had gathered forever to commune with the fallen. They believed that the sons of the sky would come down every season at the winter solstice, and they would abide from the winter solstice to the summer solstice there. And so this was a place where they would give their daughters over to them. This is Hopi mythology, like 101, you know, and they...
Oh, he just dropped a million more. He just said, hold on, bro. He talked so fast. He praised y'all that we could break this down. He said that they commune from the winter solstice to the summer solstice. That's the dead of winter. That's why they got the witch season. That's when you start your Thanksgiving, your All Hallows Eve, your Christmas, your Janus, all that until the new spring to the new season comes in. Do you understand? That's what he's talking about. The high places, they go there and they call on the fallen in the dead of winter. Do you understand? It's about some December 25th and Christ's Mass and all this stuff. The devil's a lie. Facts. Wow.
I would come down every season at the winter solstice, and they would abide.
So it said, and that's true. Okay, so guys, we have holy days, and it starts around when the holy day, they first start around, I think it's Passover. I think it's the now after the new, so the new year just happened the end of March, beginning of April, and then that starts matter of fact, our holy season starts at the new year, March, end of March, beginning of April, the spring equinox, when the life comes to earth, when the earth comes back to life, the trees come on the leaves come back on the trees, the hibernating animals come out, the bears, everybody come out, the chipmunks, all of them, they come out, right? End of March, beginning of April, the new spring equinox, the new year, that's when our holy season starts, right? Then the culmination starts it ends at, well, I think Yeshua can help me with that. I think the last one is the Feast of Tabernacles, the Feast of Booths, Sukkot. I think that's the last one, right? Before the next spring equinox, right? But at that September, once the Thanksgiving, that's called the witching season, right? Around the October, Halloween, they call it the Christmas season. They call it the spirit, right? That is a spirit over, that's the fullness of the dead of winter. You're starting the winter solstice, okay? And that's the culmination. That's why they made December 25th. Mashiach, they ain't got nothing to do with Mashiach. That was Nimrod's birthday. Do you understand? And all of that. So that time of the year is the darkest time and the most wicked spiritually. So he said the Hopi Indians coming, that's true, because they say the fallen fall and there's spirits, there's portals open at that time. It is. All of them do it. What's them people called? That religious group, the Mormons and all of them, right? So they have all these rituals that happen around Thanksgiving, Christmas, that it's called season. They call it the Christmas season, the spirit. Don't you feel the spirit of Christmas and the spirit of wicked? Yes, a dark spirit, it's a fallen angel spirit. Do you understand? This is facts. So they know that. So that's why it's a high heli day. It's a high season of darkness, spiritual portals open, especially All Hallows Eve, onto the dead. That's the portal door open and all that, and that whole season. Yeah, Christ's Mass and all that. All right, let's go. You be dropping so much so quick. Shout out to Saudi Tate.
What he ended up doing out in the Southwest. And he moved to Arizona, an area called Flagstaff, Arizona. And where I was born, that is a place that's a high place, Mount Humphreys. It's a volcanic peaks that sit there. And the top of it is where the Hopi Indian and a lot of people had gathered forever to commune with the fallen. They believed that the sons of the sky would come down every season at the winter solstice, and they would abide from the winter solstice to the summer solstice there. And so this was a place where they would give their daughters over to them. This is Hopi mythology, like 101, you know, and they would make these Kachina dolls, which were an effigy of the what I would say is a watcher angel that would come, and the daughter would be given to him, and she would place that over her bed throughout her life, you know, and that's her familiar spirit, right?
Whoa! He gave me a breakdown, familiar spirit. I got another fruit for y'all. Y'all just told me. He said they make a Kachina doll, and it comes down, and that's like voodoo dolls and stuff. Yes, that's what this is. And this is the tribe of Dan. Hell, he's breaking all this stuff down. And they put it over the bed because the bed is a portal. The bed is a what's the name? Sacrificial ritual, right? Now, he said, and the Kachina doll taps into familiar spirits. The Most High told me, he said, listen, children, all of y'all listen. Familiar spirits. The word family is a root word to the word familiar. Family is the enemy come from your old household, your bloodline, your family, relatives. Familiar spirits are relational. A familiar spirit is something that you relate to. It's familiar to you. It's relative to you. You remember it. You understand? It's familiar. Familiarity. Be careful for familiar spirits. The Most High said the word family, that's come from the root word familiar spirits. He said, so your family is not your meshpayah. They are not who you are. Those are relatives. You relate to your family. You remember them. They're familiar to you. They are your bloodline, but they're not meshpayah. Meshpayah is your is your family in Habarayah, he who keeps my father's commandments. So they might not be familiar to you, right? So let's say if Wyatt is now my Mishpayah because he chose to circumcise his heart, right? And he chose to serve the Most High in spirit and in truth, right? So because of that, he is circumcised. He becomes my Mishpayah, right? But he is not relative to me. He is not a relative. I don't relate because we come from different cultures. You understand? He will be what you would call a white man, and I'm what you would call a black man. But that ain't your enemy. Will come from those of your own household. They'll be familiar with you. All skin folk ain't kinfolk. All Yasharal ain't Yasharal. All Israel ain't Israel. It's biblical. He said they are familiar spirits. So your mama who's serving Hasatan and in the Eastern Star and doing wickedness, and your dad who might be wicked, or your son or your daughter who ain't familiar with you, because now you walking in spirit and in truth, you walking in the light of the Most High. Now I don't have no familiarity to my own blood lineage. Me, my own children won't come in the house of Yah. I'm not familiar to my own blood lineage. My babies, my son, he won't walk with me in spirit and in truth. So he is not Mishpayah. He is familiar. He is a familiar spirit. He is family, not Mishpayah. He's relative, relational. We share the same physical blood lineage, but we don't share the same spiritual blood lineage. Who, Mashiach, who is my father? Who is my mother? Who is my sister and brother? Who my cousins? He who keep my father's commandment is my Mishpayah. That's Habarayah. For now, you're not a relative. You're actual one with me. Mishpayah, one with one another. We're on the same accord. We serve the same father, my spiritual father. Me and my actual dad, my actual son, we got the same, his granddad is my physical dad. I don't serve my dad. He don't serve me. We are unfamiliar. When Yah broke that down to me, just did it the other day. I was like, my goodness, come on, Yah. Keep teaching. Please keep teaching me so I can keep teaching your children. Familiar. He said they make kachina dolls, familiar spirits. So when they break your soul, they want to make a familiar spirit with you. They want you to make a covenant and serve, and you become family. You become familiar with one another. Free will. It don't matter about your bloodline. This ties in when he just broke down to us that it doesn't matter the physical bloodline. The new covenant is spiritual bloodline. Who are you spiritually? Because I got the physical bloodline with my son, but he's not serving. He won't stand with me. He's against he don't receive. My own family. Ain't nobody from my family here. Not even my children. But I got Mashpayah here from all over the world. I got Marara, Lanya, I got Yahakanan, I got brother Jacob Castro, I got Zayala, which you would call Ishmaelite. I got Wayad, which you might call a white man. I got Jacob Castro, which you would probably call Hispanic. I got Yashiyaha, which you would call a black man. I got a Yashaya, which you would call a mixed black with a white woman, black, she got a mix. I got I got Mashpayah. He was striving to keep my father's commandments so we become one body, ahad under the Father. But you run around thinking, Mashiach said all skin folk ain't kinfolk. You know them by their fruit. Y'all keep looking for skin if you want to. Go ahead. keep cursing yourself. You be with a whole black Canaanite. You be with a whole black Nephilim, a whole black devil with woolly hair and black as it all come. And be a whole serpent. That part. You heard? All right, let's continue. I just needed to explain when y'all broke down familiar and family, familiar spirits. He is awakened. A while ago, we seen before he is awakened to Yah's name, I don't know what this means. That's okay. That's going to distract me. I guess I'll get back to it. I don't know what you mean. All right, let's go back. We go back a little.
It's a volcanic peaks that sit there, and the top of it is where the Hopi Indian and a lot of people had gathered forever to commune with the fallen. They believed that the sons of the sky would come down every season at the winter solstice, and they would abide from the winter solstice to the summer solstice there. And so this was a place where they would give their daughters over to them. This is Hopi mythology, like 101, you know, and they would make these Kachina dolls, which were an effigy of the what I would say is a watcher angel, that would come, and the daughter would be given to him, and she would place that over her bed throughout her life, you know, and that's her familiar spirit, right? That's where I was born into. And the people that still practice that old religion, that's the way I refer to it, they still do this, and they still take their children up there to give them over to them on these high days. And so I was born into that, and I was born through that seed line.
That ain't nothing but Moloch and Baal. Continue.
And into that ritual magic world. And but my mother's side are extreme Catholics and Jesuits through and through. And so her father ran a different operation in Southern California, which was much more based on the child exploitation side of the equation. And he operated out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona. Lake Havasu, for those of you that are unfamiliar, sits in the absolute desert border of Arizona and California. And it has the Colorado River that's been dammed up, and they created an artificial lake there. And it was a secret military base back in World War II. That was called Site 6. And it was a stopover point crossing the desert for soldiers going there. And they would made it into a rest and recuperation area. And so it was a party city from its foundation. It had a lot of underground structures that were built into it as a refueling point. And in the 1960s, a guy named Robert P. McCulloch bought it. And he bought it, and he also purchased the London Bridge that crossed the River Thames. And he had it shipped over here stone by stone. And while they were doing that, they excavated 80 bodies that were entombed inside it in a practice that's called annulment, where you would sacrifice a person and bury them alive in the walls of the foundation. And so there's all these chambers in this facility of the London Bridge where they would do torture and all kinds of ritual stuff. But this is why the sing-song nursery rhyme, the London Bridge is falling down, falling down. That's a nursery rhyme to talk about how you have to give your children over to the government so you can hold up the London Bridge. And they would literally take their children. This is in the history book of the museum at Lake Havasu City. You can see these bodies of these children that were sacrificed inside the walls of that space. So he bought that as a charged object. He bought that as a portal mechanism. And they built in Lake Havasu City with another designer from the Disneyland. And they literally built a pleasure island. That's what it was.
Hold on, I just let him go because I'm gonna put it back. I'm gonna put it back because he talks really fast, but I need to let him spit for a second, right? Because see, this is how you know, guys, you can't make stuff like that. You don't speak. People who making up lies and stuff like that, they don't speak like that, right? It flows. It's just is, right? Now, he just broke down so much, right? He said he bought the London Bridge and brought it over there, and they did this, and they had underground temples from the military, and they built a pleasure island like an Epstein Island. They built, oh my goodness, he is just dropping so much. Okay. Yeah, I know about the London. I know about all. I had that in my comedy. I was doing stand-up comedy one time, and I broke down all the nursery rhymes. They all dark, right? The other one, all of them, Humpty Dumpty who fell and Rockabye Baby on the tree top. The baby's up in the tree. When she fall, the baby will drop. I broke down Baba Black Sheep and Minnie Wool and all. I broke down all that. I did it on one of our studies too, probably a long time ago. Probably one of the videos from years ago. But yeah, all those nursery rhymes, right? So I didn't know that one about the London Bridge. Yeah, thy word is truth. And then he included Disney. Oh, he dropping some stuff, bro. He drops some stuff. Yeah, the Jingle Bells, all this. All right, let me go back again because he drops it fast. And we're going to hear that again. All right.
They take their children. This is in the history book of the museum at Lake Havasu City Bridge where they would it. And he bought it in the desert for soldiers going. Their father ran a different operation in Southern California, which was much more based on the child.
Oh, there you go. He said, Mom, he was born into two different wicked sides. He, like my dad's side, is following the 13 bloodline families, this part. And my mom's side is the Jesuit. He said high Catholics. That's where Christianity come from. These are the Jesuits, the what's the names, the your Red Cross, your Rosicrucians, your Knights Templars, your all this stuff. He's like, oh, he got it bad from both sides. So he's explaining his mother's side now. My goodness.
But my mother's side are extreme Catholics and Jesuits through and through. And so her father ran a different operation in Southern California, which was much more based on the child exploitation side of the equation.
Yeah. Catholics, Christianity come from that. Ain't nothing new under the sun. Sorry, Christians, get out your feelings. Your religion is Diddy Canaanite. That's where it comes from. Fallen angel. You heard? Now, let's continue. Shout out to Brother Rohan.
And he operated out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona. Lake Havasu, for those of you that are unfamiliar, sits in the absolute desert border of Arizona and California, and it has the Colorado River that's been dammed up, and they created an artificial lake there. And it was a secret military base back in World War II. It was called Site 6. And it was a stopover point crossing the desert for soldiers going there. And they would made it into a rest and recuperation area. And so it was a party city from its foundation. It had a lot of underground structures that were built into it as a refueling point. And in the 1960s, a guy named Robert P. McCulloch bought it. And he bought it, and he also purchased the London Bridge that crossed the River Thames. And he had it shipped over here stone by stone. And while they were doing that, they excavated 80 bodies that were entombed inside it in a practice that's called annulment, where you would sacrifice a person and bury them alive in the walls of the foundation. And so there's all these chambers in this facility of the London Bridge where they would do torture and all kinds of ritual stuff. But this is why the sing-song nursery rhyme, the London Bridge is falling down, falling.
Yeah, what he say? He said they got a ritual of a chamber. He named it where they bury the people alive in it. These are the sacrificial rituals going all the way back to Nimrod and Canaan and all these fallen angel stuff.
Yeah, that's a nursery rhyme to talk about how you have to give your children over to the government so you can hold up the London Bridge, and they would literally take their children. This is in the history book of the museum at Lake Havasu City. You can see these bodies of these children that were sacrificed inside the walls of that space. So he bought that as a charged object. He bought that as a portal mechanism, and they built in Lake Havasu City with another designer from the Disneyland, and they literally built a pleasure island. That's what it was facilitated for, and they designed it so that it would be a retirement community that would facilitate the exploitation of children.
Oh, bomb drop. And he said they built this Pleasure Island city, and it had underground chambers from the military. And the dude, Serpent Seed dude who bought it in his family, took the London Bridge and bought it there and sacrificing the children. And then they built the city on top of it, a retirement community. You heard? Because that's who it be, these old serpents. And it was for the exploitation of, oh my goodness, bro. And he tied into Disneyland. All right, let's continue. Let me go back this a little bit.
Bought that as a portal. Now they take their children.
Yeah, he said as a portal. He bought it as a portal. It's all portals.
You have to give your children over to the government so you can hold up the London Bridge, and they would literally take their children. This is in the history book of the museum at Lake Havasu City. You can see these bodies of these children that were sacrificed inside the walls of that space. So he bought that as a charged object. He bought that as a portal mechanism. And
now you hear his words. He says he bought that thing, the bridge and all that in this land, as a charged object. What he mean by charged object is this is all spiritual warfare. Things are charged with energies of spirits. Now y'all see why I'm so careful about sending people to other channels and sending people. Everything I live and teach is spiritual warfare, and I got instructions from the Most High. Things are charged, things that you possess. So if you send somebody somewhere, a child, and they think they could just watch this video, and you don't know that channel is charged with spirits, all that stuff into your home. Do y'all not understand? So that's why I say I teach the stuff and it's covered. I rebuke and I rescind and I bind all spirits as I'm teaching, so you can learn and receive all this stuff here because it's covered. But I can't send you out nowhere else because I don't know what's there for you. I don't know what kind of spiritual warfare you have. I don't know how built up y'all be sending children who just awaken, like even the brother Sally Tate. I seen a comment he left the other video and I didn't know. He's kind of new and I didn't even know that. Because brother, I think it was something about, he said, dag, devils. He was like, huh? And then I broke it down. We broke the scripture. Yeah, yes, brother Saudi. When Mashiach went to that island, that man was full of devils. And he said, I am legion, we are many. All those devils was in that man. These are devils, not demons. So the Most High is sending people from every nation, kindred, and tongue in different places from different levels. And I don't know who just find out this stuff, who not. So I'm covered for every soul that the Most High sends to this channel. I have to cover it. I'm responsible. I'll answer for it at the judgment. That's why I don't play in this house. That's why when people come here and they see me going off on somebody and they don't understand this person being adverse and they want to be, well, you angry, I ain't nothing. I'm a warrior and I'll back smack you in the spirit if you go come with respect and honor. Sit down and shut up and listen. Come with some respect. Take your shoes off and you'll get treated with kindness, respect, love, and instructions. But if you come as an adversary, you're going to get the warrior. You're going to get a spiritual back smack and you're going to be gone. And that it doesn't matter because this is all spiritual warfare. But y'all playing YouTube games. You can play at other places. This ain't a YouTube game. We don't play games here. Welcome to the house of Yah. And if you found this through the shadow brand, that means the Most High sent you here. And you'll be missing your blessing if you don't sit down and be quiet and take your shoes off so you can learn something. You can empty one. I don't care how much you know. I got one of the most highest election and anointings that I've seen in a long time, and I learn something every day from the Most High. He just taught me that familiar family spirit thing I just broke, and everything he teach me, I bring it to the children and teach. But I'm continuing to learn, and I can learn from all of y'all from a baby. That's why you miss your blessings messing around. YouTube got everybody all over the place running around and watching this and watching that and watching that. They come in here and think they can just spew their little Instagram knowledge. Sit down, you don't know where you at. They did the knowledge to go back through the studies and learn where you at. Look at the body of work. Who is this man of Yah? No, because everybody's religious. All these people set up, all these people awaken and open YouTube channels and Instagram and this and that and all this stuff they don't even know. Calling on all type of Canaanite gods. You see El and Elohim and Uas and Oas and Oshuas and Ishus and Isis, Ra, Elites and all this stuff. And then they don't even understand our Baba Yah because they don't understand the election because the elders has failed us so much. The elders, but there's a remnant of righteous elders. And the scripture says, I'm paraphrasing, it says there's nothing more in this earthly existence, nothing more precious than a righteous elder that got it correct. That's holy. I'm paraphrasing that horribly, but y'all can find the scriptures. It's in there. It's in the Bible. It talks about the cherish, that when you can find the elder that's righteous and elect. But you have to know them by the fruit. You have to sit and discern and know the backstory and the story and find out who and whose they are. Okay? Praise Yah. All right. Let's go back.
History book of the museum at Lake Havasu City. You can see these bodies of these children that were sacrificed inside the walls of that space. So he bought that as a charged object. He bought that as a portal mechanism, and they built in.
It's a charged object and it's a portal. And these serpents know that, and they be using people too. So you can go and everything, anything you read, anything you grab, you pray over it. You remove the charge, the spiritual charges off of it. Everything is charged. Everything is portals. You're opening a door to some realm. Do you understand? Thank you. 83 watching, 60 thumbs up. Thank you. Please like so this can get through the shadow band and others can reach it. And please subscribe if you haven't, if you're new here. All right. Praise Yah. Let's continue.
Lake Havasu City with another design history book of the museum at Lake Havasu City. You can see these bodies of these children that were sacrificed inside the walls of that space. So he bought that as a charged object. He bought that as a portal mechanism, and they built in Lake Havasu City with another designer from the Disneyland. and they literally built a pleasure island. That's what it was facilitated for. And they designed it so that it would be a retirement community that would facilitate the exploitation of children. And that's exclusively what that city was founded and built for. And so the original founders of that operated out of Knights of Columbus predominantly as a wing of the Jesuits. And that's the business down there. It's an industry to cover up child abuse. You got a bunch of old men running around with little boys, and everybody thinks they're grandchildren and nephews and nieces and all that rest. And so all along that area down there is where I would be taken.
Oh, hold on. So he's telling his testimony where they was taking him as a little boy. Okay, I'm going to break that down. Do y'all hear what he just said? Thank you, Brother Glenn Sarah. That's one of the scriptures I was talking about. That's Ecclesiasticus 6:34. Stand in the multitude of the elders and cleave unto him that is wise. And there's nothing worse than an unrighteous elder. So it is something that you have to tread carefully on. Nothing darker than an unrighteous elder. But when you find a wise elder, it said cleave unto him. And there's plenty scriptures that speaks on that. All right. Praise Yah for the elders who choose to get it right. We're doing our work that has our elders failed us. Now, he said they built this city, and they with the bridge and all these spiritual, a portal, right? He said a gate, right? Charged, and all these sacrificing the children. And then they built a retirement community there. And he says, as the people go, you see all these old people with little kids, and you think that's their grandparents. Oh, if y'all know how much this is happening on this earth. And he says, they ain't their grandparents. Now, let's go back. He's dropping so much so fast.
And that's the business down the children. And that's exclusive. He bought that as a charged object. He bought that as a portal mechanism. And they built in Lake Havasu City with another designer from the Disneyland. And they literally built a pleasure island. That's what it was facilitated for. And they designed it so that it would be a retirement community that would facilitate the exploitation of children. And that's exclusively what that city was founded and built for. And so the original founders of that operated out of Knights of Columbus predominantly as a wing of the Jesuits. And that's the business down there. It's an industry to cover up child abuse. You got a bunch of old men running around with little boys, and everybody thinks they're grandchildren and nephews and nieces and all that rest. And so all along that area down there is where I would be taken from my earliest days and shattered, abused, traumatized, systemically so. But it's for behavioral modification purposes. That's the end goal of the abuse, is to shatter your willingness to resist and to break your will.
He said, as a child, from as young as he can remember, he was taken there. And he said, and that's where I was shattered. You see, he keeps using the word shattered. He's talking about that portal at the end of the spine, the shattering of the soul. That's the correct terminology for that. It's a splitting, a shattering over and over again. He said for control. For as far back as he could remember as a child.
Area down there is where I would be taken from my earliest days, nephews and nieces and all that rest. And so all along that area down there is where I would be taken from that operated out of Knights of Columbus predominantly as a wing of the Jesuits. And that's the business down there. It's an industry to cover up child abuse. You got a bunch of old men running around with little boys, and everybody thinks they're grandchildren and nephews and nieces and all that rest. And so all along that area down there is where I would be taken from my earliest days and shattered, abused, traumatized, systemically so. But it's for behavioral modification purposes. That's the end goal of the abuse, is
systemically. The words he's using, systems. He said the Knights of Columbus, the Jesuits. You see, these Freemason groups, these Catholic institutions, looking righteous.
It's for behavioral modification purposes. That's the end goal of the abuse, is to shatter your willingness to resist and to break your will. And once they own you and you have been woefully convinced you can never get out, you give in. And that's what happened. I became the person who I was died, and the person they wanted me to become was what was born out of that disgusting Phoenix ashes,
Wow. How long does that process take? I mean, was this like just a few years of your childhood, or was this like a constant thing throughout your teen years, or what?
I mean, every individual is different. How long does it take to break a dog? That was the approach they took with me. You find out everybody has different talents and giftings and capabilities and capacities. And so in the beginning phase, a lot of it is you're just raising them up a little more normally. There's a lot of early trauma stuff that's hard to articulate and can be messy with memory. But as I got older, like 5 and 6 years old, man, it became very apparent that I had a desire for justice. That was like the soul deepest desire that I had, was I wanted people to know freedom because I had been so deprived of it from day one. And there's this practice of switching mothers. You'll have a cult mother, and then they have your regular mom, and then they create this trauma bonding so that you'll bond with anybody that they want you to do. And this happens by taking you away from your mom and your dad constantly and giving you new mom and dad, new uncles, new aunts, right? And so you're living in this.
That's what they did in Spain and Portugal called godparents. He said, he's dropping so much. He said from 5 years old, he realized he had a penchant for justice. He just wanted people to know what it felt like to be free. He said they would switch you with these parents. And what he's saying is they would take you from your parents, give you to another set of parents, right? Aunts and uncles, that's what they would call your aunt and parents, right? And other kids. And then you would trauma bond with those kids because they're going through different things and it's causing a community of trauma. It's systematically building broken souls. That's why this is going to hurt your heart. That's why I said tonight is going to be very heavy, because his testimony is insanely dark. Yes, come on now, y'all. The transferring of spirits. Also, the Yakata said, this man now, he calls on the name of Yahuwah. So said he uses Yah's name. He uses Yahuwah when he speaks on the Most High. He said in some of his videos. All right, let me go back a little
more normally. There's a lot of early trauma.
That's another one. Hold on, that's a good scripture. Sabayah, 1 Timothy 5:17. Let the elders that rule be counted worthy of double honor, especially they who labor in the word and doctrine. Shout out to any of the elders who are getting it right, because our elders have failed us.
Stuff that's hard to articulate and can be messy with memory but as I got older, like 5 and 6 years old, man, it became very apparent that I had a desire for justice. That was like the soul deepest desire that I had, was I wanted people to know freedom because I had been so deprived of it from day one. And there's this practice of switching mothers. You'll have a cult mother, and then they have your regular mom, and then they create this trauma bonding so that you'll bond with anybody that they want you to do. And this happens by taking you away from your mom and your dad constantly and giving you new mom and dad, new uncles, new aunts, right? And so you're living in this constant state of destabilization. And so it's as that destabilization happens and that patterning is built up, that's when a lot of the programming comes in to stabilize these new personalities and these new pursuits and endeavors.
So they're breaking down the original stability of a mom and a dad functioning, right? They do that when they take us out of the home and put us in public school too, right? And the mom and dad go to work and we in these strangers for 8 hours, you destabilize it. Remember, an unstable man is unstable in all his ways. So they breaking these children. So they'll take them, now let me explain, the mother and dad is traumatizing them, right? So when they take the child from the trauma household and they put them in another household, then you'll trauma bond with that godmother or godparent, right? So because the godmother won't traumatize you, you'll be getting treated nice, right? So you'll trauma bond with them, and then they'll take you from them and put you in another one, and then you're unstable, and then you're mixing with the kids and trauma. and they'll put you back with your parents. You get raped and they'll put you with another one, and this one harms you. And it's constantly making you unstable and fractured. Shout out to Elder Kevin Knight, to young elder, right? You're fracturing the child over and over and not allowing the child to grow in stability.
And so it's as that destabilization happens and that patterning is built up, that's when a lot of the programming comes in to stabilize these new personalities and these new pursuits and endeavors. But I had this.
So now within all of these different acts of fracturing the soul, traumatizing, giving them place of rest, switching parents, going from thinking you're okay to not okay, never, like, it's now they're instilling actions and thoughts. They're creating in this child what they want to institute. It's systematically building a controlled entity. They can institute any type of belief system into the child and make them monsters. They make them agents. They can make them killers. They can make them anything that they want. It's like MK Ultra stuff, but that comes from this. This is all ancient. Baal, fallen angel. Yes, the mind control, the brainwashing. And this is from birth.
Right. And so you're living in this constant state of destabilization. And so it's as that destabilization happens and that patterning is built up, that's when a lot of the programming comes in to stabilize these new personalities and these new pursuits and endeavors. But I had this zealousness to see injustice stopped, and they preyed on that. And so they gave me opportunities to fight back against these perverts who are abusing children. And they would build up in me this rage, this need for vengeance. And then they would let me release that on somebody. And in the beginning, it was people I knew were bad guys I'd seen abuse children. And I would slice their throats up, man. I would tear them to freaking ribbons.
Let me explain what he's saying. And this man, they don't come after him. You're going to hear statements. He's going to tell of him killing people. And you know what he said? They don't come after me. You know why? Because his bloodline is such at the top of this second world who runs this, that it's above the police and the authorities. And he's admitting to killing people. And he says it. He says, but they'll never do anything about it because none of them want it out. They just let him be. He says he thinks he has a covering of Yah, of the Most High, that the Most High won't let them do anything. So yes, he was a program killer. Now let me explain what he said. He says from 5, he realized he has a penchant for justice, and they recognized him in him because they're instituting personalities. Remember what they said, personalities. This is MK Ultra. This is them making them personality disorders, right? He says once they seen that he had a inner personality given from the Most High, a penchant for justice, they preyed on that. Now, what he said, I'm going to put it back, but I'm just breaking down what he said so y'all can hear it again. Now, what he mean, he said they preyed on that. What he's saying is when they realize this, and that's what they are, they love these darkness. They love to find anything. It excites them. And whatever they see something that's an abnormality or different, they prey on it and see what they can do with it, right? It's like a play toy. So once they seen that he wanted justice, I guess, for the other little kids that are traumatized, he was probably fighting to try to get this one free and trying to fight on behalf. When he said he would see these old perverts try to probably grape another little kid, he'll probably try to fight the old, and they seen that in him at 5 years old. And he said they preyed on it. And what he said they did was they took him and they said, okay, he has a warrior spirit in him for righteous, for justice. Let's use that for darkness. So he said what they did was then they took him and they placed him in the presence of individuals that he knew would harm children, were monsters, and they would let him attack them. So let me give you a scenario. because they sacrifice their own. They do stuff for the pleasure of wickedness and screams and fear and stuff. So let's say they sacrifice an old dude or something, right? One of their own, and they might tie him up and chain him to a chair. And this old dude had already raped him or fractured his soul, or another kid or another stuff, right? And they know he's like, it's built up that he wanted justice. He wanted to right the wrongs. And they would, let's say, chain this old dude to the chair, shackle him, close his mouth. And then they would let him, as a little boy, in the room and probably give him a razor or a knife and just let him, now you can do what you want. And all he has in him is a rage for justice, a rage to make right. And he don't know nobody. All he know is trauma and pain and killing and fracturing the soul. And they would prey on it. And they allowed him to go and just kill. And they would, and in that they was building a killer, a machine. And it was fracturing his personalities, and they separated his personalities where MK Ultra, where they had it, where they can have him be another person, a regular person here. And then, you know how you could say a cold word, or you can play a song, you could do something, and it triggers the other personality, the trained killer. He's telling his testimony of who he was growing up. And he tells the, I think he even named some stuff, but he said, they can't come after me. It's above it's like, and then he also said, he said the Most High is covering them. And he calls the Most High Yahuwah. I mean, he found that somewhere. But yeah, this is who he was, his upbringing. So I'm going to put it back now that I gave y'all that fuller understanding, because he talks really fast.
Release that on somebody who are abused on that. And dad, new uncles, new aunts, right? And so you're living in this constant state of destabilization. And so it's as that destabilization happens and that patterning is built up, that's when a lot of the programming comes in to stabilize these new personalities and these new pursuits and endeavors. But I had this zealousness to see injustice stopped, and they preyed on that. And so they gave me opportunities to fight back against these perverts who were abusing children, and they would build up in me this rage, this need for vengeance. And then they would let me release that on somebody. And in the beginning, it was people I knew were bad guys I'd seen abuse children. And I would slice their throats up, man. I would tear them to freaking ribbons. And I loved it, because I finally felt like I could stop something that I knew was evil. And I thought this was the way to stop all these monsters in the world. I just wanted to hunt monsters in the night. I just wanted to go down in the tunnels and hunt. And that's what they kind of created in me, this just freak of a need to.
See, he be dropping so much because he's just spitting his truth, right? And he said, I wanted to go down into the tunnels and hunt. Now, remember when he told the story, he said they built this city where the one took the bridge on an old military thing, and they had tunnels and stuff under there. And now they're using these tunnels. There are children of that black girl with the Diddy stuff. She be talking about the tunnels and stuff. They got the tunnels all over Colorado, California, New York. They everywhere, all through America and all through other places in the world, underground cities. Last lesson, the underground giants. He said, I just wanted to go down to the tunnels and just hunt. Yeah, Allie Carter, thank you. That's her name. They talk about these tunnels. I just want to go down to the tunnels and hunt monsters. Now, guys, there are more than just human monsters in these tunnels. They are dark Nephilim monsters, hybrid species, in these tunnels. These tunnels go way under. Y'all remember our other lesson with the pyramid, and they found that under the pyramid, the Giza and stuff, there's tunnels miles and miles down of portal facilitations. Okay, all right. He'd be dropping so much, and he just keeps talking because there's so much in the testimony that's coming out. But I understand, so I can stop it and break it down. All right, let's continue.
And then they would let me release that on somebody. And in the beginning, it was people I knew were bad guys I'd seen abuse children. And I would slice their throats up, man. I would tear them to freaking ribbons. And I loved it, because I finally felt like I could stop something that I knew was evil. And I thought this was the way to stop all these monsters in the world. I just wanted to hunt monsters in the night. I just wanted to go down in the tunnels and hunt. And that's what they kind of created in me, this just freak of a need to hunt. And then they would bury that away and you go back to normal life and you go back to Christian school and you go back to the regular life, and your parents act like it's just normal, you know, but they're like, you got to have cover stories for why your child's all beat up and bruised and your face is smashed. And like, I've had multiple reconstructive plastic surgeries from fights, you know, like fighting for my stinking life. You got to have cover stories. So we would move around constantly. My parents would move us around sometimes every 6 months or not. But once you have a friend or a teacher or somebody notices, starts asking questions, or you start bonding with somebody that's outside the cult, they're not going to tolerate that. And so we would move all the time. And now my sisters on the other side, they weren't roped into this thing. I was in a male cult. This is the Brotherhood of the Snake down in Lake Havasu. But
he's talking about his specific one. He said, my sisters, they weren't involved in it. I was in a Brotherhood of the Snake. They weren't the little boys. He said, as he went, they would travel. They would switch schools because he would go to school sometime. He have all bruises and stuff because he'd been hunting and they've been allowing him to kill perverts and stuff, building a monster. And then he would go to Christian school and stuff. And he's like, whenever you get a close friend, they'll move away and snatch you away from, right? They got to keep stuff hidden. Wow. He just dropped so much so fast.
So we would move around constantly. My parents would move us around sometimes every 6 months or not. But once you have a friend or a teacher or somebody notices, starts asking questions, or you start bonding with somebody that's outside the cult, they're not going to tolerate that. And so we would move all the time. And now my sisters on the other side, they weren't roped into this thing. I was in a male cult. This is the Brotherhood of the Snake down in Lake Havasu. But this is, my sisters weren't caught up in the same thing, but they were caught up by the family as a whole. And so this carried on, and we moved into this place called Show Low Pine Top Lakeside, Arizona. And this is where an area, they would move to these specific high places where the veil is really thin. There's a very famous story about a guy who had an alien encounter out there, Snowflake, Arizona. And this is an area where I was right on the Apache reservation. White Mountain Apache Reservation was 100 yards from my door. And they would go out into the Apache reservation to these specific high places and do these rituals and this ritual magic. And a lot of that involved. That was when it was the worst to me, because I was old enough to understand.
All right, I got to stop him. Guys, I let him go because I got to let him drop it. Then I got to see. Now, let me explain. He said they were moved to these high places where the veil is very thin. What he's talking about is this is called power points on the earth. High places where the door is like ajar, the portal, where it's an entrance point in the spirit. Shout out to Brother Eric Dean, an entrance point in the spirit, right? So they would go to these, they would move to these places where high spiritual activity takes place. Yeah, ley lines and stuff, right? They built DC on it, right? They built Colorado Airport and stuff. These Area 51, all of these areas, ley line, these places. Exactly. Now, he said where the Apaches. Now, y'all see, he just talked about the Hopis. Now he's talking about the Apaches. Why does he keep talking about the tribe of Dan? See, that's what I'm saying. Once you understand these people's stories and you really understand the history and the culture and the dynamics and the real nationality of the people groups over the time, you will understand that he's talking about these natives and stuff. And these are the tribe of Dan, who worship many gods, calling on the fallen angels. And they knew the power points on the earth because the natives, they know they lived by the land. They were what's the name? Arayats. That's Arats. Arayats is a Habariyat term for the earth, the land. And they know the ley lines in the places, and they would set up their tribal their communities there, so they would call on the gods, the earth gods, the sun gods, the wolf gods, they got many gods, Mami of Ishmael, right? Tribe of Dan, right? The natives. And so that's why he said that's why all of these stories will always coincide with native places, points, and land, because they already set up as portals, and they already been having spirits go to and fro. Dark fallen angel spirits. I tell you, angels continually to fall. The fallen angel spirits, they continue to go back and forth. You heard? All right. Now, let me go back a little bit more because he talks very fast.
And they would go out into the Apache reservation, the family as a whole. And so this carried on, and we moved into this place called Shola Pine Top Lakeside, Arizona. And this is where an area, they would move to these specific high places where the veil is really thin. There's a very famous story about a guy who had an alien encounter out there, Snowflake, Arizona. And this is an area where I was right on the Apache reservation. White Mountain Apache Reservation was 100 yards from my door. And they would go out into the Apache reservation to these specific high places and do these rituals and this ritual magic. And a lot of that involved. That was when it was the worst to me, because I was old enough to understand how vile what was happening, in ritual magic. And at the same time, I was the most readily influenced by the family side of the equation. I thought the family and the military was the way out, but I hated this occult side of it because I saw men become monsters physically in front of my eyes. Other things come out of people's mouths. Other things come through their eyes. Like I witnessed enough transfiguration to know that this stuff is 100% stalking in the darkness. And I don't want that to rule me forever, but it was hard to not resist. You're in it.
Well, so, all right.
So he just spoke on seeing these men transform into other beings. Y'all understand that that is the sin is transgression of the law. That's the mark of the beast. So the transforming, the transmutation, the transitioning, the transforming, all of those. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Shout out to Yahasaf Ban Yasha'ah. Shalom, King. All right. So, all right. Yeah, he saw him shapeshift. So he said he witnessing so much, but he didn't want that to. I'm going to put him back and let him play a little more.
That to rule me forever, but
he didn't want that stuff to rule him forever, but you can't unsee the things you witness and experience.
People's mouths, other things come out, but I hated this occult magic. And at the same time, I was the most readily influenced by the family side of the equation. I thought.
So he's living they got so many different variants to these bloodline families, these occultic things, right? So you got in his own family, you got a side that's the family lineage with the money and the wealth and the military part, right? They got positions. And then you got the occultic side that's doing the rituals and the sacrifices and summoning the fallen angels and the shapeshifting. And he was trying to gear towards the family part, right? And the military part, and stay away from the occultic part because of the stuff he's saying and the darkness. He didn't want to become one with that, because the people who become one with the occultic side probably become more monstrous and just, right?
And this ritual magic, and a lot of that involved. That was when it was the worst to me, because I was old enough to understand how vile what was happening, in ritual magic. And at the same time, I was the most readily influenced by the family side of the equation. I thought the family and the military was the way out, but I hated this occult side of it because I saw men become monsters physically in front of my eyes. Other things come out of people's mouths. Other things come through their eyes. Like I witnessed enough transfiguration to know that this stuff is 100% stalking in the darkness. And I don't want that to rule me forever, but it was hard to not resist, you're in it.
Well, so, all right, seeing things like that, like you say, all right, so you said you saw men become monsters. Is that metaphorically or literally?
That's literally. I've seen men do nasty things like an animal, but then I've seen men become not people.
Like literally
not
change.
be the people. Yeah.
Okay.
And there is like lycanthropy, and there's these understandings of what the watchers are capable of doing that most people are just woefully ignorant of. And that's why they're perishing. It's because they lack a basic understanding of history.
Come on, bro. He just dropped a lot. He did it again. He called them watchers. They shapeshift. But people are so stuck in the physical. Come on now, y'all. That all they think they see, they're trying to fit everything into a physical box. He said, no, I see people physically shapeshift. Facts. Okay? He said, lycanthropy, werewolves. He's going to speak on that. Yes, and he said they rejected our dress because there's the ignorance of it and understanding that you don't understand these fallen angels and spirits take on the spirit of men. They shapeshift. They take on physical attributes. We're going to break that down. The other one, these spirits, they got angelic realm of spirits. They got physical attributes. That's why they can shapeshift and they can sleep with daughters of men. And people are like, well, how can they sleep with the daughters of men? And I'm gonna do your question, Roberta, another time. I'm gonna get through this, but I'm gonna get to your question. I'm gonna start probably Wednesday with your question, okay? But I need to get through this. We're only 16 minutes in, but there's so much in this, and it gets crazier, all right? Yeah, they all real.
I've seen men do nasty things like an animal, but then I've seen men become not people.
Like literally
not
change.
be the people. Yeah.
Okay.
And there is like lycanthropy, and there's these understandings of what the watchers are capable of doing that most people are just woefully ignorant of. And that's why they're perishing. It's because they lack a basic understanding of history. And one of the predominant understandings of what a watcher, specific class of celestial beings, is capable of is augmenting itself. They can shapeshift. That is by their nature. They're literally called metaschizmadzotoi in the Greek in the New Testament. And it's because he says it's marvel not, because Hasatan you could say like transforms himself. That's a good word for it. But he shapeshifts himself into an angel of light. And his messengers, his apostles, disciples, they do the same thing. And he
Come on, bro. Come on, Brother Nation, drop it. All right, now, y'all, I know you with me. Come on, Brother Nathan, drop it. All right, let me let him go. Let me let him go.
And it's because he says it's marvel not, because Hasatan you could say like transforms himself. That's a good word for it. But he shapeshifts himself into an angel of light. And his messengers, his apostles, disciples, they do the same thing. And he's like, this is because they are capable of becoming anything they want to be in order to deceive on one side of the equation. And that's what they'll do. And so when people start engaging,
if even the elect will be fooled
in these necromantic rituals and other stuff, and they start to seek the embodiment of these celestial ones, they can get these things on them and in them, and they can't contain them. And some of these guys who are messing with this stuff, who don't come from the bloodline, are incapable of cohabitating like a parasite, and they feed off of each other and they can't handle it. And so that's why families are recruited from these bloodlines, and children are recruited out, even if they don't know anything about it. Like you said, the vast majority of people who come from these bloodlines, there's a lot of muddying of the waters. There's a lot of purity that's been changed. There's a lot of half-breeds. There's a lot of quarter breeds, right? There's a lot of people that don't know this stuff, and they start to get into lesser magic. And all of a sudden it's like the doors of everybody open to them. But that's why. It's because they can host these things better. Whereas those that don't, they get taken over by this stuff, and they can't change back. They can't return, in a sense. Like, people become completely possessed and are incapable of expelling the darkness after that. And who do you turn to? You're like, you're going to go to the Catholic guy who's all into the same thing that you're into, you know? Like, most people don't understand what a real deliverance is required for somebody that has gone down this far down, where they are consuming people. Like, that's a deep, devastating cycle.
Consuming. I tried. I was holding back now, y'all. I'm like, I gotta let him spit for a minute. Oh, I gotta rewind that back. Oh my goodness, he dropped so much in that short period of time. Shout out to Yasha. He said, ain't he dropping, King? I'm like, my goodness, he's dropping so much, right? That's why I kept telling you. I kept saying Friday's lesson, guys, just insane. Okay. So consuming people. All right, let's go back. He literally broke down a lot of things that I had said. I just said about the mixing and the hybrid, and they grabbing other people. I said they keep a lineage of the pure bloodline pure, but they need those hybrided out so they can use others, and they can he said a parasitic host. I literally was saying everything. I've been teaching this for years. Y'all understand? As we see that every time y'all's got me now bringing out these people's testimonies, it's you go through our back history. I've been teaching this in our lessons for years. You understand? So he said, but the others that don't have the pure lineage, they can't contain the spirits. Now, I'm gonna put it back. He said, paraphrase real quick, then I'm gonna put it back. He said, when you entertain those spirits, he says you become one with it, right? It's like a oneness, a hayad. And if you don't, he says, some of those who not strong enough mentally, that's why I say I'm careful when we send people. That's why I tell people, be careful what you entertain, right? He says, then if you're not strong enough spiritually, or if your blood lineage ain't strong enough, it will consume you. Those fallen watcher spirits, those spirits you calling on, whichever ones, those portals you open, and it will take over you and you can't come back from it. It will use you. All right, let me go back. He dropped so much.
Whereas those that don't, they get taken over by lines. There's necromantic rituals and other stuff. And there's his apostles, disciples. They do the same.
So he said they're doing the necromancy, sleeping with the dead, messing with the dead, fracturing the souls of individuals, doing the non-male and female, desecrating children, hunting them down, putting fear, drinking their adrenaline, all these acts he's talking about. All right, let's continue.
Same thing. And he's like, this is because they are capable of becoming anything they want to be in order to deceive on one side of the equation. And that's what they'll do. And so when people start engaging in these necromantic rituals and other stuff, and they start to seek the embodiment of these celestial ones, they can get these things on them and in them, and they can't contain them. And some of these guys who are messing with this stuff, who don't come from the bloodline, are incapable of cohabitating like a parasite, and they feed off of each other, and they can't.
They're incapable of cohabiting. So these are the people calling on these fallen angels, calling on Anunnaki, calling on these Egyptian gods, calling on these Canaan, right? All this stuff. He said the ones who are not pure enough for their blood, or they're not strong enough, they're incapable of cohabitating, meaning still keeping a piece of yourself and cohabitating with this entity that you're in covenant with, and letting the entity, the fallen angel, use you as a parasitic host. They're incapable of creating, of keeping the separation, and the parasitic, the entity just takes them over. That's what he's talking about.
Seek the embodiment of these celestial ones. They can get these things on them and in them, and they can't contain them. And some of these guys who are messing with this stuff, who don't come from the bloodline, are incapable of cohabitating like a parasite, and they feed off of each other, and they can't handle it. And so that's why families are recruited from these bloodlines, and children are recruited out, even if they don't know anything about it. Like you said, the vast majority of people who come from these bloodlines, there's a lot of muddying of the waters. There's a lot of purity that's been changed. There's a lot of half-breeds. And there's a lot of quarter breeds, right? There's a lot of people that don't know this stuff, and they start to get into lesser magic. And all of a sudden, it's like the doors of everybody open to them. But that's why. It's because he says they start to get into lesser magic, record contract. Come on, y'all. Hollywood, y'all. Come on, Shia. Come on, Taj. Hollywood contracts, lesser magic, Diddy and partying and such contracts, right? But he said the doors of everything open. See, this is the trick of the fallen angel, Hasatan, these devils. They'll make you think that, yeah, you can get this. Yeah, you're just doing the record. Yeah, you're going to be a star. We can just do this. You just have to do this little thing, right? You just have to give your mama over, give you this. So you have to do something, right? But what they don't tell you is that once you do this thing, I know we only 17 minutes. Once you do this thing, yeah, lesser magic. All portals open. The door open. And what he's talking about is people ain't prepared for that. And they know it. So they recruit these people, and you might learn a little crap. That's why people come here, right? Remember you had the other person come in, he said, Freemason ain't about that, right? The dude who, what you, a Prince Hall? Yeah, but boy, sit your butt down. You don't know nothing about the real Masonic order. The found from Babylon, from Nimrod. You don't know the founder. Boy, sit down. Kill him, you playing, right? Lesser magic. So what he says is they get into, some of them they get into, and the floodgates open. And they don't care. And they're not ready for it. They can't contain it. They can't detain it. Good word. Contain, intain, detain. Let me go back a little. Off of each other, and they can't handle it. And so that's why other stuff, and because they are capable of becoming Greek in the New Testament. And it's because he says it's marvel not be capable of is augmenting itself. They can shapeshift. That is by their nature. They're literally called metaskizmadzotoi in the Greek in the New Testament. And it's because he says it's marvel not, because Hasatan you could say like transforms himself. That's a good word for it. but he shapeshifts himself into an angel of light. And his messengers, his apostles, disciples, they do the same thing. And he's like, this is because they are capable of becoming anything they want to be in order to deceive on one side of the equation. And that's what they'll do. And so when people start engaging in these necromantic rituals and other stuff, and they start to seek the embodiment of these celestial ones, they can get these things on them and in them, and they can't contain them. And some of these guys who are messing with this stuff, who don't come from the bloodline, are incapable of cohabitating like a parasite, and they feed off of each other and they can't handle it. And so that's why families are recruited from these bloodlines, and children are recruited out, even if they don't know anything about it. Like you said, the vast majority of people who come from these bloodlines, there's a lot of muddying of the waters. There's a lot of purity that's been changed. There's a lot of half-breeds. There's a lot of quarter breeds, right? There's a lot of people that don't know this stuff, and they start to get into lesser magic. And all of a sudden it's like the doors of everybody open to them. But that's why. It's because they can host these things better. Whereas those that don't, they get taken over by this stuff, and they can't change back. They can't return, in a sense. Like, people become completely possessed and are incapable of expelling the darkness after that. And who do you turn to? You're like, you're going to go to the Catholic guy who's all into the same thing that you're into, you know? Like, most people don't understand what a real deliverance is required for somebody that has gone down this far down, where they are consuming people. Like, that's a deep, devastating psychological, spiritual shock, physical, your liver, like the health. This is why I'm huge into health, because I've physically had to try to find ways to help people who have done all of these things. Like, the consumption of human blood does horrific things to the human body, you know, and this is a major practice within this.
Bingo. Life and death is in the power of the blood. Come on, Roberta. She said, remember, the life of the flesh is in the blood, those contracts. And what he said, he says the drinking of the blood does horrific things to the body, and people have no idea, because the Most High did not create us for it. Oh, he's dropping some serious stuff.
Deep, devastating, psychological, spiritual shock, physical, your liver, like the health. This is why I'm huge into health, because I've physically had to try to find ways to help people who have done all of these things. Like, the consumption of human blood does horrific things to the human body, you know, and this is a major practice within this. These families do drink blood. That's why we have these vampire class of people. It's not some kind of myth. People consume blood in order to live, extend their life force. Like, this is a normal thing. You got billionaires today who admit it on Joe Rogan podcasts and other places, where they're like, yeah, I used the blood of my son and all that. Like, you don't understand. This is a religion, you know, and this is a highly effective means of augmenting yourself. And so
come on, drop it, Brother Nathan. This is a religion and a highly effective means of augmenting yourself, becoming Nephilim.
These watchers will give people this power. They're priest class.
Oh, hold on. Let's go back. He said the watchers will give these people this power, this priest class. Come on. I tell y'all, tonight gonna be crazy. It gets
blood in order to live, extend their life force. Like, this is a normal thing. You got billionaires today who admit it on Joe Rogan podcasts and other places, where they're like, yeah, I used the blood of my son and all that. Like, you don't understand. This is a religion, you know, and this is a highly effective means of augmenting yourself. And so these watchers will give people this power. Their priest class will dispense that to people who want to go into, you know, like what I come from down there.
He said these watchers will give that to people. Their priest class will dispense it. So you got religious priest class who working for the fallen angel watchers, and they'll dispense it. Come on, Zion. He talk fast, but you know, I talk fast and read fast, and I could break them on down for y'all. You heard? They will dispense it to the parishioners, to the people. The priest class of the fallen angel watchers.
Done all of these things. Like, the consumption of human blood does horrific things to the human body, you know, and this is a major practice within this. These families do drink blood. That's why we have these vampire class of people. It's not some kind of myth. People consume blood in order to live, extend their life force. Like, this is a normal thing. You got billionaires today who admit it on Joe Rogan podcasts and other places, where they're like, yeah, I used the blood of my son and all that. Like, you don't understand. This is a religion, you know, and this is a highly effective means of augmenting yourself. And so these watchers will give people this power. Their priest class will dispense that to people who want to go into, you know, like what I come from down there in the Apache reservation, was the people that slip between realms and become animals, you know.
Ooh. See, I'm a spirit man. I read all between lines. That was the first time. That was the longest one. With Bird and Ties. I know all y'all seen it. Y'all seen that? Y'all see that long pause. He looked around with his eyes and he thought he was about to say something, but he stopped himself. He stopped. He didn't say it. He thought, his spirit man knew. He thought and said, I cannot reveal that. That would cross a line. Very wise young man. And he looked for another word. He probably describing a lesser part. Wow, I'm gonna put it back. That was crazy work right there. I see all things in the spirit. Look how he's looking at the camera. He looked at the camera because he's looking at those principalities. Yes, be slow to speak. Be careful of the words that come out of your mouth. Life and death is in the power of your tongue, Brother Glenn. Right? He thought about it. He would almost slip something. And he looked around and he looked at that camera and like, I can't. Because he has a wife now, he has a family. And he says everything, but you can't say everything. He says a lot, but you cannot say everything. You have to be very careful, slow to speak, be very mindful of every word that come out of your mouth. I have to do the same election. Y'all will tell me to shut my mouth sometime. He will tell me, do not say this. I reveal that to you, and that's it. And I won't say it. Yeah, you see, he didn't do this whole interview. 18 minutes in, he never looked at this camera like this. Let me go back.
And children are recruited out, even if they don't know anything about it. Like you said, the vast majority of people who come from these bloodlines, there's a lot of muddying of the waters. There's a lot of purity that's been changed. There's a lot of half-breeds. There's a lot of quarter breeds, right? There's a lot of people that don't know this stuff and they start to get into lesser magic. And all of a sudden, it's like the doors of everybody open to them. But that's why. It's because they can host these things better. Whereas those that don't, they get taken over by this stuff and they can't change back. They can't return, in a sense. Like, people become completely possessed and are incapable of expelling the darkness after that. And who do you turn to? You're going to go to the Catholic guy who's all into the same thing that you're into, like, most people don't understand what a real deliverance is required for somebody that has gone down this far down where they are consuming people. Like, that's a deep, devastating psychological, spiritual shock, physical, your liver, like the health. This is why I'm huge into health, because I've physically had to try to find ways to help people who have done all of these things. Like, the consumption of human blood does horrific things to the human body, and this is a major practice within this. These families do drink blood. That's why we have these vampire class of people. It's not some kind of myth. People consume blood in order to extend their life force. Like, this is a normal thing. You got billionaires today who admitted on Joe Rogan podcasts and other places where they're like, yeah, I used the blood of my son and all that. Like, you don't understand. This is a religion, and this is a highly effective means of augmenting yourself. And so these watchers will give people this power. Their priest class will dispense that to people who want to go into, like what I come from down there in the Apache reservation was the people that slip between realms and become animals.
You see it? You could feel it. For those who have spiritual discernment, I could feel the spirit. And he looked around, he thought, and he said, the people who slip through portals, slip through doors. Let's let him continue.
Life force. Like, this is a normal thing. You got billionaires today who admitted on Joe Rogan podcasts and other places where they're like, yeah, I used the blood of my son and all that. Like, you don't understand. This is a religion, and this is a highly effective means of augmenting yourself. And so these watchers will give people this power. Their priest class will dispense that to people who want to go into, like what I come from down there in the Apache reservation was the people that slip between realms and become animals, and it's
you are hitting things.
Oh, he did it again. He said the people that slip between realms and become animals. Oh, that is chilling. That pause and that thing that's chilling to my spirit, because in that moment I could feel a lot of the darkness that he's witnessed, and he knows that there was something that he did not say, that he was very careful. And he's just said the people that slip through the doors and become animals. And then at the end, he looked at the camera again.
This power, their priest class will dispense that to people who want to go into, you know, like what I come from down there in the Apache reservation was the people that slip between realms and become animals, you know, and it's
you are hitting things that are confirming so many things that like I speak hypothetically about, almost in the sense that like I believe, but I can't prove kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But like for instance, years ago, I had a guy on the show and he didn't say it on the show. So I usually don't say his name because some people know who I'm talking about. Some people don't, but because he didn't say it on the show, I don't know why he didn't say it on the show. But he said that he was a former, I guess I forget, like Satanist or whatever. Like he came from a deep line of this stuff. And he said at one point, he says at one point, people have to make a decision whether they're going to go the vampire route or the werewolf route. Mm-hmm. And he said that he was told by somebody who went the werewolf route that he should go vampire because doing werewolf is like the most painful thing you'll ever experience in your entire life. I don't know. I can't say factually how true that is or not, but you're saying a lot of similar things. And now you're saying that there's traversing realms involved with this. So are you saying that there are people who are traversing realms because of their ability to change into these things, or are those two separate categories? Or sometimes the same?
I would say it like this. The reason that these First Nation people have preserved these priest class, right? Just all across the world. This isn't just like localized to white European people. There are people here who practice this type of same old religion, and they call them skinwalkers. That's a name for them, right? But these witches and warlocks that practice these things, you know, they go and rob graves and they take the infants' bones out and they grind them into powders, you know, and they use that as poisons, you know, like that. So the Jesuits was this like massive assassination team training group that was operating there that started training me. Well, then it was like you needed to learn this spiritual side of assassination and hunting and stalking. And that's where the skinwalkers and the Navajo and the Dene are like they have a different priest class that does that. And so that's what I got put out there for, because they do stuff like slipping between realms. We call them shadow walkers in the industry. Like these are guys that have this means to go between spaces. And so whether you can't hear them, you can't see them, you can't.
Okay, I let him go. Boy, he dropping a million things. It's all in the shows, all in the movie. Shadow walker, skinwalker, slipping between portals. He called them the First Nation. What did he call it? The first. There you go. He did another tribe of Dan. He didn't said Hopi. He didn't said Apache. He didn't said Navajo. Y'all bet. Boy. The people that don't know.
Assassination team training, same old religion. And the reason that there's these First Nation people have preserved.
First Nation people. He's talking about the First Nation natives, and he's talking about First Nation bloodline families who go take it all the way back to Nephilim, fallen angel, Nimrod now. First Nation, that's why, and then he said it ain't just European, right? And that's what I was trying to tell the brother James at the beginning, remember? Right? So remember, hopefully, I don't know if he's still here. He might have got offended, but all we could do is teach the truth, right? That's what I was trying to tell him. I'm like, we need to be slow. He like this. Y'all run around thinking, because he white, y'all run around looking for European. He like, bro, they black, native. These are like, you tripping. Right? You talking about, they all come out of caves. I'm like, oh, no, bro. Some are in the ground, some falling from the sky, the tall white skin walkers. You got werewolves, vampires. You got all type of stuff. Right? The other brothers all in the jungles of the Cambodia and stuff. They got all type of giants and all type of people. They got dog people and all type of stuff. Okay? Facts. They're not all humans and stuff. And then they mix in and they can shapeshift because they become one with these watchers and stuff like that. And then they having seeds and Nephilim babies and they got powers and stuff. They got these stuff in these shows. They make the one I'm watching now. What is it called again? Stranger Things. I know y'all like that. Yeah, I ain't never watched no TV. I ain't watched TV for years and years. When I was in the furnace of affliction the most, I wasn't no TV. It was about building me up and pruning me. Now you got me watching shows and I'm seeing all this falling in. I'm seeing everything that I teach on these lessons for years is in all the doggone the TV shows. And when I watched, I said, I know these people are thinking, Unc saw this show and he breaking it. All the stuff I've been saying about I said, these people have no idea. I ain't never seen none of these TV shows. None of them. I ain't never seen none of these shows. I didn't even know what they were. I just started watching this year, into 2024. He started me to watch stuff again. And now I'm seeing, I guess, because the end times. But everything I'll be teaching is in all these doggone shows. And I know that people are like, Dad, Unc broke that down from the show. No, I didn't. I ain't never seen that. Yeah, that's what that is. So the little girl, and her name was Elle. That's why I started watching it, because remember, we broke down the last lesson, the Elohim, right? And the Elle. And the little girl name was 11. They call her Elle. And they made her. And she was slipped through the portals and she had powers. That's what this is all about. So everything, it's all in that show, but they put everything on the show because that's the laws of the Shamayam, heaven, right? They got to show everything. And they got to reveal everything. It's in the movies, it's in the shows, and all of it. And you can look at it as just fantasy and make believe if you want. But they got to, you can't say you didn't know it and didn't see it. You just didn't receive it.
Two separate categories. Are people who, I can't say factually how true that is or not, but you're saying a lot of similar things. And now you're saying that there's traversing realms involved with this. So are you saying that there are people who are traversing realms because of their ability to change into these things, or are those two separate categories? Or sometimes the same?
I would say it like this. The reason that there's these First Nation people have preserved these priest class, right? Just all across the world. This isn't just like localized to white European people. There are people here who practice this type of same old religion, and they call them skinwalkers. That's a name for them, right? But these witches and warlocks that practice these things, they go and rob graves and they take the infants' bones out and they grind them into powders, and they use that as poisons, like that. So the Jesuits was this like massive assassination team training group that was operating there that started training me. Well, then it was like you needed to learn this spiritual side of assassination and hunting and stalking. And that's where the skinwalkers and the Navajo and the Dene are like they have a different priest class that does that. And so that's what I got put out there for, because they do stuff like.
So he just talked about the two. He said, the physical stalking and hunting. He made me say he went to hunting in the tunnels for wicked people. He said, but you need to learn the spiritual hunting, spirit realm. Two different realms. That's all I've been teaching y'all. The two different realms, spirit realm and the physical realm.
Massive assassination team training group that was operating there that started training me. Well, then it was like you needed to learn this spiritual side of assassination and hunting and stalking. And that's where the skinwalkers and the Navajo and the Dene are like they have a different priest class that does that. And so that's what I got put out there for, because they do stuff like slipping between realms. We call them shadow walkers in the industry. Like these are guys that have this means to go between spaces. And so where you can't hear them, you can't see them, you can't detect them. They're not on thermal, but there's certain types of ways that you can detect them. So it's like you have to get kind of raised up into these arts. And these are like, this is why we call it like, this is to me the realm of Azazel. I'm just convinced that this is all Azazel's kingdom in that realm. And that's
Azazel. He's talking about the fallen angel watchers
side of it. And people are just branching off of his tree of knowledge of good and evil side of it, and he's ultimately the one that was teaching men these ways of war in that
warfare. He's correct. The spiritual and the physical warfare. You heard him say the knowledge of the tree of good and evil. Come on, Brother Nathan, break it down, Brother Nathan. I'm
just convinced that this is all Azazel's kingdom in that realm, on that side of it. And people are just branching off of his tree of knowledge of good and evil side of it, you know, and he's ultimately the one that was teaching men these ways of war in that sense of it. But like, just like with what happened with Nebuchadnezzar, man, they cursed him with lycanthropy. Daniel warns him, hey, don't go down that road. You got a dream from the Most High. Don't do it. And he did it anyway. He said, the watchers are going to curse you. And that's literally what they did, man. They cursed him and made him a beast. They took him down the lycanthropy road because that's what they do, man. His hair grew out. His nails grew out. Like, he became a different thing that if you and I spotted it on camera, we would say it's a cryptid. We would call these things cryptids because we don't have a proper working knowledge of history and understanding why people called these things these names. But
did he just break down our lesson we just did on our Tuesday Bible study with the book of Daniel? We just broke down the Nebuchadnezzar turning into the beast and the fallen angel and the watchers and all that. Wow, 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 wow. He said he was the first werewolf. Yeah. He did literally. And the scripture, we just broke down. The scripture said the watchers will call. Remember, it said, we just broke it down. The watcher came down with a holy one. Literally, everything we just broke down on Tuesday. That's crazy. He literally just said the same exact thing. Oh, hold on.
Because that's what they do, man. His hair grew out, his nails grew out. Like, he became a different thing that if you and I spotted it on camera, we would say it's a cryptid. We would call these things cryptids because we don't have a proper working knowledge of history and understanding why people called these things these names. But the vampire side of the equation, they tend to be much more human masquerading, whereas you get much more feral production when people start to take this other route of becoming a beast. That's kind of the options that they give people in that world. But I believe a lot of the guys that you see out there.
So he's explaining something. So there's a choice. Remember, free will. So there's a path, there's doors. So you can take more of the human aspect of transhumanism, becoming part a dark spirit and part human, and that's more viperic, like vampire. That's why they got so many vampire movies and stuff. And he says, and the other said that's the easier realm. So the brother, the interviewer, said he interviewed another brother that went down the road, and he said he would choose the vampire because when you choose the werewolf part, it's more destructive to every. It's harder. Shout out to Brother Yaron, right? So he says most people, that's why it's more vampires than werewolves. That makes sense because the most people with their free will are choosing that serving as darkness. They're choosing the door of the vampire route because it's less harmful on their body and stuff like that, right? The eating of the blood stuff. But then some, I guess, who about their life, they choose the werewolf route. That makes a lot of sense. I never knew about the choice of the watchers in the spirit realm. And he's right. In the book of Daniel, the Most High warned him, and Daniel warned him, Nebuchadnezzar, of the dream. And we just broke this down. And after, I think it was like, it's fresh on my mind, we just did it Tuesday. And then after, it was a couple of, I think a year or something later, Nebuchadnezzar acted like he forgot everything that Daniel told him. And he said a statement that I created this kingdom and I'm this and I. And it said, as soon as the words were still in his mouth, and I broke down in the study, it reminds me of the Bible when it says, as the flesh was yet between their teeth, our ancestors in the wilderness asking the Most High for quail, flesh and blood. He didn't want them to eat no flesh and blood. And as the flesh was yet between their teeth, the Most High slaughtered them all. That's what happened in the book of Daniel. We just broke that down in our Tuesday Bible study on Zoom. It says, as Nebuchadnezzar was bragging to his kingdom, he was the king of Babylon, right? Following after Nimrod, right? King of the world. And as it says, as he was bragging on himself, forgetting everything Daniel told him, as the words was yet between his teeth, the Most High, boom, and the watchers got the election to cover him, and he went and they turned him into a beast. Yeah, he did a Fred Sanford, Roberta. Look at what all I built.
Or who are experiencing But the vampire side of the equation, they grew out, his nails grew out, like he became a different thing that if you and I spotted it on camera, we would say it's a cryptid. We would call these things cryptids because we don't have a proper working knowledge of history and understanding why people called these things these names. But the vampire side of the equation, they tend to be much more human masquerading. Whereas you get much more feral production when people start to take this other route of becoming a beast. That's kind of the options that they give people in that world. But I believe a lot of the guys that you see out there or who are experiencing these things, they're loose assets for families. Like these are guard dogs on estates. Like that's literally, there was a training program I had to go to when I was 9 years old, and we'd go up to this farm in Michigan that was in the family, my dad's cousin, and they train all of these police, military, law enforcement, and VIP protection dogs, but then they have other cages that are man-sized cages for other stuff because that gets brought in by the families, and it's like some of these are people that are just beasts, like physically people that are like not like the rest of us, strength-wise, speed-wise, power-wise, intelligence-wise. And then others of them are just unrecognizable as anything related to man. And so
is that their ability, the strength, intelligence, is that
he just dropped so much. He just dropped a lot. So he's just talking about, he says a lot of these that they make shift and transform into these feral creatures, beasts. He said they basically like guard dogs for the elite 13 bloodline families and their estates. So he said they also train up actual animals, right? And you'll see them in the kennels and pits, but he said they have man-made cages, bigger than an animal fit in a cage. And that's human hybrids in there. And he said they train them to protect, and they probably send them on missions and stuff like that.
And then others of them are just unrecognizable as anything related to man. And so
is that their ability, the strength, intelligence, is that something that is brought on through ritual, or is it brought on through like medical injections? I've heard stories of military injecting people with things, and they essentially become a super soldier. Is it that kind of stuff, or a combination, or what?
I think it's just both. It depends on who's got high tech and who's got the old tech. And the old tech is generally superior. The new tech has side effects.
Oh, he just dropped it. This bro, I know this man telling the truth because of the spiritual bombs he dropping. Of course, it's both. He said one is old school, one is new school. High tech, old tech, new tech, old tech. He said the old tech is superior. You know why? Because the old tech don't rely on pharmakeia. The old tech don't rely on injections and man-made concoctions, right? That they got from Azazel taught them warfare. Somebody else, another fallen angel, taught them the I think it might be Samja'al, the one who taught the makeup. It's the one that taught them the potions and the herbs and plants, right? That's the one who taught them that, the witchcraft, sorcery of he's saying the old tech is the ones that deal with straight spiritual, right? Not the new makeup of injecting the stuff with the poisons. The old tech is the ones that it's go back to the spiritual. You could control the stuff with your mind and your spirit. He's correct on that. Let's see what he says. My goodness, this bro is dropping everything in this. I didn't see this. I didn't see all this, guys. I saw a little bit. All right. I skimmed through and all that because it's 2 hours long.
Power-wise, intelligence-wise. And then others of them are just unrecognizable as anything related to man. And so
is that their ability, the strength, intelligence, is that something that is brought on through ritual, or is it brought on through like medical injections? I've heard stories of military injecting people with things, and they essentially become a super soldier. Is it that kind of stuff, or a combination, or what?
I think it's just both. It depends on who's got high tech and who's got the old tech. And the old tech is generally superior. The new tech has side effects. When people are getting injections and are using recombinant DNA to start augmenting stuff, there's other variables that are unpredictable, whereas if you just use a different spirit, you can predict what it's going to be. That's why when a skinwalker kills, that's what you have to
Hold on. He said recombinant DNA. That's the Jim Jones jab juice, the injection, the mitochondrial, mitostatic, and the luciferase that was in the mRNA myostatin to change that Jim Jones juice. That's old, that's new tech. And he says the side effects, right? So that's, again, it's changing the DNA, genetic structure. He said, but the spiritual one, he said, oh no, boy, this is crazy. I told y'all.
Things, and they essentially become a super soldier. Is it that kind of stuff, or a combination, or what?
I think it's just both. It depends on who's got high tech and who's got the old tech. You know, and the old tech is generally superior. The new tech has side effects. You know, when people are getting injections and are using, you know, recombinant DNA to start augmenting stuff, there's other variables that are unpredictable. You know, whereas if you just use a different spirit, you can predict what it's going to be. You know, that's like when a skinwalker kills. That's what you have to go through, man. I'm 9 years old and I had to stink and kill somebody with my hands, a friend, a person that I love, because my family was not somebody I loved. And so part of in order to be inhabited by these spirits that will shapeshift you and allow you to become a different creature, you're going to kill somebody that you love, and you're going to kill them with your bare hands. You're going to breathe in their life as they die. And it's when you do that this stuff comes on you, and that's the stuff that makes you convinced you can never be redeemed.
I believe it. So
He just gave a testimony of what he had to live and do. He said, you just call on another spirit.
You. And that's the stuff that makes you 9 years old and I had to stink and kill somebody.
He said, when I'm 9 years old and I got to stink and kill somebody, and it's somebody that I love, somebody that I'm close to, and then I have to kill them with my bare hands and then breathe in their essence as they're dying. He said that's the things that's in his memory that he thought he couldn't come back from. He couldn't be redeemed. But the blood of the sacrifice of Yah's son, it's not something that you chose to do willfully. It's something that was imparted on you in this dark second world by these serpents from a child. Repentance, yes, transferring the spirits. Repentance is allowed for all of those. It's when you willfully do it as an adult. And even then, up to a certain extent, as long as you don't blaspheme the Ryok, there's still repentance. But when some of these, by the time they get to adult, they're in covenant with the darkness. They won't repent. Praise Yah that this young brother right here repented. And he's walking a righteous life, and he's exposing this stuff so others can see and fight this darkness. It's what we're called to do.
Things, and they essentially become a super soldier. Is it that kind of stuff, or
unpredictable? You know, whereas if you just use a different spirit, you can predict what it's going to be. You know, that's like when a skinwalker kills. That's what you have to go through, man. I'm 9 years old and I had to stink and kill somebody with my hands, a friend, a person that I love, because my family was not somebody I loved. And so part of in order to be inhabited by these spirits that will shapeshift you and allow you to become a different creature, you're going to kill somebody that you love, and you're going to kill them with your bare hands. You're going to breathe in their life as they die. And it's when you do that this stuff comes on you, and that's the stuff that makes you convinced you can never be redeemed.
I believe it. So all right, there's so much to unpack. I'm trying to collect my thoughts. Let's just go with the assassin route. You were a kid being trained to do that. When you were doing it, did you have to transform? Was that part of the process for you, or did you ever have to never go down that route?
I wasn't like, I didn't go that route. My route was being able to get by anything. Like, you got to be able to invade anything and be able to familiarize yourself and be understanding of how to navigate and get past people's weaknesses or things' weaknesses. Like, you want to train how to do infiltration and exfiltration with targets, hardened targets. You're going to have to learn how to get by guard dogs, physical guard dogs, wolf kind, you know, and then you're going to have to learn how to get by stuff that's like, they have a warlock that sits in this estate and they do ritual magic to do all these spells and incantations. You need to know how to get through that. So there's like, you get training by getting exposed to all these different variables so that you can be able to pierce through no matter what it is and eliminate somebody or plant something. It wasn't always just like assassination. That was an aspect of it, but a lot of it is counter espionage and espionage. You're setting people up, right? Or you're trying to extract something. Like there's this project we'll have to get into more. It's called the Jason Project, which is a secret scientific military group that's now more publicly known. It's a consulting group for the smartest people in the entire world, but they had children. And so they started this junior Jason program where they're like, yeah, we should all breed together, and have these really super high intelligent children. Well, then they could be great spies. And so that's where you get into espionage as a major tacit of this. That is, they get interlocked so heavily, and you start to figure out that the vast majority of the people behind the scenes are not just connected to these religious orders, they're connected to the government. And a lot of them are State Department employees. And this is how the United States military and government regulates and controls assets out of containment. People that are not doing what they're supposed to, that have information they shouldn't have, and they need to be eliminated, or you need to extract a piece of information from them. And so that's what really launched me into that realm, was right then in those mountains of the White Mountains is what they're called. But that was when I chose more of, I don't want anything. I want to not be in this cult side. It's not like that was respected, but it was acknowledged. And I got opportunities to do the side of it that I thought was high speed and low drag and looked way more freeing, which was the modern American soldier. I wanted that route. But you're designed to basically always be a spy, and that you're going to feed back the family what you want. And if you're going to be put in a position, we'll open the doors for you. And that's where all of that really was birthed out of, was there in the White Mountains. And then once that decision was made, my great grandfather was brought back to our house in Colorado. He was located there, and my father signed me over to him. He got parental rights. He got bedtime rights with me at night.
That's sick.
For a few years until he was.
Y'all hear what he just said? Bedtime rights. I think he said his great-grandfather, or his grandfather, here, I'm put it back, signed him over to him. Now, this is an old bloodline serpent that came, and his dad signed him over. And this old bloodline family member got bedtime rights to him. Y'all know what that means, right? Y'all read between the lines. Okay? Let me go back.
Decision was made. My great-grandfather was brought back to our house.
His great-grandfather. Oh, my goodness. This is a really nasty old. Oh, my goodness. His great-grandfather was brought back to his house, and they gave him bedtime rights over this little boy.
In Colorado. He was located there, and my father signed me over to him. He got parental rights. He got bedtime rights with me at night.
That's sick.
For a few years until he was too sick to do anything about it. And my dad got access to the trust fund. And that was when everything went from like surface level, poor, middle class American to like planes, new cars, plane, new car, houses, bed and breakfasts. Like my family became wealthy. And
he said, then his dad got right to the trust fund. He gave his son over to his great-grandfather, and now he got the bag. That's the bloodline elite. And they went from regular poor to plains and rich.
Surface level, poor, middle class American to like planes, new cars, plane, new car, houses, bed and breakfasts. Like my family became wealthy. And I got thrown from freak show level werewolf Psychoville down in Arizona into the big city of Colorado Springs, which was military gods. Like military, it is the capital of the New World Order. Denver, the Front Range of Colorado, is 100% the place where the capital has been built and the infrastructure was laid. And so I got put into the
Hold on. He just dropped a bunch of bombs right there. He just said the capital of the New World of Colorado, y'all know the airport. He just dropped all that. He talks so fast. He be dropping these bombs so quick, and then he just keep on going. Yes, in Colorado, the Denver airport and all that. The capital of the New World, absolutely all the underground tunnels and all that. The bases, facts. I know about all that.
Decision was made. My great-grandfather was brought back to our house in Colorado. He was located there, and my father signed me over to him. he got parental rights. He got bedtime rights with me at night.
That's sick.
For a few years until he was too sick to do anything about it. And my dad got access to the trust fund. And that was when everything went from like surface level, poor, middle class American to like planes, new cars, plane, new car, houses, bed and breakfasts. Like my family became wealthy. And I got thrown from freak show level werewolf Psychoville down in Arizona into the big city of Colorado Springs, which was military gods. You know, like military, it is the capital of the New World Order. Denver, the Front Range of Colorado is 100% the place where the capital has been built and the infrastructure was laid. And so I got put into the military side of the projects there when I was a young teen. And that's where NORAD Space Command and all of this underground facility from the United States Air Force Academy. And that's where I went into the military side of the equation. And that's where I stayed for quite a few years.
That's wild. I had a guy on the show.
No, Sister Roberta, no. She said Daddy could have just stayed with his fam and have access to the money instead of, no, he didn't have no access to the money. He said they were just regular, middle class poor. It was until he allowed his great grandfather to come before he died, right? This old man, he said he abused him like that, bedtime rights until he couldn't anymore. That's when he got access to the bag. So he didn't have that access. He wouldn't have had that. He'd been now what he should have did, what you're talking about, was just kept his regular job and kept a regular life and don't worry about wealth and just raise his children. But the love of mammon is the root of all evil, right? So we understand that's the god Mammon. So nope, his dad didn't. So what he said was his dad. All right, let me explain. When they lived in another part, his dad left his granddad part of the family because their family did have wealth. Okay, so, all right, let me explain, Sister Roberta. Their family did have wealth as long as he was under the granddad, but the granddad took his family and then moved to Arizona in the mountains part, he said, and tried to establish his own empire. But he said, you have to sacrifice your son and you got to do these things. He said, but you got to prove yourself. So he was out there doing whatever, living a regular middle class, whatever, trying to prove himself. But in order to get the wealth of the family, he had to go back and tap in and got his great granddad to move in before he died and sacrifice his son to him, allow him bedtime rights. And now he got the trust fund. Yeah. So that's how, and now he said, now they're wealthy. Now they got airplanes and all that stuff.
A while ago, I don't want to rehash the story. I don't even remember what episode it was called or what I called it. I think it was a member show, but he was messing with something in his apartment and somebody called in terroristic threats on him. And he had like all this like powder and stuff. Like he wasn't making bomb. I don't think he was making bombs, but like, anyways, the SWAT team came and raided his home or his apartment, and his brother called me. He's like, dude, why is the SWAT team at your apartment right now? And he's at work. And so he just panicked and he fled. Oh gosh. and he this is in Colorado. He fled into the woods, and this is where the story for the show came up, because he's out in the woods and all of a sudden he's being hunted by translucent people shooting at him. And he said this lasted the entire night until he wound up getting to like a safe zone where it just kind of stopped. And he wound up turning himself in and cleared his name and everything. And I don't know, like I don't think he spent any time in jail because he wasn't building bombs, but he panicked. Like he's the kind of guy, like if I remember correctly, he's a bug out guy kind of thing.
Oh yeah.
And so
it's happening. It's going down.
It's going down.
We're heading to the hills.
We out.
A homesteader.
No, like I've been training for this,
right. He's heading to the tunnel.
Yeah, exactly. And so, but that he said that was, if not on the NORAD property, it was right near it.
Shine Mountain.
Yeah. And so we theorized that he might have even just stumbled into a training exercise.
That's what you could call it.
Yeah.
That's a fun word.
So in other words, it was training, like, oh, here's an easy target.
Yeah.
so with what you're saying is it's almost like you're confirming that there is a lot of high level stuff happening there that would be almost sci-fi to ordinary people.
That's where Nikola Tesla set up his entire laboratory system.
Is that
Same
right?
place. Oh yeah.
Wow.
This is a high place. So like you got to understand there's cardinal points across the earth, and you are well with this, but there's cardinal points where the veil is thin. It's like a real thing. It's not like some kind of like it's a reality. It's like a physical, scientifically documentable event that takes place in some of these places. And that's why he chose that spot. That's why people, if you start to go to this place called Garden of the Gods, it's this gigantic sandstone feature that just sticks up at the base of 14,110 foot Pikes Peak, this massive mountain. That's where Colorado Springs sits. And then it's a confluence of all these springs, these incredible hot, well, mostly cool water, but mineral rich springs called Manitou Springs. That's where I ended up going to high school. And it's the highest concentrations of witches in the United States per capita occupy that area because it's a gigantic tunnel system that has been there from before the days of old, always been there. People have been there and they've been doing these kinds of participatory acts. Well, the United States military moved into there on a huge degree in the 1940s and began to build during the Cold War, they began to build a lot of tunnel systems. And this is where the continuity of government operations headquarters was going to be when it came to the central part of the United States. And so that Denver is ideally situated because you have the Great Plains to the east, and you have these gigantic cascades of mountains, the Rocky Mountains, as a shield behind you. And so that's why the continuity of government, if it ever relocates from the East Coast, it will go there. And that's where the base of major military operations has embedded itself. And so when somebody stumbles onto something that might be a training, like you call it, like these are just basic kit that a lot of our soldiers have that's just not on the TV yet, you know, where soldiers are needing to be stealth technology, you know, or they're rubbing thermal creams on themselves to hide from any type of thermal imaging software. This is like low end of the tech side of the equation. But Fort Carson, which is where I was stationed, that is a massive military base. And that's where, but abreast to that, there's 6 military bases surrounding Colorado Springs. So it is a gigantic ring of this, including deep underground military bases and stuff that goes up to Denver, and that's interlocked all the way up to Wyoming, where all the communications cables are for the entire country meet. So it's a really big area for all of that. And then you have all of the spiritual side of stuff that starts in the mountains, in particular in the Front Range and Rampart Range Road. So like my family ended up moving into this little town just outside of Colorado Springs, and like giant 5-pointed star, cardinal point, where everyone gathers on the high days, all the witch crap, right? All that stuff goes on in there, and that's embraced out there culturally. It's like the norm, and it's like normal that your children are part of this stuff. And so it's good to raise children in sick families in that environment. And so that's what that hub caters to. Whereas Colorado Springs on the other side is focused on the family, and it's like diehard Christian side, you know, and it's like, yeah, but all the creepy occultist people are on that side in Manitou Springs. You know, we keep them over there where they have their coffin races and all the rest of it, you know.
Wow.
He be dropping so much. I just see because he talks so fast. He said they have the coffin races. Shout out to Sunstar, Emerald, Sapphire. Wow. My goodness, bro. He's dropping so much information. That's how you know he just spitting it. You know when something's true, you can just spit it on out. It's just, wow.
So we're gonna do an overtime with you. We're gonna focus heavy on the military experience, but I'm assuming the answer, and it's just a yes or no. You don't need to go detail. Have you ever been in an deep underground base?
Yes.
Of course you have. I figured you have, and it's probably not once. So, I definitely want to get into that for the overtime for sure. I want to kind of backtrack a bit to a couple things. One, you mentioned about people transforming their bodies, and that lichen is definitely that route. We've had people on the show, lots of people who have encountered these dog man type creatures. The one that comes to mind is episode 335. Kyle was the groundbreaking episode for me going into the dog man topic. I've had it before, but this was just like, whoa. Long story short, he's 15 years old, hunting with his grandfather in Kentucky, Daniel Boone National Forest, the upper side of it. And it's middle of the night. His grandfather's in the truck because he was older, so they had radios. The dogs get on a scent. You hear him howling. He comes up on the scene, and he can hear his dogs fighting with coyotes. The coyotes go off. He only had 2 dogs out there. And in that fight, he heard his younger dog run off as well. So now the older dog, who's a really good hunter, really strong dog, is by himself, fights off these coyotes. They come back in, and it sounded like they came back in a pack almost, and started whooping up on his hound dog. I think it was a hound dog. Don't hold me to that, but hunting dog. And then he hears his other dog come back in. And when his other dog came back in, the fight changes. Coyotes are gone. He comes onto the scene. His dog goes back to his older dog, goes back to treeing the raccoon in the tree. He comes over, pats him on the head, and he hears his younger dog behind the tree chowing down on a coyote. He goes around the tree, and it's not the younger dog. The younger dog never came back. This was a very large dog on all four. He said it was so big that it was holding a coyote by the rib cage in its mouth. And he said that when he came up on it, it looked at him and it stood up on its hind legs, took chase. That it unfolds a whole scene where basically his hunting dog saved his life. His hunting dog did survive, but barely. And he thought his dog had died at some point. That story that he shared on the show, is there any way outside of what you shared that it could be something else other than somebody that transformed from human to upright walking dog, that maybe was one of those people who weren't able to handle that and could never change back? Is that in your mind what that would be? Or do you think that there are actual creatures out there that maybe come from other realms, or maybe just like some people? I don't personally subscribe to the idea that Bigfoot's just this hairy primate that we can't catch.
Yeah.
I think there's more woo-woo stuff to it. Do you think it's along those lines? What are your thoughts on that side of stuff?
That's a great question. Man, that's brutal. Because I think on one side of it, I think we really do have an entire subspecies of creatures that do exist mostly inside the earth, and they are not readily surface dwelling anymore.
Bingo. Inside the earth. Facts. Underground. Shout out to Sister Shmurra. I was wondering how he was going to answer that question, because the question is varied, right? Because you got those that are shapeshifting for their covenant, the fallen angel. You got them making in labs, mixing stuff. But then you got these underground dwellers. I was wondering, interdimensional. I was wondering how he was going to answer that.
One side of it, I think we really do have an entire...
What are your thoughts on that side of stuff?
That's a great question. Man, that's brutal. Because I think on one side of it, I think we really do have an entire subspecies of creatures that do exist mostly inside the earth, and they are not readily surface dwelling anymore. And I do believe, like in Lake Havasu City, Arizona, man, inside the London Bridge is a massive room, like a throne room, where they engage in this magic. But this Brotherhood of the Serpent, they call upon Nahash, the dragon. And
would that be in normal terms Satan?
Yeah, most people know him as Satan, right? Yeah. But like there is a great red dragon. Like it's a physical, that's what he looks like in reality. He was cursed, and man, he made him a monster. Yahweh made him a monster. And they would commune with these things. There's 13 grandfathers take 13 of their grandsons, and they bring them into these rooms and do these things on these specific times and rituals for all kinds of stuff.
He just went with the 13 bloodline families, 13 grandsons, take their 13 sons, the 13 stars and stripes on the back of your dollar bill, the 13 steps on the pyramid. Y'all better understand that 13 numeric number, and these fallen know it. He literally said, Yahuwah. He said, Yahuwah. He said, you heard him say it. Wow. He, let me put him back a little bit. Yeah, he hitting on everything, Todd. Yo, Taj, right? Taj, he knocking it out there. He talks so fast. That's why I'm trying to slow it down and break it down a little, Taj, right? But it's like he hitting everything out the park, like literally. And that's why those who actually know, if you know, then you know that this cannot be fake, the stuff he's saying, because you have to understand the election and what he's saying and how he's doing it so effortlessly and fluently. For those, if you know, you know. You heard?
Yahweh made him a monster, and they would come.
So he said, there's a great red dragon. There's a book I read, The Great Red Dragon. And I know you think so Hasatan is called the dragon. All right, let me explain what he's talking about right now, because he's going too fast, right, Taj? Hasatan is called a dragon, but there's more than one dragon. Leviathan is a dragon. Do you understand? What the brother is saying, there's another creature that the Most High, another fallen Malak, probably a fallen angel, probably, that the Most High termed the red dragon, right? Not Hasatan, who's also called the great red dragon. Just like I'm called, somebody's called Joshua, somebody else is called Joshua. You understand? Names, right? So but he's saying there is an entity that is, he said, Yah created, the brother just said, he said, Yahweh created an entity that's called the red dragon, and that's what he looks like. And he said, this thing is beastly, disgusting looking. It's a literal red dragon. All right? Yes. So Hasatan, so there is, I would have to, so there's a red dragon in the book of the Revelation, and Hasatan is called that red dragon. But there's another dragon, and it's probably in the book of the Revelation too, because the book of the Revelation is so, that's why it has to be deciphered. It's so intricate that there's so many entities, so many beings, right? They got beasts with a woman's head and head horns over this and eyes all over its face and 4 legs, and they got so many different beasts in the Revelation. So there you go. Thank you, Zayana. Revelation 12:3. There appeared another wonder in heaven, and behold, a great red dragon having 7 heads and 10 horns, and that's probably that one, because that's not Hakyama. Correct me if I'm wrong. That's not the one, because I know it's one that they say about the red dragon, and it says Hasatan. It lets me know that's Hasatan. I'm not sure if this one right here, the little horn and the dragon, is Nimrod when you break it down. Thank you, Tosh. Tosh been saying that for a while. So I think this one, I don't want to misspeak, because you know me, I'm context. I would have to go through the Revelation and break it out, which I've done before. But just on the off the fly, this one is not Hasatan. This one, 7 heads and 10 horns and 7 crowns. I might be wrong. But if I'm correct, then this is probably that red dragon that this brother is talking about, if I'm correct. All right. Yeah, he do look like Caesarea Borgia. That's what he looked like. Go ahead.
The one that says
there you go, 12:9. I see it. Hold on. So what's the other one? So the other one is 12.
I'm sorry, my delay. Okay.
12:3. Okay, so let me see. I wish I had from 12:3 all the way to 9, see if they're talking about the same person. There appeared another wonder in the Shamayam, and behold, a great red dragon having 7 heads and 10 horns and 7 crowns upon his head. And 12:9 says, hold on, let me get to it. 12:9, hold on, where is it? Sorry, guys, they messed with my thing. I got to scroll, and it keeps going past. There we go. And 12:9 said, and the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent, the devil. See, that's a whole different. I think that's a different. I would need the context, but I think these are 2 different. And the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent called the devil, and Hashatan was deceived the whole world. He was cast out into the, yes, that's a different speed. That's a different dragon. All right. So this is in the great dragon. Is it somewhere else in Revelation? Because I don't remember verbatim, where they call Hashatan red dragon? Or is people just thinking that red dragon from 12:3 is Hashatan? Because I would have to see where, because this says the great dragon, that old serpent. Because we know Leviathan is a dragon. There's many dragons. But just for a lack of doing full context, I think that this 12:3 red dragon is not Hasatan, and is the one that this brother is talking about. Hold on, sorry, it's messing with me. Hide current. Let me hide that because it's just I can't see. All right, and the great dragon was cast. That's 12:9, 12:3. There it go. And there, come on, bro. Sorry, guys. It just keep messing with me, bro. I'm being attacked. Spiritual warfare. Y'all know how it is. Well, I can't get to it. But it says, and there appeared another wonder in heaven. Behold, a great red dragon having 10 horns and all that stuff. All right. So let me just go down to the bottom. Sorry, guys. It be messing with me. It won't let me scroll. The tax be crazy because we revealing stuff, right? So this is part of spiritual warfare. They attack all my system. Remember earlier they was attacking all my hard drives. You see it stopped. Praise y'all. I'm like, right? Shout out to Nat M. Shout out to Nat M. All right. All right. So let's continue. Let's go back a little and let the brother explain.
There is a great red dragon. Like, it's a physical magic, but this Brotherhood of the Serpent, they call upon one side of it. I think we really do have an entire subspecies of creatures that do exist mostly inside the earth, and they are not readily surface dwelling anymore. And I do believe, like, in Lake Havasu City, Arizona, man, inside the London Bridge is a massive room, like a throne room, where they engage in this magic. But this Brotherhood of the Serpent, they call upon Nahash, the dragon. And
would that be in normal terms Satan?
Yeah, most people know him as Satan, right? Yeah. But like, there is a great red dragon. Like, it's a physical, that's what he looks like in reality.
There you go. He said exactly. He says, yes, the Nahash, the Halala, that's Hasatan. But he said there's another great red dragon, a physical one. Shalom, sister, hold on, let me get, what was her name? Sister Nat. Absolutely. Sister Nat, the only thing we ask is try not to use cuss words. This is a righteous house, so I know you'll respect that. So try to say, like, this guy has seen some ish or some crap. We're a holy house, so praise to the Most High. I know you will receive that. But absolutely, he's seen some horrible stuff. Absolutely. All right, let's continue.
Was cursed, and man, he made him a monster. Yahweh made him a monster. And, right? Yeah. But like, there is a great red dragon. Like, it's a physical, that's what he looks like in reality. He was cursed, and man, he made him a monster. Yahweh made him a monster. And they would commune with these things. There's 13 grandfathers take 13 of their grandsons, and they bring them into these rooms and do these things on these specific times and rituals for all kinds of stuff. But the dragons tell them the future. This is like always what they've been able to do is like,
let me explain. Sister Nat is new. No, Sister Nat, I do not cuss in real life. I given my life over years ago. If you ever, when you find my testimony, this is 20. I have a testimony channel, and I don't cuss. I don't lie. I don't cheat. I don't steal. I don't cuss. I don't fornicate. No disrespect. I don't even eat flesh, no matter blood. I'm circumcised. So the house is you actually found a righteous house on YouTube. So, she says her. Oh, okay, well, that's good. It just slipped. I understand. Whenever it slipped, just repent. But praise y'all, praise the Most High that you found to a righteous house. And thank you for respecting and understanding. I know your emotion. You'd be like, he done been through some ish, right? So yeah, I don't cuss, but we'll say ish, and we'll say, but praise the Most High, right? From the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks, right? So we tame our tongue, right? Praise the Most High. All right, let's continue. And welcome to the house of Yas, Sister Nat.
Grandfathers take 13 of their grandsons, and they bring them into these rooms and do these things on these specific times and rituals for all kinds of stuff. But the dragons tell them the future. This is like always what they've been able to do is like, Satan leads Yeshua up onto a great high place and says, I shows him all the nations of the earth and all their kingdoms and their reigns in a moment of time. He shows them the future. That's what they do. They can show you what's to come. This is why we get hunted by them. He knows if we're going to be part of his adversaries. He knows if we're going to be on his enemy list. And that's why he targets us at our youth. That's what's so.
Hold on, bro. He's dropping something. This is Santa Claus. Let me explain what he just dropped. Yo, Taj, he just dropped Satan Claus. Do y'all know Santa Claus? Satan, that's a byword. That's where the root word of Santa is Satan, right? This is Santa Claus. He just said he knows you when you're sleeping. He knows, and this is what the Santa Claus identifying with children and the gifts. You know what the gifts are, guys? The gifts are when he took Mashiach, the Messiah, on the mountain, tried to promise you can have whatever you like, all the gifts. Just serve me, right? This is the tempting. So he watches. This is what he just said. Come on, bro. He's been dropping facts all through this, Octavius. Now, listen, guys, this Krampus, this is Satan Claus. Now, this is the watching. Hasatan and his minions, the fallen, they watch you from birth. They watch you sin. They watch your iniquity. They watch, are you a proponent to sin more than righteousness? How you can be led. They watch your emotions. They watch your weaknesses, and they try to strike you at where your areas of weakness, and they entice you, right? So they'll try to sin. If one of your weaknesses are beautiful women, then they'll send the most beautiful devil, right? A beautiful woman clothed in devil to try to seduce you, try to get you to do dark things and serve the darkness. This is the root cause of Christmas, Christmas, Satan Claus. Fact. This is where he just dropped. You heard? Fact. They know you when you're sleeping. They know when you're awake. They know when you've been bad or good. So be good for goodness sake. Be righteous for righteous sake. Facts. Okay? Are we here, Sister Nat? Every Wednesday we live, 9 p.m. every Friday. They will, if you subscribe, you're not gonna get the notifications because they shadow ban us. We're a righteous house. And then if you email me, Haki, I'm gonna put the link. Just email me if you ever want to join our Zoom Tuesday study, because we do Zoom Tuesday study, Wednesday we live, Friday we live. And if you go to the channel, it's a whole library, everything on this, spiritual warfare, and you'll know where you at. So always study to show yourself approved. Find out where you at. Go to the story. Go to the testament. See the fruit. Years, then you'll know. Like-minded brothers and sisters from all over the world. May the Most High cover and bless you on your journey, Sister Nat. Welcome to the house of Yah. All right. Let's continue, bro. Satan, to see, there's so much stuff, Taj, know that this brother be dropping that goes over people's head. That's why I pause and stop and break down. Okay? Wow, he just broke down that whole Santa Claus thing. They knows when you sleeping. They watching. They're called the watchers. Do you understand? They're called the watchers because they were sent down to watch over us, but they failed at first estate. They transgressed the Most High. So now they're watching for those who are going to serve, watching those who got a penchant for iniquity. They're looking to watching your children. They're watching your babies. They're watching all the time. And those are spirits. They see and hear all things. And they try to tempt you in the areas where you're weak. Do you understand? They'll give you the things of your flesh to try to tempt you to walk more in the darkness, more in the iniquity and the sin. Your job is to battle your flesh. Yeah, they're watching us all at all times. Your job is to understand yourself. That's why I teach y'all spiritual warfare. That's all I do is teach y'all the word, break down the Bible, teach you spiritual warfare, teach you the truth, because you got to fight in spirit. There's a fight every day. It's called every day we are to die to the flesh daily, right? We wake up, most of us breathe the breath of life into us again. We got a new day. All our cells renew itself every 24 hours. You're a renewed creature every day. You got to go fight the flesh again every day. Every day. Because they're watching. They're watching for you to slip. They're watching for you. Now, we got grace and mercy of the Most High, so we're not perfect, but his grace and abounds, and his favor and grace and mercy cover us in the areas where we weak, but we are held accountable. We do got to take responsibility and accountability for ourselves and watch over our own iniquity and sin and transgression. And when we fall, repent, get back up, brush ourselves off, try not to fall again, try not to fall at that same level, increase our righteousness daily. It's a work, and then all the way till we go back to the Creator. That's the goal, the mission, to go back home to the Father. That's it. We have to die to it daily. Every day it's a fight. Every 24 hours, every time thou I lay me down to sleep. Once you wake your little butt up, he breathed the breath. Because guys, when he breathed the breath of life into you again, that's why you wake up and you thank the Most High for waking you up again. Breathing the breath of life into you again. Most people don't know that every time you lay to sleep and you go into the sleep realm, right? Once you leave your body, your body goes to dormant state and you go into a sleep realm, you're not guaranteed to awaken again. You're not guaranteed to come back in. So once you make it back into that body again, you awaken again, he breathed the breath of life into you again. Okay? Sister Shmurra said, I'm fighting a spiritual war right now for me. Yeah, absolutely. Praise the Most High that he allowed you to find this house, Sister Shmurra, and we teach the warfare that you can take and be able to fight, continue to fight the good fight of righteousness of the Most High. against the darkness, and they're watching you. Yes, sleep is the cousin of death, right? I remember Nas put that in the rap song. You know, that's just a paraphrasing, a euphemism. Yes, sleep realm is the closest to death. That's why it says the cousin. Praise the Most High. All right. Hold on, let me let my elder back in. All right. Let's continue. 1 hour, we're going to do a little longer, then we're going to get a closing point, and we continue. I think we're going to continue. We might continue him Wednesday, and then I'll do the other one on Friday, because I got 2 back to back. Since we're doing them tonight, we might continue him on Wednesday, because this is, oh, you backstage too, Akiyama? I didn't know he kicked both of y'all out. All right, Shalom. All right, so we probably continue him. Yeah, we'll continue him on Wednesday, because it's fresh now, right? And it's a lot to come out. All right. So we'll find a closing place tonight, but I'm gonna go a little long, because I know people in the United Kingdom, people be waking up in other countries. They like when we go long. I know I know they like it. They wake up in the United Kingdom, be like, Unk is on, Mashiach Assembly is on, and they log in. So I'm trying, I'll go extra long for them too, because they like to fellowship with us all over the world and people in the different time zones. All right. Shout out to our brothers and sisters in the UK and Africa and all that. All right. Let's continue and put it back a little bit.
What's to come. This is one of their grandsons. And they bring them into these rooms and do like in reality.
So he said they used a 13. That 13 is no joke. We'll break that down another time. And stay away from gematria. Be careful, because that's a portal. Gematria. Numbers are important, right? Numerical values, right? Day 1 to day 7, everything. The Habarayah, the Adiyats have numerical value, every letter in Habarayah, right? But be careful for gematria. You're opening portals. That's witchcraft. So be very slow and careful with it. I understand the relevance of the numericals and the numbers, but every time you're opening portals, you're being calling on something, invite into your life and get yourself in spiritual mess. All right. Less is more with the Most High. Okay. All right. Let's continue.
Was cursed, and man, he made him a monster. Yahweh made him a monster, and they would commune with these things. There's 13 grandfathers take 13 of their grandsons, and they bring them into these rooms and do these things on these specific times and rituals for all kinds of stuff. But the dragons tell them the future. This is like always what they've been able to do, is like Satan leads Yeshua up onto a great high place and says, I shows him all the nations of the earth and all their kingdoms and their reigns in a moment of time. He shows them the future. That's what they do. They can show you what's to come. This is why we get hunted by them. He knows if we're going to be part of his adversaries. He knows if we're going to be on his enemy list. And that's why he targets us at our youth. That's what so happens. So many people, they're like, why has my life been a nightmare from the beginning? It's because you have a purpose and a destiny that adversary absolutely categorically does not want to come to pass.
I've been teaching y'all this for years. Have I not? Did not say every attack that's coming after you, Hasatan knows that you have a power. Some have a more stronger election and powerful anointing as to attack his kingdom. But all of us that are seeking the Most High, seeking righteousness, we're getting attacked on all different levels, because he knows you're adverse to his kingdom. He's been watching you since you were born. So the attacks ramp up and stuff, up and down. You count yourself worthy when you're going through attacks and spiritual warfare and all that. That means you are a threat to the dark realm. But most people think it's just that, you unlucky or something. The devil's a lie. It ain't that you unlucky. It's because he knows who you are and the Most High and your purpose.
What's to come. This is why we get hunted by them. He knows if we're going to be part of his adversaries. He knows if we're going to be on his enemy list. And that's why he targets us at our youth. That's what so happens. So many people, they're like, why has my life been a nightmare from the beginning? It's because you have a purpose and a destiny that adversary absolutely categorically does not want to come to pass. It's a real life Terminator scenario. And so he sends his assets in to destroy people, to ruin their life. And those meeting places happen when they sit down in these rooms and they try to call up these creatures. It's from inside the earth. It wasn't like ethereal mist. They were physical things that would come out of these tunnels, and they would come into the room and they would consume the offerings that were given there. And then he dropped another one. He says
these offerings. Remember, he said 13 family bring their sons. He said they will offer up these things and these spirits will come in there and consume the things. That's in Ifa. Do you understand? That's in African religions. That's in all these. Oh yeah, these offerings, they will come and they will eat. You will leave out that bowl of soup or water or milk or whatever, and they will come and it'll be gone. It'll be consumed. The spiritual warfare. He be dropping everything. Come on, Bell and the Dragon, Akiyama. You dropping everything.
To destroy people, to ruin their life. And that those meeting places happen when they sit down in these rooms and they try to call up these creatures. It's from inside the earth. It wasn't like ethereal mist. They were physical things that would come out of these tunnels, and they would come into the room and they would consume the offerings that were given there. And then the words of the Nachash would come forth and they would prophesy to these guys. Like they would prophesy out of the mouth of the serpent what each one of their life callings, their shots. He's the shot caller, man. It's like a pimp from prison. He's calling the shots, and you had a bunch of fallen watchers that were in prison in Tartarus for a reason. Yeah, but they got ways of getting messages out, just like the cronies in jail today, you know. And that's what a lot of people are dealing with. They think they're dealing with the top dog, and they're like, I'm finally into the big game. And it's like you're dealing with, you know, a private in the.
They dealing with a minion. Oh, boy, this bro. That's what I'm talking about, bro. You gotta know people by their fruit. That's what I'm telling y'all. Y'all know people. He said, listen, bro. He said, you got these people out here, these celebrities, they think they dealing with the top dog in the spirit realm. But they dealing with an actual minion. They dealing with an actual soldier. They dealing with the top dog. He said is still locked up in Tartarus. Simjaza and all them, right? The fallen that got locked away. He said, but they can send messages. You heard? Oh, yes. Spiritually, telepathically, they can send messages. He said, just like in jail, we send out kites and messages to the outside world, and you got the shot callers in prison that still running the drugs and stuff and the crime in the streets, right? That'll still get you. Oh, yeah, he said they spiritually pimping. Yo, come on, Brother Nathan. Brother Nathan dropping it, boy. This everything, y'all know this everything on teach. Y'all already know. I'm tripping because y'all already know. This everything on out that we be teaching on all that, you know. Wow. Let's go. Come on, bro. He just said they spiritually pimping.
That would come out of these tunnels, and they would come into the room and they would consume the offerings that were given there. And then the words of the Nachash would come forth and they would prophesy to these guys. Like they would prophesy out of the mouth of the serpent what each one of their life callings, their shots. He's the shot caller, man. It's like a pimp from prison. He's calling the shots, and you had a bunch of fallen watchers that were in prison in Tartarus for a reason. Yeah, but they got ways of getting messages out, just like the cronies in jail today, you know. And that's what a lot of people are dealing with. They think they're dealing with the top dog, and they're like, I'm finally into the big game. And it's like you're dealing with, you know, a private in the hierarchy. But he can.
Now, let me break something down on a deeper level of what he's talking about. He's talking about the prison. He's giving a correlation. Do you not know in prisons? The prisons are the darkest portals on earth, the prisons. And what is the violation happening in the prisons? The desecration of the last portal at the end of the spinal cord, the rectum, with the shattering of the soul, right? Where they shatter. And guess who runs the prisons, right? The cartels, right? The gangs, the higher darkness, and they got principalities over them. And guess who speaks to them? Those principalities, fallen angel watchers that are locked down in Tartarus, speaks through those in prison, the darkness of the prison and the prisoners, the criminals, the darkest of the people on earth, and the things the things of the taking of people property and taking of people manhood and taking. It's all about dark and destruction of human calm and righteousness in the prisons. And then it leads from that to the streets, right? Because the streets, y'all don't know it, but the crime and stuff on the streets is still ran from the prisons. People don't understand that. But the cartels and the principalities, they call on the higher watchers, fallen spirits who are imprisoned. And what do they want to do to the right to anybody? Imprison you in these prisons. Y'all understand the correlation? Yes, Hakiyama, I agree. And it's so crazy that you said that, because that's the assistance I need. And I'm about to set up somebody. It's not you, because you got too much. You're doing too much. It's gonna be one of y'all in the ministry that I'm gonna train y'all. And I got the thing that it can make it done. I can give you access. You'll be able to clip and do it, because we need to do it with all our content. And you'll see, I got something that's coming that y'all gonna really enjoy in a minute. And when y'all see it happen, y'all gonna be like, thank you, Unc, it's coming. But yes, booty bandits, all right? Yes, so what he's breaking down, this is the levels as above, so below, meaning this is the things that's in our face that most people don't even see is happening. Oh, shout out to Elder Elwood. Shout out to Brother Elwood Johnson. Thank you, Elder. Thank you so much, young Elder King, for your donation. I humbly receive. Hold on, what did he say? Excellent breakdown, Unc, as usual. This info is spot on, and it's a blessing to learn this. And you make it even easier for me to see it in the spirit. Thank you. Thank you, Brother Elwood. That's my calling from Yah, is to break it all down for all of us to be able to see and praise Yah as the Most High reveals. Thank you for the donation, Brother Elwood. I humbly receive. Praise the Most High. All right. So he's doing a great correlation to the prison industrial system, you understand? And the principalities of the prison, listen, the spiritual prison industrial system. Because Yah, the Most High, locked those fallen angel washers up in prison. Do y'all not understand? Some are locked, and look where they locked. Some are locked in the Grand Canyon. Some are locked in Colorado. Some are locked in Atlanta, New York. They locked in the Marine Kingdom, in the depths of the ocean. Some they locked all over the place in the spiritual prison industrial system. So what do they try to replicate? They try to take us and even the righteous, and make us sin so we can get in prison and get darker. Do y'all understand? And serve principalities from prison. Praise the Most High. Those of us who made it out of those prisons, may the Most High cover and bless you all. Me and Elder Taj made it out. I had a life sentence for those who don't know. Life sentence. I got a second chance. That's why I won't blow this chance. The Most High gave me a second chance. For those who don't know my story, 25 to life in prison. I'm still supposed to be there right now. The Most High gave me a second chance at my life, and I will never renege and never forsake him. So for the time until I return to him, I will teach his word and his law in spirit and in truth to every nation and kindred on the earth in his righteousness, because I'm on second lifetime. I'm still supposed to be in the New York State prison system right now. Attica, Comstock, Clinton, anywhere, right now. But I'm here, and I'm able to teach the word in freedom. And I'm thankful, and I will never, every day, it's like I just left that 25 to life sentence right today. Every day that I wake up, it's like I'm still just left. And I've been free since 2010. And it's 2025. And I've never changed one iota from when he freed me. I ain't forget. It's right on my forehead. Thank you, Yah. Thank you for giving me a second chance. For everybody want to know why I'm so sold out, that part. I ain't even supposed to be here. You heard? And he chose me to be here, and I chose to fulfill the covenant that he chose me to fulfill. And I'm going to do it until I go home. And I'm going to teach you all. I'm going to serve you all until I go home. A servant. Yes. Praise the Most High. If y'all want, y'all can send her the Testimony TV channel if y'all want.
It in the hierarchy. You're dealing with, a private finally into the big game today, and that's what a lot of people are dealing with. They don't, birds of the Nachash would come forth and they would prophesy to these guys. Like they would prophesy out of the mouth of the serpent what each one of their life callings, their shots. He's the shot caller, man. It's like a pimp from prison. He's calling the shots, and you had a bunch of fallen watchers that were in prison in Tartarus for a reason. Yeah, but they got ways of getting messages out, just like the cronies in jail today, and that's what a lot of people are dealing with. They think they're dealing with the top dog, and they're like, I'm finally into the big game. And it's like you're dealing with, a private in the hierarchy, but he can masquerade like a general. And so some people are really dealing with death himself, and some of them are dealing with one of his princes. And this is what my family's covenant was with the dragon. They didn't mess around, man. They went all the
This brother Nathan's gonna have me punch this desk. He be dropping it. He says some people, they dealing with these minions and they think that, but some people is dealing with death itself. When he's saying death itself, he's talking about the actual principalities. They literally some are dealing with actual Halal Hasatan. Some are dealing with actual Azazel some are hearing from whatever principalities. And he's saying these bloodline families, these ones who know who's and who they are in darkness, they got a straight line to these fallen angel watchers. That's why they're saying they descend from Nimrod. They ain't trying to dilute. That's why I tried to tell the other brother, the brother James, shout out brother James. I'm like, nah, bro, don't lump these things, talking about they from the caves and all that. The devil's a lie. These are people. Don't get caught up in that sorcery. That's witchcraft right there. Another form of teaching this thing that'll throw you off the truth. Now, some people descend from caves and mountains. Yeah, some do, and they're all different colors. But if you think you can lump somebody up to what they from caves, you just lost the fight right there, because you have no idea the different levels of election. You got some of these people know who they descend from, the principality. They like, I ain't never been in no cave. I've been running these kingdoms since Nimrod, and you run around talking about they was in a cave. Nimrod was never in no cave. You better understand these principalities. They run cities and governments. You know, kingdoms. You heard? Oh, praise the Most High. All right. He says, y'all log some of the questions, guys. I can't really see all the chats. They messing with I can't really see. I can't scroll. They've been attacking this lesson, so I just got to deal with it. So Hakyama, Zayana, and all of y'all, please log as many questions as you can.
Finally into the big game. And it's like you're dealing with, a private in the hierarchy, but he can masquerade like a general. And so some people are really dealing with death himself, and some of them are dealing with one of his princes. And this is what my family's covenant was with the dragon. They didn't mess around, man. They went all the way to the chain of command. They uncovered a bunch of my great-grandfather's grandfather was an archaeologist who dug into the Indian mounds out in the Ohio River Valley. And they started finding a priest class that was these serpent worshipers. And that's what they started calling upon. And they started trying to wake up and rise up Huachiblos, which is these deities, these dragon fire deities that demand.
In Ohio?
Where these mounds were found is the Ohio River Valley. Yeah.
Are we talking about serpent mounds?
Yeah. Well, this wasn't specifically, not that I'm aware of that it was specifically a serpent mound, but it was a mound that was in an area that was now being farmed.
Okay.
And so whether or not it was specifically a serpent mound, it was not identified as that. But they ended up finding a lot of these ancient tomes. They found the writings of this priest class, and they started using their magic to call back up these fallen ones. And they were, the part of the trade is the priest class has all this secret knowledge that they then use to rule the kings with. And that's what they wanted. So that's how the Reynolds family, this is also documented in a book called The Gilded Leaf by Patrick Reynolds, who was a bloodline descendant specifically and in the actual inheritance of the Winston cigarette company, the tobacco empire that ended up buying Nabisco Foods, that ended up running the world.
What relation is it to you? Like an uncle?
I don't know that I am a bloodline relative of that guy.
Oh, okay.
Patrick Reynolds specifically. My Reynolds family is the one that does the black gold stuff, all the secret, disgusting, dirty money. They're the white launderers of the money, right? But you got to have your seedy, corrupt group. And that's what my family did. They did all the dirty stuff.
Wow.
And so but in his book, in his firsthand account, they talk about the Joshua coin and them using a coin that was from Judas that he betrayed Yeshua with, and the 30 pieces of silver that was the blood guilt money. They would touch that silver coin to anything they wanted, and it would grow an empire. The cost was always massive bloodshed and a massive demand of life, and that's always what the serpent required.
Oh, Taj, I gotta find us a closing place. Yo, Taj, you hear him dropping it? He said they had the Joshua coin and the 13, the silver. What's the name from Judas? Nimrod's head, Adam's coat skins, Masha's body, Moses. They're looking for Masha's body. See, this is all the spiritual witchcraft sorcery that they get these possessions and they call them. These are the mouths. He keep calling them priests and all this stuff. This stuff is all facts. Okay, this stuff is all true. Okay. And they get these relics and then they open portals with the relics. The power is in the relic. That's why Nimrod and Cush, Ham stole Adam's and the skin's coat, right? Ham stole it from his dad Noah on the ark and gave it to Cush, his son, and then Cush gave it to his son, stealing, lying, cheating, and then Nimrod, he gave it to his son, and Nimrod had the code. You see, these are he called it, what did he called it again? Earlier, this brother, not energized. He called it something. It got powers. These are these things, they got powers, the energy in them. He called it something else. Okay? So once you get these relics, that's why they went to Iraq to get Nimrod's body and head. So you get these relics, there's powers, there's energies in there. And then once you make the covenants with the spirits, you open a portal and a door. Charged. Thank you, Yadon. They're charged. These things, they're charged with the power, the essence, the spiritual essence. The darkness is the charging. Come on, guys. And once you become one with the darkness, they reveal things to you. And then once you make a sacrifice to it, an offering, do you understand? That's why the Most High done away with sick offerings, because our ancestors would do these offerings for sin, atoning, and they would kill, slaughter innocent animals. They're becoming darker and wicked and manipulating. So he done away with, and he sent his only Ya'ad's son to be the last atonement offering, blood offering for sin. So we no more slaughter animals. Now each individual have repentance. You are held accountable. You will not slaughter an innocent animal anymore. But the darkness don't receive that new covenant, so they still do atonement offerings. To get these gifts from the spirit realm, they have to offer innocent blood. They have to offer, and the younger and the more innocent, the more power. Wow, bro. I'm about to close out. We got 10 minutes. I'm going to close out at 2:30. So no matter what. But woo, yeah, that's why they do all those crystals. So that's that new age. Y'all be careful with all these crystals, and that's witchcraft. That's what they do in African cultures and also in the Caribbean. So when he was talking about the serpents, right, and all that, and he was saying that's the Negro land. That's the Ashan tribe with the serpent. Y'all go to watch our lessons on the tribe. And those were the ones that were shipped to the Caribbean mostly. That's where you get voodoo and Santeria. That's what this is. It's serpent. That's the serpent worship. Okay? So he's just talking about the other class of the 13 bloodline families tapping in. It's just different classes. And that was a priest class as well from the Negro land. Those who don't know, go to our study. Hakyama, she'll find it. She might put it in the chat. It's Hakyama, if you can find it, put it. I think it was like Negro land and the Ashanti. I think we got the serpent thing on the thumbnail or something. Watch that, because we got all the books. We reading the books from the 1500s that's describing. And these were the people that was dispersed in America and the Caribbean and stuff. That's why a lot of the Caribbean, they thinking, and you got these Israelites talking about they are the tribe of Levi. No, that was a lie. It's a tribe of Ya'ada, Judah. They were serpent worshipers over there in Negro land. And the Ashan, the Ashanti people and all that. And then this new age, they charging these stones and crystals and stuff. Be careful, it's charged negative. It is sorcery and witchcraft. All right, I'm gonna get a closeout point now. We got 8 minutes because I'm closing it at 2:30 no matter what. And we'll continue. At least we did 41 minutes. That's not too bad.
Book, in his firsthand account, they talk about, know that I am a bloodline relative of that guy. Oh, okay. Patrick Reynolds specifically.
Thank you, Brother Leonard.
My Reynolds family is the one that does the black gold stuff, all the secret, disgusting, dirty money. They're the white launderers of the money, right? But you got to have your seedy, corrupt group, and that's what my family did. They did all the dirty stuff. Wow. And so but in his book, in his firsthand account, they talk about the Joshua coin and them using a coin that was from Judas that he betrayed Yeshua with, and the 30 pieces of silver that was the blood guilt money. They would touch that silver coin to anything they wanted, and it would grow an empire. The cost was always massive bloodshed and a massive.
So he said they would take that coin because they did these rituals, and they would touch the coin on anything they want, and it would grow a massive empire. But it would require a massive amount of slaughter of blood covenants. right? Destruction. This is how they built all these empires. America as well. That's what people don't understand. The slave trade in America and the slaughter in all kingdoms, Babylon, all of them, the cities.
Demand of life that he betrayed Yeshua with, and the 30 pieces of silver that was the blood guilt money. They would touch that silver coin to anything they wanted, and it would grow an empire. The cost was always massive bloodshed and a massive demand of life. And that's always what the serpent required. He wanted life. And so like on one side of the equation, that's what they used to build the Reynolds Empire. That's what they used to go down Alcoa and all the aluminum industry and all of the stuff they spray on us and the stuff they poison us with and inject us with and all the variables of complexities of targeting that they've done against us. That all comes from that covenant that those two brothers sat down, did, and entered into a blood covenant with the dragon, man. And this is what the fruit of it was. Well, my family entered into that on a different route through this priest class thing. And that's what they would practice down there. And that's the same old religion that people have been using a long time. So on one side of it, I've seen.
I got to stop him. He just boy, he like a computer. Do y'all know he just broke down the ones who spraying the chemtrails and the beryllium, the aluminum, who putting the jab juices, putting vaccinations, and putting all the stuff and all the chemicals, the Luciferians, putting the stuff in our foods, contaminated, taking organic, spraying the pesticides and chemicals. He just talked about the Reynolds family. He's telling you the foundation of the covenant of these dark lineage of 13 bloodline family people and how all these things got instituted. Yo, he been breaking down so much and he goes so fast and he just keep on going. But praise y'all, I can stop it every time and break it on down and give the understanding. All praise to the Most High, bro. All right, what I got? 5 more minutes. Let's see how much 5 minutes we can get. I know, Just Dollar. He just broke that down so quick. He just gave us the actual lineage of the people who doing the chemtrails and spraying and the food and all this stuff over. He told us the ones over the cigarette, the other Reynolds family. He said his side is the dark side. They doing the witchcraft. Yo, he's Yahusha, he's spilling all the beans. Ain't he? And y'all remember at the beginning, there was one bean he knew not to spill. That's why I love the truth, bro. That one time he almost said something. Y'all remember at the beginning, he stopped and he rephrased. Praise the Most High.
With the dragon, man. And this is what the stuff they spray on us and the 30 pieces of silver that was the blood guilt money. They would touch that silver coin to anything they wanted and it would grow an empire. The cost was always massive bloodshed and a massive demand of life. And that's always what the serpent required. He wanted life. And so like on one side of the equation, that's what they used to build the Reynolds Empire. That's what they used to go down Alcoa and all the aluminum industry and all of the stuff they spray on us and the stuff they poison us with and inject us with and all the variables of complexities of targeting that they've done against us. That all comes from that covenant that those two brothers sat down, did, and entered into a blood covenant with the dragon, man. And this is what the fruit of it was. Well, my family entered into that on a different route through this priest class thing. And that's what they would practice down there. And that's the same old religion that people have been using a long time. So on one side of it, I've seen physical beings that are definitely not like our animals up here come out of these spaces from inside the earth. I've seen in deep underground military bases, dogmen, like you would kind of describe them, some more humanized. And I think a lot of those were experimentation and genetic splicing. I think a lot of that was gene editing stuff that I've seen. But I do believe that some of these things are holdovers from the old days. They're the last of their kinds and they've been breeding them, right? And I believe that that's the stuff that's prophesied that's going to come back out and cause the hearts of men to stop.
Oh, come on, Brother Nathan. That is the stuff here. Come on, drop it, Brother Nathan. He talking about that's the stuff of the leftovers from old that the Most High says going to come and man's heart is going to fail them for the things they're going to see. And then they got stuff they opening in portals and they're going to come from under the ground. Y'all better know the Bible. Come on now, Yael. He dropping it now, Yael. They better know the Bible, the prophecy book, the history book. They ain't no religious book. It's a book of prophecy, facts, and history. Your book of instructions. Y'all better know the holy manuscript. Think it's a religion if you want to.
Things that are coming up on the earth. You know, that's why things that are kinds and they've been things out of these spaces from inside the earth. I've seen in deep underground military bases, dogmen, like you would kind of describe them, some more humanized. And I think a lot of those were experimentation and genetic splicing. I think a lot of that was gene editing stuff that I've seen. But I do believe that some of these things are holdovers from the old days. They're the last of their kinds, and they've been breeding them, right? And I believe that that's the stuff that's prophesied that's going to come back out and cause the hearts of men to stop for fear of looking after these things that are coming up on the earth. You know, that's why everywhere I went throughout my youth, I could go to these tunnels and these caves and call out, and I could hear them and they would call back, you know, and it's like, it's a seductive power that draws you back into it.
You could call out to them? Like,
yeah.
Was it like a language or a sound or what?
Oh yeah, man. You can learn to call to them. You can go out here in these hills out here and do it. You can still do it tonight on these full moons and stuff. You can start calling out and you'll think you'll hear coyotes at first. And then all of a sudden it's a totally different, you know.
Don't do it, guys. Nobody do this. He's correct. And he said the full moon. Don't play around. But he's correct. You can do it. Do not do that ever.
Power that draws you back into it.
Shalom, Sister Nat. Nice meeting you as well.
Back, you know, and it's like, it's a seductive power that draws you back kinds, and they've been breeding same old religion that people.
I like he said that they've been breeding them. They are breeding them.
Been using a long time. So on one side of it, I've seen physical beings that are definitely not like our animals up here come out of these spaces from inside the earth. I've seen in deep underground military bases.
I got 1 minute, so this is the last clip. 2:30, I'm closing. 1 minute left.
Dogmen, like you would kind of describe them, some more humanized. And I think a lot of those were experimentation and genetic splicing. I think a lot of that was gene editing stuff that I've seen. But I do believe that some of these things are holdovers from the old days. They're the last of their kinds, and they've been breeding them, right? And I believe that that's the stuff that's prophesied that's going to come back out and cause the hearts of men to stop for fear of looking after these things that are coming up on the earth. You know, that's why everywhere I went throughout my youth, I could go to these tunnels and these caves and call out, and I could hear them and they would call back, you know, and it's like, it's a seductive power that draws you back into it.
You could call out to them? Like,
yeah.
Was it like a language or a sound or what?
Oh yeah, man. You can learn to call to them. You can go out here in these hills out here and do it. You can still do it tonight on these full moons and stuff. You can start calling out and you'll think you'll hear coyotes at first. And then all of a sudden it's a totally different, you know, it's a different sound that starts to resonate. And then it's a different one that calls off from over here. Right. You got to understand, some of these guys that you think are just neighbors and stuff, or just people, like, this is what they keep in their barn. You know,
are they
this is the stuff they keep. Yeah, absolutely.
You know, I go out hunting for these things.
I understand. I understand completely, man. I was that being said, I got hooked back into it with Timothy Alberino and Steve Quill and a lot of these guys when I was married, and my wife didn't know anything about this whole stinking world of who I was and everything else.
How'd you meet your wife if she didn't know who you were? You suckered her. You suckered her.
That's a way to put it, man.
She's still with you, so she loves you. You know,
bro. She's all in, man. She's amazing. Cool. She is my shield bearer, man. She's amazing. She has fought. We have waged a war together beyond your wildest imaginations. She has seen the full force of the occult come after us, and people slaughtering sacrifices to try to desecrate us, and people try to hunt us and murder us in front of her face.
She's seen it
in front of my children's face. They've sent special kill teams after us in front of my children's face, man. And I have seen the living power, man. Recent.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, man.
That being said, man, I do believe that there is a hierarchy, and you can call upon the Most High, man, and He has delivered us. And I've never had to fire a shot at any of these guys. I haven't had to take out their drones. I have seen supernatural intervention. I've seen their weapons jam in front of my face, like chapter in the book called Murder on Their Minds, where I talk all about it, man. I've seen Him provide supernatural miracles, because you got to understand, we're dealing with the fallen. We are not dealing with the Most High, and He owns a much more powerful arsenal. And let me tell you, at His word, all these nations, kingdoms, and thrones will bow. And it's an absolute reality. It's an inevitability.
All right. I got my clothes. I'm about to bring it back. Brother Elwood, I don't see it. You said check your cash app. I don't see it. Could you? Yeah, I don't see it. I got, I see Mararo Ya and Yashara La. Those were the last two. I don't see Brother Elwood. It's the cash app. I think it's $ Uncle Yashua, with an H, and you should see me on the So I apologize if it went to somewhere else. Yeah, I didn't even have my banner up. Let me put my banner up just in case anybody ever wanted to. I was supposed to remember to do that. I'm so used to not doing it. So yeah, it's yeah. I didn't see it unless you let me know what name it's under. If it's under a different name, I didn't see it. But either way, I humbly thank you for donating. All right. Let me close out now. Let me go back with his. I'm gonna close out with this last story because I'm glad he left off with his wife. So he's gonna, when we come back, when we finish this on Wednesday, he's gonna break down a lot of what they did to him, and it's really heavy. And then he talks about his wife and how he had to shout out to Batayala, but the way he breaks it down was he had to tell his wife who he was, what happened to him. He had to tell her the truth. So he starts to tell us fully what they did to him.
Hierarchy, and you can call upon the Most High, man, and he has delivered us. And I've never had to fire a shot at any of these guys. I have recent. Beyond your wildest imaginations, she has seen the full force of the occult come after us, and people slaughtering sacrifices to try to desecrate us, and people try to hunt us and murder us in front of her face.
She's seen it
in front of my children's face. They've sent special kill teams after us in front of my children's face, man. And I have seen the living power, man. Recent.
Really?
Bingo. And we're going to end it there. I like when you see he gets nervous. You can see it, right? You see how he got nervous, and that's the second time. That's the same spirit he had. He's like, recent. And he looked around like, let me go back just a little.
Marino and Steve Quill and a lot of these guys, when I was married and my wife didn't know anything about this whole stinking world of who they keep. Yeah, absolutely.
You know, I go out hunting for these things.
I understand. I understand completely, man. That being said, I got hooked back into it with Timothy Alberini. Bro, she's all in, man. She's amazing. Cool. She is my shield bearer, man. She's amazing. She has fought. We have waged a war together beyond your wildest imaginations. She has seen the full force of the occult come after us, and people slaughtering sacrifices to try to desecrate us, and people try to hunt us and murder us in front of her face.
She's seen it
in front of my children's face. They've sent special kill teams after us in front of my children's face, man. And I have seen the living power, man. Recent.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, man.
That being said, man, I do believe.
Wow. How recent? Recent. He like,
believe that there is a hierarchy, and you can call upon the Most High, man, and he has delivered us. And I've never had to fire a shot at any of these guys. I haven't had to take out their drones. I have seen supernatural intervention. I've seen their weapons jam in front of my face, like chapter in the book called Murder on Their Minds, where I talk all about it.
Bingo. We got our close in place. We closing with the power of the Most High. He said, with that being said, there's a power of Yah that you could tap into. He said, I ain't have to shoot a shot against them. I ain't have to do nothing. Perfect close. Thank you, Yah. He always does it. Won't he do it? Yeah, he will. He always does it in this house. He said, hold on, let's go back. Let's close with Yah's power. We ain't closing no darkness.
Man, and he has delivered us. And I've never had to fire a shot at any of these guys. I haven't.
Let me go back a little bit more.
Yeah.
Wow.
That being said, man, I do believe that there is a hierarchy, and you can call upon the Most High, man, and he has delivered us. And I've never had to fire a shot at any of these guys. I haven't had to.
I believe there's a hierarchy. And guess who's at the top of the hierarchy? The Most High creator of all things. You got that right, Brother Nathan. And you can call on the Most High. And he said, I don't have to shoot a shot at nobody. Yah, when vengeance is his, he'll fight on your own accord. Your righteousness will cover you all. Y'all hear? Don't be scared, children. Don't be nervous. Be righteous. You know what I say? I say, don't be shook. Don't be scary. Don't be scary. Don't be scared. Be righteous, and all the powers of the Shamayam will fight on your behalf. All of them will fight on your behalf. Don't be scared. Be righteous. You heard? We closing. Hakyama, you want to close us out with a prayer? I'll have Akiyama close us out with a prayer. We have a sister close us. I'm gonna say a little word. We closing now. Don't be scared. Don't be feared. That's devil food. Be righteous. Be repentant. Be humble. Be meek. You heard? That's the fruits of the spirit. You want to be covered and protected? You ain't got to run scary. You ain't got to run to and fro. You ain't got to be shook of all these principalities and spirits and werewolves and vampires and is he human, is he ain't human, and serpent seed and fallen angels and 13 bloodline families and 15 bloodline Nephilim and Nimrod's bones and the coins of Joshua and Nimrod and Gilgamesh and Thoth and Thoth and Anunnaki and skinwalkers and crawlers. You ain't got to be scared of nothing. Be righteous. Don't be scared. Be righteous. Be repentant. Be responsible. Be lawful and in order. And you ain't got to worry about this Nephilim on the screen. No, none of these Nephilims on the screen. You heard? All their bloodlines. The 13 blood. Nah. Be righteous. Be repentant. Be respectful. Be humble. Be meek. Be a servant of the Most High in spirit and in truth. And all the collections and powers of the Shamayan will fight on your behalf. You heard? Be accountable. That part. Don't be scary. Ain't nothing to be scared of. Greater is he that is within you, children. Be righteous. Don't be self-righteous. Be Yah-righteous. Y'all hear the difference? Don't worship your flesh or your melanin, your authority, your nationality, your bloodline. Be meek and servants, humble. Know whose and you are, who and whose you are in spirit and in truth. Not in just physical namesake, okay? In spirit and in truth, children of the Most High, and the righteousness will cover you of the Most High in all things, okay? In all things. May the Most High cover and bless you all. We're going to close out with Hakiyama. That's my prayer. My prayer is all y'all go forth and be the light in the darkness, right, Taj? Go forth and be the light. In spirit and the truth and know who and whose you are. My prayer is that you all be built up in the covering of the Most High and the anointing of the election. I don't give a crap about your bloodline. Rebuke it all. Rebuke the bloodline of Eve. Rebuke the bloodline of the 13 bloodline families. Rebuke the bloodline of Nimrod, Cain, Canaan, whatever, Esau, anybody that was wicked. Rebuke it all. Renew yourselves in the newest of the flesh. Die to the flesh daily and walk in righteousness. Do the right next thing. Work on yourself. You heard? Help the meek, the humble. Help your neighbor. Love thy neighbor as you love thyself. Walk in righteousness, and all protection will be allotted to you. You won't have to lift a finger like the brother Nathan said. You won't have to fight nothing. Let vengeance be the Most High's. And may the Most High cover and bless you all in spirit and in truth. For Uncle Yahya Shah in the house of Yah to you all. Go forth and be the light, children. Akiyama, could you close us out in a quick prayer, daughter of Yah? And we out. Let me get these wickets off the screen. Get these Nephilim off the screen. Devils a lie. Be gone, devils. Be gone. See how easy that was? Be gone. That's as simple as it was. You heard? Simple is as simple does. Praise Yah. We make ourselves smaller. Why we ain't showing our banner? There we go. Go ahead, daughter of Yah, whenever you're ready. We had you for a second.
I'm still in the delay. I'm sorry.
All right, it's really low though. Say something again. Say something.
I can't hear you and it keeps freezing. I'm sorry. I'm
It's
just going to go ahead and
freezing?
start the prayer.
Go ahead.
Okay. Tayada Yaya for today. Thank you. It's an honor to be in your presence here with you. May you be pleased as we are one with you, as we are present in your presence, about your presence, inside you, and you all around us. You are our tower. Your name is our protection. And in your name we come, and we are covered by our own righteousness, because our righteousness is of you. We thank you for your mercy and your grace upon us. We thank you for the covering, and we thank you for your Son. We thank you for the compassion he felt upon us. We thank you for that pity, that though we have sinned, and though there is sin in the blood, that you have done a new thing, and that all old things can be wiped away. We are honored. We are humbled. We are low. And we come as servants. We come as servants knowing our nobility. We come as royals knowing our responsibility. We know that there are other royals and those that mean no good. But we know that your power is eternal. We know that your power is mighty. And we know that you are above all things created by you. We know that Yah is at hand. You are the Most High and the creator of all things, and you are about us, and we are about your business. Use us to your desire, and may your will be done on earth as it is in the Shemayim, heaven. Your will be done, and may we be strong in armor. May we have shoes. May we have clothes. May we have right minds and a good strong head. And may our zeal not cause us destruction. May not our mouths cause us to commit folly. But in the knowledge of you, in the oneness of you, in the ahayad oneness of you, may there be much rest, even in the midst of all our work. And may there be much strength and much endurance in the midst of all attacks. We are yours. We acknowledge you, and we do love you. All praises to the Most High, Yah. Praise the Most High, Yah. Amen.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, daughter of Yah, for that prayer praying over the house. May you all go forth and be a light in the darkness. Go forth and be righteous. As much as you can, cover your families, your children with the anointing, the light of the Most High. Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Peace of the blessings of the Most High. Hold on, how can I mute? There we go. Peace and blessings of the Most High, seventh day, anointed day to you all. May the Most High, may you reflect on this day, the seventh day that he sanctified and made holy, and may you go forth and be the light in the darkness. We'll be live again. I'm going live on the 25 to Life Monday. This Monday I'm live for people who know the 25 to Life, Uncle Yashua 25 to Life Testimony TV, giving testimony, something. But we live in the ministry on Wednesday, 9 p.m. And we're continuing this study, this live of this brother Nathan's testimony. All right. House of Yah, I love you all. Thank you, Hakyama, for your assistance. Thank you, Taz Balaya, Yanapa. Thank you, Yashiyaha and Ahavaya. Thank you to all the ministry for greeting your brothers and sisters, new one and old, young and old, that come and feast at the house, in the house of Yah, on the word of the Most High. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Shalom, Shalom. Peace and blessings of the Most High.
He adds secures and hooks us tight. A gift from Yah, eternal life. He sent his son a sacrifice to show how much he loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, you are loved. You
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Bible study every Tuesday, 8 p.m. We having a Zoom Bible study. I'm gonna put email me for the link.
I'm a lion of the tribe of Judah. Say it again. You are the precious chosen people of the Most High.
We hope you have a good time watching our videos, and we will see you in the next video.
And we'll see you in the next video. So like and subscribe.
Our channel.
Yeah.
We are the true Hebrews, the true and real Israelites. We are the true ones that fulfill Bible prophecy and scripture.
He had secured